The gray-haired man on the throne looked down with hostility and told them to prepare to leave for Airugo. He said this to a girl with violet eyes and silver hair, the first princess of Silvanus, Alexandra. Behind her, the kingdom's knights were discussing how the princess could enter into an arranged marriage with a barbarian. Men and women thought this was too much. After all, His Majesty's blood flows through her. The second princess just watched. Resting her head on her fist, the green-eyed ruler asked his daughter if this wasn't happiness. She is useless, but her noble blood can be used this way. The princess of Silvanus, Alexandra, received an order from her father, the emperor, to enter into a political marriage with the hostile state of Airugo. And so, a month later, Alexandra left, unquestioningly following all her father's words. But this was only an appearance. Only after getting into the carriage did the bold girl show her middle finger towards the castle. She wished her father would disappear from this world, saying he was spoiling the air. And a wide smile spread across her face. She finally got rid of her hated homeland and her even more hated father, and with a deep sigh, she thought he was truly insane. Her father, the emperor, to satisfy his sole desire to make her a winner, committed various types of violence against her. One day, upon opening her eyes, she saw that all the windows were closed and columns of fire were burning everywhere. She would have died if she had hesitated and couldn't get out. She was only 6 years old then. The emperor looked at her. She looked like a piece of coal. And with a crazy smile, he asked her how she was. Still with the same madness in his eyes and smile, he asked if she had woken up. She liked it because the person who closed all the windows and started the fire was her father. So, more than the burned lungs, more than the limbs that began to blister, it was the heart that hurt the most. She thought it would be better if her heart burned. Furthermore, after that incident, she was separated from her younger sister. 10 years is not the shortest period of time. This time was enough for our unfortunate heroine's heart to burn to the foundations. Sasha sighed deeply and thought she was lucky that, thanks to her imprisonment, she could see her past life. Looking out the window, she thought she liked leaving, but when she thought about leaving her sister Rachel. But instantly, she came to her senses and shook her head in different directions, and realized that now she needed to think about her future. What is Airugo? A place ruled by fire and iron, a land of barbarians, an isolated plain surrounded by demons. Barbarians are neither humans nor demons, but united creatures. Her father said she would sleep in the same bed with a person associated with a demon, and that she would probably like demons more than a cold person like her. Until now, she had only heard her father's curses out of the corner of her ear. He liked to heap bad words on his son-in-law. Airugo had long been an enemy state to them, and he was not pleased that they had managed to avoid war. For a long time, everyone believed Silvanus was a conquering country. But one territory, Airugo, was not conquered. The current emperor said that if he achieved the feat, he would capture his enemies. However, he lost, and the reason for the loss was Prince Theodore, her future husband. Then Silvanus suggested they conclude a truce, believing that further military action would only bring losses. To Airugo, knowing that their lands were surrounded by demons, and that continuing the war would be a burden to the country, he proposed an arranged marriage. This meant the countries were no longer at odds and were now allies. But in fact, her father didn't even think about ending the war. The truce was concluded only to buy time. He plans to deprive Airugo of all determination to win, and then start a war again and occupy the territory. That's why he dismissed her like a discarded letter. It was exactly like that. Because her death would fall on Airugo's shoulders, declaring war on the country that had celebrated a marriage alliance would become a moral duty. Alexandra smiled and wondered if the emperor suspected that the letter he discarded, and whom he wanted to kill, would still give him a big surprise. But to do this, she first needed to establish cooperation with Theodore. But then one of the planned stops on the road arrived. There was a tea set, and several desserts on the table. The people behind her were laughing. The girl wondered if they were joking again. From the moment she was sent on a journey in a carriage, and not through a portal, she suspected something was wrong. Of course, she was right. Sasha didn't leave the carriage for almost 10 days. She had a feeling these limbs weren't hers. And when she wanted to change her uncomfortable dress, the knights knocked on the carriage window. And now they even asked her to leave unexpectedly. Everything was modest, but they prepared tea and desserts, and one of the maids fanned her. She ordered the princess to sit down. She thought it would be fun to ask them not to worry. It wasn't time yet. And she walked over and sat in a chair. She immediately took a cup of tea and looked at them, as when she was in the palace, she was calm and meek. But suddenly, she noticed that the tea in the cup began to tremble, and her own reflection began to distort. The next moment, the maid who had previously brought boiling water threw it right in the princess's face. A burn immediately formed on the girl's cheek, and the maid in the purple dress apologized to the princess in surprise. And smiling, said she did it by accident. Smiling mischievously, she offered to clean it all up, and meanwhile, the fan servant mockingly said she was soaked from head to toe. She believed this look was suitable for a barbarian bride, and while the girl agonized in pain, those accompanying her only mocked her. She saw all this instead of her reflection in a teacup, and now she saw herself again in the reflection. Princess Alexandra was quite surprised by what the water showed her. It was the emperor's eyes. An ability her father craved. An ability he didn't believe she could possess, but she could see the past, present, and future through the water's surface. And tapping the table with her finger, she briefly brought her hand to her face thoughtfully, and decided to see what would happen next. But as expected, the place and clothes are all the same, as she saw through a teacup. In other words, what she just saw through the smooth surface of the cup will definitely happen in the future. Very hot water boiled through the teapot lid, and seeing that the object of mockery was vulnerable, she decided to act. The girl ran towards the princess when suddenly the girl, sharply fixing her gaze on the danger, instantly got up from her seat. The next moment, the maid in the purple dress screamed loudly. Tears sprang from her eyes, and another girl shouted loudly to bring cold water. Everyone was simply in great shock. The blonde girl was very worried about Lady Brody. As expected, the girl thought, the future she saw with the help of the emperor's eye has completely changed. When suddenly, Alexandra quickly approached her and furiously asked how it happened. Tilting her head to the side in surprise, the princess asked the redhead why she was interrogating her. The red-haired, green-eyed maid pompously raised her head and, twisting her face, said she was asking too. But lowering her head, Sasha explained that she simply got up from her seat and asked why she was talking as if it were her fault that the water spilled. Then the princess asked if she should also act as a nanny. The maid shuddered in surprise. The peach-haired girl mentally scolded her interlocutor. She called her stupid and wondered why she spoke so softly. Alexandra suddenly said thoughtfully that, nevertheless, it seemed to her that she really needed a nanny. The next moment, the girl who was already about to leave sharply turned towards her. And in front of her, she saw a girl returning her mischievous smile. She thought that was her level. Instantly, the girl's face turned red. She even wanted to answer something, but the next moment, the girl who received the burn started crying loudly again, worried that she would be left with a scar. Others reassured the girl and told her they had to call a doctor when they reached Airugo, but that it was still 2 weeks until they reached the city. And when she heard shouts that her friends couldn't endure in that state, she gritted her teeth and ran out. Alexandra thought and understood that they were mocking the others, but not even that thought allowed them to suffer themselves. But by doing this, they could understand that they could hurt each other, even subconsciously. The scar Brody received would force them to stop their harassment. Initially, the first princess thought she would act calmly before reaching Airugo. But the scene with the help of the emperor's eye made her change her mind. Because she couldn't use her ability whenever she wanted, and if she stayed still, she would indeed get burned. The girl saw how the princess began to drink tea, but heard that during 10 years of captivity, she went crazy. She is the one who is untrained in manners and has no education whatsoever, like a commoner. But she was interested to know why she behaved so elegantly. When suddenly she moved away and thought about what she was thinking, The elegance this time was definitely an accident. She convinced herself. The girl swore mentally. She thought everything would be easy. His Majesty the Emperor personally gave her the order, but in reality, only she suffered. But she promised that everything would be different. The girl, stomping on her clothes, asked the princesses in surprise what she should do, because she had no other change of clothes. Her blonde friend laughed with her, mockingly asked what she should do now, because now she was dirty and a noble person like her couldn't wear the clothes of the poor. The girl gasped mockingly and said she was used to it, so it didn't matter. But instantly, the princess picked up her dress from the floor and got into the carriage. The red-haired, green-eyed maid could only watch all this in bewilderment. She seemed very surprised by the sweet girl behind the curtain in the carriage who was looking at her, and immediately closed the curtain. Both girls were very surprised by this behavior, and they didn't understand what the girl's attitude towards them was about. After that boiling day, it felt like the maids became more hesitant in their harassment, apparently feeling sorry for themselves. They were just being capricious, trying to trample her clothes. Did they really think this would hurt her? She asked aloud. After all, compared to throwing boiling water at her, the level of such abuse is very cute. Although the clothes are dirty, they are much more comfortable than that tight dress. However, even though it was a political marriage, it was necessary to prepare a new set of clothes. She reasoned, since she only had the dresses she wore in captivity. And besides, Sasha couldn't even wear that new dress, as it was completely stained. And it was not at all suitable for the wedding. The princess sighed sadly and thought that even though she knew the emperor's plans, for some reason, it seemed to her that it would be perfect for a wedding. Western Gate. Airugo, a brown-haired man looking from the walls, said that they say the people of Silvanus are vile and treacherous. Another said they were weak-willed cowards. When suddenly a man with dark purple hair and a scar on his cheek smilingly said that it seemed to him that the princess would faint when she saw them. When suddenly a man silenced him and told him to shut up, looking from the wall, and explained to him that a delegation from Silvanus would arrive soon. The gray-eyed redhead looked down when he saw that the delegation had arrived, and ordered everyone to come down. They saw a man boasting that by order of the great Emperor Silvanus, he, a knight, was accompanying the first Princess Alexandra, and asked if they were envoys from Airugo. The dark-haired man asked with disgust why they were coming in a carriage, and not using the portal. And it was also shining. The man with a scar asked in surprise if they wanted to go into battle in those carriages. As then the luminous knight Adam coughed and asked if they were representatives of the delegation. That is, the War of Airugo, the barbarians thought he was looking down on them. Maids worried about their outfits and carriages, adorned with magnificent gems. The warriors of Airugo already understood that they could easily know what a princess looked like without looking at her. The knight loudly announced that they should bow their heads, because before them was Princess Alexandra herself. He opened the carriage door. The men's eyes instantly widened. They were very surprised by what, or rather whom they saw. The girl was very cute, small, but covered in dirt. The warriors were very interested in this small, dirty girl, like a dirty cotton ball. The redhead was surprised at first, and then looked at her sadly, compared to the luxurious carriages. Her attire was old and dirty, but he understood what the emperor was plotting. And the girl also knew that the emperor wanted to send her here in the most careless way. The war was avoided. But Silvanus was only waiting for the right moment, so it didn't matter how they treated her there. He wanted her to be received coldly, for the princess to be as dirty as possible. That the knights and luxurious gifts demonstrated the still strong fighting power of Silvanus. And the princess, like a dirty gray mouse, would be perfect for trash like them, letting them know that the bride matches their status. The barbarians realized this was an obvious mockery. They threateningly asked what they were implying. That marrying their master was humiliating. He asked how she dared to appear in that state. This was an expected reaction, but she couldn't be ashamed of such treatment. Literally, immediately after thinking, Alexandra stepped out and quickly walked towards the men. Seeing this, the redhead immediately followed the princess's lead and went to meet her. Having walked the same distance, the princess and the redhead met and, compared to the warrior, the girl was very small. Alexandra raised her head and looked at the beautiful face looking down at her. The princess looked at him with wide violet eyes in surprise and wondered if this was her husband. She heard that Theodore would meet her at the entrance. She thought this man had the highest status in Airugo. The girl also thought that, firstly, she could give credit to his face. Living here, she wouldn't complain about it. When the redhead suddenly bowed and greeted Her Highness the Princess, she thought he had a pleasant voice. Moreover, it was nice that he was so polite and not ashamed of her appearance. Sasha thought. Something confused her a little here. She wondered if he was too polite to her. The man said he was assigned to accompany her and introduced himself by the name of James, leaving no doubt that he had a lower status than hers. Suddenly, the princess looked around and asked the warrior where her future husband was. James replied that he had gone to marry. The girl exhaled tiredly and thought that his fiancé had arrived and he had left home, a sign that her life would not be too good. Tired, she lowered her head and raising it again, the princess began to speak. The man drew attention to her. She seriously suggested that it seemed to her that her future husband was very ashamed of her. All the men led by Prince Theodore were horrified and very shocked by such a statement about their master. James hurried to correct the situation and clumsily said that it was not so, but that monsters had simply appeared unexpectedly. And while the men walked away at the shame of Lord Alexandra, she thought it was just a hunt. Now she understood why he left his post. After all, he was urgently called to fight. So the girl became very interested in this question, and raising her head, she asked why he hadn't told her right away. Tilting his head, the man explained that she only asked him where he was, so he gave a simple answer. True, he was not going to lie to her, and then the princess, bowing slightly, said that one cannot deceive a person with a pure lie. Alexandra raised her head and said that even a half-truth can become an answer that will deceive another. The man shuddered. She thought that at the first meeting, it is better to show kindness. One must smile and not insist on an answer. Although she didn't think so, everything here is different from her stay in the empire. She no longer needs to bow. Let people be suspicious and hate her, in other words, expect nothing from her. It means she doesn't need to live up to their expectations. And after reasoning, she, smiling, told Mr. James that in the future it would be better if he didn't deceive her. The man's eyes instantly widened. He never expected the girl to answer him like that. He looked closely and realized that even in her dirty face, her eyes shone like stars. He thought. A red blush appeared on the man's cheeks. It seemed to him that she had shot him right in the heart. The princess was completely different from his expectations. The maid and the knight loudly asked the barbarians what they were talking about. How dare they call their princess Susia, and who were they to ask the princess to wear Airugo's clothes before even entering the palace? This was a reaction towards James, who recommended that the princess wash and change clothes before entering the palace. Before they weren't worried at all, but now they are starting to fight. In response to this, James stepped back, sighing deeply to avoid a fight. Since the king was not there. But no matter what, the people of Airugo, in this case a man with a scar on his face, paid attention to him. And they treated him with respect and reverence despite the people who arrived with him. When the dark-haired man bowed to her, she looked at him in surprise and returned the greeting. A dark-haired warrior asked if he would let everything be like this, because the people of Silvanus were going to start a fight. James sighed deeply and said that nothing could be done about it. He explained that the prince wanted the total end of the war, that the political marriage would not be dissolved, but that the rumors would fall on Theodore's shoulders. Therefore, at least they should not cause controversy. The man reflected and said it was difficult. By the way, the boy who was reasoning before suddenly said he did not expect the princess to be like this. James shuddered. The brown-haired man said he liked her. He was surprised by her bravery. The brunette agreed with him, and the redhead told them not to be too kind to them. She believed that the Silvans might have sent an assassin, when suddenly she looked forward. And what she saw astonished her. In front of the palace were carriages, the coat of arms of the third Prince Michael, the coat of arms of the first Princess Patricia, Lady Elizabeth, Lady Samira. The man sadly thought that they had decided to conduct reconnaissance. Indeed, Lord Theodore could not go to meet the bride because of the monsters. But she was interested to know why other members of the royalty were playing. When the girl said in surprise that the carriages from Silvanus had arrived and looked beautiful, she wondered what kind of person he was. The others didn't even know how to respond to this correctly, and the man said that the Silvans were only trying to look like this. With the help of the knights, she calmly got out of the carriage when she looked up. But she discovered that all eyes were directed straight at her. She became a little uncomfortable. Inquisitive eyes examining the princess from head to toe. Countless gazes rushed towards her like spears and arrows. They meet a bride from a distant land and tell her that this is what was expected of a low-born wife who honors her name. They were expecting Princess Silvanus, but she didn't even look like a beggar. The girl said, pursing her lips, and understood that they were simply overwhelmed by hostility. The red-haired maid mockingly asked if she really thought that if something would change before Airugo. That's why she resisted so much. What a delight they had. She said it was impossible to expect another reception. The girl with the scar said that now she would understand her place and be meek. All this time, James was next to her and thought that people had come with her from their homelands, and he must protect her. He was outraged by what they were doing. Alexandra was alone in front, and right behind her, others laughed and whispered. The brilliant knight, holding several pieces of fabric in his hands, watched with pleasure as they mocked the princess. When, suddenly, something snatched the fabric from his hands. The knight shouted loudly what he was doing, and if he knew what kind of silk it was. He explained that it was something precious that could not be exchanged even for a chest of pure gold. Suddenly, the knight and the rest of those present fell silent, and the hands of the man who grabbed the fabric threw the silk over the princess. Unexpectedly, strong arms instantly lifted her off the ground, taking her in their arms. This happened so quickly that Alexandra didn't understand what had happened. But intuitively clinging to something, she looked at herself and wondered in surprise what kind of person she was. And who had wrapped her in it? There were many questions. It was even interesting why she couldn't move, as if lost in space, when suddenly they pressed her hand against her body. And the man asked, "So what?" He said in an impressive voice that the most valuable things should be given to his fiancée. The knights of Silvanus were surprised, and the Airugo warriors bowed. Now the girl began to understand what had happened, and, raising her head, she fixed her gaze on the man, and the golden snake eyes looked back at her. Alexandra looked at the man's face in surprise and admired his beautiful eyes. They shone like sun rays. That's right, she thought. So that was the kind of man Theodore was. The girl, looking at him with a cold gaze, thought he was tall and realized that the inhabitants of Airugo are indeed that tall, although he did nothing noteworthy. The proud Silvans did not utter a word. The men looked at them threateningly. The prince, fearful and stuttering, said that they heard his fiancée had arrived from Silvanus. The girl behind him sharply turned her head. The black-haired man with golden snake eyes gave his brother and sister a dissatisfied look. But the next moment, he simply turned around and headed towards the castle, carrying his future wife in his arms. Upon reaching one of the rooms, he sat the girl on the sofa, on a small pillow. Theodore placed his hand on her belt and told her not to be mistaken, because he did it because he didn't really like the way his brothers and sisters spoke about her. The smile disappeared from his face, and the long-haired man explained that he didn't do it because she was pretty. Alexandra understood that this was natural, because this act was dangerous if he liked her. She was like a piece of dust covered in sweat. She thought about what could be said about his preferences if she suited his tastes, while the man ordered the servant to wash her. When the princess noticed the monster's blood on her clothes, she got stained with it, although it wasn't very noticeable on her black tunic. She thought it was very dirty and covered herself with a cloth and said they hadn't married yet. The man was very surprised by these words from his fiancée, and the maid was no less surprised. An awkward silence floated between the dust ball and the man in blood. The girl wondered why he was looking at her like that, because she had to decide who would go wash first. Theodore smiled and said he wasn't going to eat her after she washed and told her not to worry so much. Not about a dirty girl like her. Alexandra asked what eating meant. Theo clicked his tongue. He was used to treating soldiers on the battlefield this way. And he just meant that she was dirty and not insulting her. This is not how girls who grew up in beautiful castles are treated. She dismissed the idea of whether there was a misunderstanding or not. It doesn't matter. When Princess Alexandra raised her finger and loudly announced that he was a pervert, the man was stunned. He didn't understand anything she said, losing the sequence of everything. Leaning towards the girl, he threateningly told her that he said he wouldn't eat her. Sasha replied that that's why it's not so important to them whether she is a piece of dirty dust or a person. Irritated, the prince said that she responded to his offer to bathe that they were not married. The princess denied it. She meant that they couldn't bathe together yet, as they were not married. Theodore marveled and finally realized that she had said that because they were not married. And while the girl persistently asked him if he was going to wash because he was also dirty, the boy finally understood what her words meant and, bringing his fingers to his forehead, said he would wash elsewhere. The dust bunny looked at the dark-haired man in surprise and suddenly realized with shame that this was normal. That there were several places to swim in the castles. She had lived in captivity for too long. So much so that she had forgotten some points. Therefore, she jumped quite easily from the sofa where the groom had previously seated her, and told him it was fine. The dust ball approached the maid, who had already been given the order, and asked her to accompany her. The prince of the Airugo Empire watched the fiancé with interest and thought that this girl was a bit strange. At first, he thought she was crying, because if she was related by blood to the aristocrats of Silvanus, then she grew up in a beautiful palace. And she was definitely not used to embarrassing situations, but she seemed as if she had run out of emotions. Because she could no longer be proud. She crossed her arms thoughtfully over her chest and thought that she didn't understand why she was so dirty. And yet, she didn't even focus on the woman she was impersonating. Alexandra, accompanied, reached the bathroom and was surprised that there was warm water and even a bath. She expected the water not to be too cold, but in fact, the bath was with warm water. Sasha was happy. Suddenly, 3 ladies entered the room, bowed, and told the princess they would help her. They hadn't treated her like that since her tender childhood. Business-like behavior and professional approach, the maids were interested in everything. And they talked about everything they would do. The princess had only known maids who constantly ignored her, so such respectful behavior was unusual for her. This meant that her future husband was ingenious and charismatic. It was good that her negotiating opponent had such skills. And while she thought she had to win her husband over to her side, the maids suddenly stopped, astonished. The princess didn't understand what was happening, and finished and turned around and asked if something was wrong. The maid looked at her fascinated and thought about her mystical violet eyes, like a sunrise, and her bright silver hair. But the next moment she came to her senses, and along with 2 other girls bowed, and said it wasn't so. She apologized. Having omitted this incomprehensible event, Alexandra got into a warm bath and realized how wonderful everything was. The maids helped her rinse her hair a few more times, then she dismissed them, and decided to postpone all plans for later. Suddenly, the water in the reflection in front of her changed color to a denser one. That resembles outer space. In such a situation, knowledge should appear. The jet of water is a sign of the activation of the emperor's eye. She thought what she would see. The eyes of the first princess of Silvanus opened in surprise. The emperor's eyes showed her Theodore, which was surprising, and she thought, when this happens, he resembles her current self, which means he is from the near future. Or from the past. As much as she liked the design of those clothes, she thought, she wouldn't keep walking around in blood-stained clothes. And she prayed that this was the near past. She mentally pleaded with her future husband and asked when he would go to wash when Theodore was called. A girl with dark blue hair and a blue floral dress was walking directly towards the man. The prince called her Diana. The girl asked what plunged him into such deep thoughts that he didn't even notice her arrival. It wasn't like him. Looking away, the crown prince said he wasn't thinking about anything. The next moment, she approached the prince, placed her hand on his, and asked if he liked the princess. The girl looked at the reflection in surprise. She was amazed that they were talking about her. She furrowed her brows and thought about the fact that he asked her if she liked the dust bunny. She was interested in how he usually behaves if he receives such questions. She was thinking about the fact that he would change his mind when suddenly Theodore asked her what it meant. He asked her if she thought he was attracted to that girl. The next moment, the man smiled in response to the question asked and said it was impossible. The girl became a little depressed when she heard these words from her future husband. The Prince of Airugo told his frightened friend that she knew very well and that his heart did not change. The princess thought that it was obvious that there was no love in a political marriage. She thought about Diana. Who doesn't look like a maid? If this is Theodora's beloved, then this can play a game for her, and she will have another trump card up her sleeve. Meanwhile, the girl finished combing her hair and told the princess that she would take her to her bedroom. Alexandra said it wasn't necessary and asked to be taken to Theodore instead. The maid was surprised and said yes. And although the princess really wanted to rest, she now had the opportunity to get rid of the watchful eyes. At the same time, the servants accompanying the princess from Silvanus inspected the inside of the palace. At the same time, the Prince of Airugo had already changed his clothes and was sitting in his office studying documents. While Diana served tea, the blue-haired girl turned her gaze to the prince and was glad that Theodore remained the same. The man sat casually in a chair. He was relaxed, like a predator that is difficult to approach. A wild beast that is elegant and dangerous. She was surprised when he unexpectedly defended the princess. When admiration suddenly came to an end, the maid entered the room and went to His Highness Theodore. A maid in a greenish dress announced that the princess had arrived. The man and the girl were surprised. Exhaling heavily, the golden-eyed boy looking at the maid told her to let the girl in. Instantly, the gazes of the blue-eyed Diana and the black-haired Theodore turned to the girl who entered the office. Like a princess with silver hair, amethyst eyes, in a pure white suit, and the purest and clearest skin. The man couldn't believe it was really the same person in front of him. He asked in surprise if it was a princess. Alexandra nodded and thought that not only he, but also other residents reacted this way. Wondering why. In front of her, the princess saw extremely discouraged and stunned people who were simply frozen in a stupor. She walked over and sat on the sofa, thinking that perhaps they were comparing her to that pile of dust. She turned her head to the side and saw a teapot in Diana's hands. She wanted tea. The girl looked at her embarrassed. And when the princess took the cup that was on the table, the blue-eyed girl suddenly shuddered and came to her senses. She completely forgot and apologized to the princess. The girl wondered what to do if she thought she was ignoring her. Diana couldn't allow a conflict to break out in front of Theodore, but Alexandra wasn't even planning to do so. Doubtfully, she said she was happy to meet her and introduced herself as Diana. She thought it was lucky that the first princess had arrived and not the second, who was considered incredibly beautiful. But it turned out there was no reason for joy. Her hands trembled, and the princess thought she knew her because she saw it with the help of the emperor's eye. Prince Airugo Theodore continued to observe all this, accepting nothing and still coming to his senses. But the next moment, he told Diana that that was enough from her and that she could leave. The girl shuddered in surprise. Gritting her teeth, sweetly and politely, she said goodbye to the princess and quickly left the office. After a while, the man sat opposite his future wife and looking at her threateningly. Asked her why. The girl asked in surprise what this meant. Theodore asked her if she didn't want to meet him because she had something to say. Alexandra said they would get married soon and asked if they couldn't just have tea together and talk. Prince Airugo averted his gaze with his golden eyes and said uncertainly that they were already together. The girl frowned at him and took a sip of tea, and thought that he thought she had volunteered to marry him. That everything was going wrong, just as she planned. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. The tea was incredibly tasty. She even blushed on her cheeks. It was the first time she had drunk such high-quality tea. Although she didn't come here of her own free will, she didn't even think it would be this good. But it would be better to keep it a secret from Theodore. And then she said that she hadn't come here to have a nice chat with him, and that now she would get down to business. And having organized her thoughts, she hesitated a little and quickly invited him to start a business. The man's eyes widened, and he looked at his future wife with great surprise. Neither love nor power held much meaning for Princess Alexandra. The only thing she needed was money, a lot of money. And with this money, she could buy her freedom, go wherever she wanted, look at whatever she wanted. And no one else could lock her up. And then she would look with both eyes at those visions that only appear on the water's surface. To do this, she needed a lot of money, in addition to joining forces with Theodore. But the man didn't really like this business. Alexandra thought that, although she saw her past life with the help of the emperor's eye. In this world, the businessman's disease became the cause of trouble. Worried, she began to wave her hand and said that she didn't have the businessman's disease. That she didn't ask him for a loan or to invest. But of course, if she does this, then that business plan is quite acceptable. But Theodore's face was already terribly twisted. He looked even more irritated. Here the princess already said that she really didn't ask about that. He couldn't look at her like that. Turning her head, she said that she was not going to use the prince's money as an investment in business. This needed to be fixed. Sasha said that honestly she wasn't going to do it. It didn't work. She only spoke with people a few times, so her way of conveying information became strange. And she said that the arranged marriage politically intertwined them, so it would be good to create a victorious alliance in which they help each other. It wasn't about a strong friendship, but about business. The man was carried away by her words about a victorious alliance. The prince thought she was brave and wondered if anyone had told her this before, and had accepted these conditions. But then he asked her what she would do if he simply helped her. He asked what she could give him. Then the first Princess Alexandra addressed Prince Airugo by name. The boy straightened his back. Meanwhile, the girl, clasping her hands, asked him if he wanted anything from her. Prince Theodore's golden serpent eyes opened in astonishment at such speeches. And proposals. And Alexandra, smiling, thought about making him speak faster. Because generally, he already knows what he wants. She knew a lot, thanks to the emperor's gaze, when suddenly the man turned his head to the side. She frowned and pursed her lips. Looking at him, surprised, the girl thought he looked as if he couldn't look at her. The boy asked her with disgust what he could do with his slender hands, which seemed unable to even lift a fork. The princess was surprised and looked at her palms. She said uncertainly that she had the normal hands of a Sylvan girl. He didn't trust her at all. Well, he suddenly said, they should sit at the negotiation table where she could show off her talents. And getting up, he offered to Geo. Theodore asked where they were going, and Alexandra, opening the door, said that before signing, the goods had to be checked. At the same time, the people on the terrace were talking about the princess's arrival, wondering if she knew what a royal wedding was. When the curly-haired girl said that they said she was simply sick. But that in reality the princess had a mental illness, her friends were horrified. They say her consciousness constantly leaves her and then returns to normal. And that's why they kept her isolated for 10 years. Everyone in the palace knows the secret. Her friend was horrified and couldn't believe that His Highness Theodore would marry such a girl. Then the boy said that if His Highness Theodore becomes crown prince, then this girl will become the wife of the heir to the throne. The lady in the blue dress said this was true, and that Airugo's authority would be undermined. The curly-haired girl said that His Highness Theodore is now His Majesty's favorite, and that the war was over. Of course, he performed great feats on the battlefield, but running a country is something completely different. She said, for which His Highness Harold is much more suitable. But suddenly, the boy told the girl to shut up. The man and the lady in the blue dress, who had been chatting incessantly before, suddenly looked back. Behind them, head held proudly high, walked His Highness Theodore with his hands in his cardigan pockets. The girls' fiancés were interested in knowing where he was going. But His Majesty was now in that direction. The girl with the curls said that you must start watching your words. With the end of the war, the prince began to be in the palace frequently. The chatterbox said she still couldn't get used to meeting him. After all, his appearance was simply excellent, but his beauty was not a vice. His straight nose and golden eyes, when you don't look at him, he is so noble and handsome. Her heart beat every time, even his black hair like darkness shone. It shone. What? Why are they suddenly shining? The ladies thought. When suddenly, right behind the broad and powerful body, they saw a beautiful, innocently white princess. They looked at each other, and there were many thoughts in their heads. They couldn't believe this was Silvanka. A ragged beggar. They didn't understand anything, and then the chatterbox finally said that she looked completely different. The curly-haired girl said to hurry to the palace, and the boy was simply in shock. At the same time, the ruler of the plains of blood and iron monsters, King Airugo, Nathan, was told that the princess wanted to meet him. The servant confirmed this and said that His Highness Theodore had also come. The king, thoughtfully, said that the official audience with the delegation would take place tomorrow afternoon. And he asked why the princess had come separately. When a pink-haired girl asked her father why they didn't know her, the girl smiled and said that she was also interested in seeing the princess because of the rumors. After all, she would become a member of their family. And smiling, she asked her father if it was so. This girl was the second Princess Elizabeth. Lisa, her father, knew that she and other princes and princesses went to see his daughter-in-law. He frowned and a smile appeared on his face. It was cute that her intentions were so obvious. The king said that he had no governmental affairs, so he saw no reason to refuse. And he said to call them in. Lisa hugged her dad around the neck. Smiling sweetly at her father, she thought he was getting cheerier, but in her heart she was cunning. She was going to make that dirty princess the laughingstock right in front of her father. It seemed to her that Theodore was worried because he had brought that beggar, and maybe Elizabeth suggested she would beg him to change the wedding conditions, but this is unlikely. She was worried because her father stubbornly wanted to get the princess from Silvanus. But she, on the contrary, did not seem too valuable and cheerfully asked who had come there. No one thought. No one could be more reliable in her father's favorites than her when she suddenly heard the princess greeting. The girl bowed and thanked him for accepting this unexpected request, and introduced herself as the first princess of Silvanus, Alexandra. King Nathan gasped in surprise. The daughter by his side was simply terribly surprised by whom she saw. She had graceful gestures and precise manners. They were told that it was not the second daughter who would come, but the first, who was isolated. So she didn't have high expectations. But at first glance, everything was very good, and the king said that she was probably tired from the long journey. The king asked the servant why he was still here and told him to bring tea with sweets. The man obeyed His Majesty. Meanwhile, Sasha was happy to be able to easily recall what she saw through the emperor's eye. Although she was very worried that her body wouldn't listen to her, but judging by his reaction, she made a good first impression. Suddenly, an unusual yellow jelly was served to her, which the princess immediately noticed. She remembered seeing this dessert through the emperor's eye, yellow and sweet and sour. Frin jelly, this is a special dish. Unlike ordinary jelly, it is more elastic and is distinguished by its sweet and sour taste. If a famous chef praised it, then it would be possible to sell franks for free even in hostile countries, like Silvanus. She personally saw the original. That's why she wanted to try it a little, no, a lot. When suddenly she shook sharply and stopped, Theodore noticed this. Alexandra thought that now was not the time. How could she eat if she hadn't proven herself, yet and here she was, coveting someone else's property? She knew that her future husband saw her behavior and, looking at him mentally but confidently, she told him not to worry, she would definitely prove her ability to sell. Theodore was really watching his future wife and was terribly worried. He wondered if she was really going to sell something to his father seriously. But not only the future spouses watched all this, but also the groom's father paid attention to all this. From the father's side, everything looked very different. More tenderly, he couldn't believe that they seemed to have a good relationship. As the king said, there would be an audience tomorrow afternoon, but he asked. She had a reason why she wanted to meet him. The princess confirmed this and said that the reason was something else, but she couldn't finish. Several people noisily entered the room, and a male voice said enthusiastically, "Wow." N asked the princess to visit her father and said it was great, that it was an honor for him to see such a high-ranking person. He asked his brother if he was waiting for her, because according to rumors, she was beautiful. Because his empire was famous for beautiful women for thousands of years. Teasing his brother, he said that he was probably overflowing with happiness when suddenly he stopped. He saw a beautiful girl with silver hair, a kind face, and charming eyes. His sister, the fourth Princess Samira, was surprised and wondered if she looked different before. Her sister, the first Princess Patricia, shy and worried, covered herself with a fan. And she thought that they really called her a beggar. At the same time, the third Prince Michael was simply crazy about the girl's beauty. And he kept drooling over her. His brother, Prince Theodore, looked at them sadly and thought that all the princes and princesses were close to the queen. Not knowing that the princess's appearance had changed, they deliberately praised her to humiliate her. Such an unexpected situation before showing the product. And while he was wondering what she would do, the girl fixed her beautiful eyes on the guests. At that moment, she got up from the back of the chair and leaning her head forward. And looking at them provocatively, she asked who they were. A short-haired girl, hesitantly looking at the princess, called her older sister, to which she told her not to show any enthusiasm. She wondered if they had told her exactly about this princess. She had washed before coming and now looked like a completely different person. She wondered why the queen didn't give them such important information when she sent them here. How then did she introduce herself loudly as the first Princess Patricia and say that this time she would forgive her? But next time, she asked to be careful in her statements. She asked if she was asking who they were, but they were not the servants who were sent here. She said. The sisters looked at each other with satisfaction. The youngest nodded in approval to the older one. When Samira said that this was true, and asked if the Princess of Silvanus knew nothing about such simple etiquette rules, her sister said not to worry about that, saying she had too high expectations. Theodore noticed that they suddenly changed their behavior after deliberately praising their opponent. This is the nature and style of speech of royalty. It would be better to prepare weapons and participate in the battle. Her speech, like the swords of knights, he himself still cannot get used to their performances. And the masks that the palace aristocracy tries on. He has many enemies in the castle. Because of her, the princess has inconveniences, he thought. He must definitely protect her before everything calms down, and advised her to be silent. Alexandra frowned and irritably wondered if it would be rude to show off her skills a little. She definitely had to ask him to become her business partner. Michael said that he was the third prince. How then did the princess, looking at them impassively, say that it seemed to her that there had been a misunderstanding? Patricia asked what misunderstanding she was talking about, and laughed that she would also make excuses for how stupid it was. The Silvanusa princess pierced the first Princess Airugo with a cold look. And threateningly. She said that she didn't ask them who they were, and that it was a monologue to herself. The girl was surprised. Then, the princess explained that it seemed to her that they had met somewhere before. Instantly, the first Princess Patricia realized where they could have seen each other. And she was extremely astonished and opened her eyes. It was impossible as she remembered it, the girl thought. Patricia bit her lip and thought how she could remember her in that chaos. She really asked why her face remained in her memory. Princess Alexandra was silent for a moment, giving the princess a chance to understand everything. And smiling, she turned to His Highness Michael. The boy looked at the beauty in surprise and answered the call with interest. Then Alexandra, touching strands of hair near her face, asked him if they had met before. The guy, blushing, said that he looked like this, and it was certainly so because he had been to Silvanus before. But the silver-haired girl said she didn't know. It seemed to her that they had not met in Silvanus. The older sister of the slackers tensed up. Worried, she asked when they could see each other again. If it was in her dreams, the older sister mentally asked Michael to shut up. He had his brain between his legs. Everything was newly confirmed through dialogue. She not only identified herself, but definitely remembered her. She saw him there and realized that the rumors were completely false. Contrary to rumors that she had gone mad and couldn't learn anything. The girl was surprisingly intelligent. Her husband looked at her in surprise. Her life is a world accidentally reflected in the water. She remembers it and remembers it. A world in which observation and good memory cannot be avoided. Meanwhile, sitting not far from her, King Airugo watched his son's fiancée in surprise. And as a result, he smiled at her approvingly. Although she didn't see it, her eldest daughter did see it. The girl couldn't believe that her father was showing interest in the princess. And if the princess tells her father what happened in Theodore's palace, then her unexpected visit to the tea room will not be fun. The older sister understood that it was dangerous, and that it was time for them to leave so she could prepare another plan. But suddenly, her sister interfered in these plans and loudly asked her what she was doing. Having a fiancé, she was casually chatting with another man. The girl looked worriedly at the younger Samira, who was irritated and still didn't understand that things were wrong. Alexandra looked up and found that it was exactly the same princess who had insulted her. The crimson-haired princess proudly raised her head and asked what she was looking at, as if also expressing her thoughts out loud. She smiled mischievously. Her gaze showed hostility. It was a look full of contempt. But our heroine was in no hurry to get angry. On the contrary, she thought that she looked like an adult, but she thought like a child and smiled. The ruthless princess thought about what her smile meant and threateningly asked if her words seemed funny to her. This angered her more. Suddenly, Patricia told Samira to stop and explained that the fourth princess was still young and asking for attention. And while the younger sister was sorting out the relationship with the older one, Alexandra thought that she was smart. Now there is a battle between the faction of the first Prince Harold, born of the Queen, and the second Theodore, who can take the throne. Unlike Prince Harold, Theodore is born of a commoner, which is his political weakness. However, the most problematic and underlying reason is the new and old factions. A political battle of factions was the same in her past life, and she asked if they doubted her belonging to the imperial family. In a measured voice, she asked if her origin worried them. Both ladies were surprised. Looking down with her amethyst eyes, the princess turned to the pure-blooded princesses of Airugo. And directing the sharp gaze of her cold eyes again, she asked. They doubt her because they cannot challenge Airugo's position. The maid reported that, as she ordered, the princesses and princes went to the main palace. All these words and directions were addressed to her, Queen Airugo, a woman with blonde hair and red eyes. The maid asked if everything would really be fine. The queen said yes, because it was not an official audience, so the visit would seem quite normal. And her dear Lisa, the queen of this state, reasoned with a smile, will take care of everything well. And especially Patricia, who, although she is the daughter of a concubine, is more cunning than others. That's why she chose her to join her retinue. She said insightfully, said the queen, and at that moment the first princess worriedly said that this was not Airugo's position. She said that the fourth princess had no foresight due to her age. The prince also already understood the intensity of everything and supported his older sister, saying that the younger sister didn't know how to remain silent or speak when necessary. And while her brother and sister were trying to somehow get her out of this swamp, the girl never realized what her sister and Michael were doing. Instantly, her dear sister became a stranger to her. Her older sister was always by her side, and she didn't understand what had happened. The girl didn't understand why or how all this happened to her brother, Prince Theodore. He watched all this closely. He believed that this was pure work. The official audience with the representatives of Silvanus will take place tomorrow. And if the Silvans find out what happened today, they will not miss the opportunity. So the peace agreement by which Airugo emerges victorious has not yet been concluded. It's as if they are walking on thin ice, trade agreements, transit rights, and more, even if they are the words of an immature princess. This time Silvanus will try to use them as an excuse to gain more benefits. Then everything will fall on the queen's shoulders. That's why they are trying so hard to fix everything. The only problem, the prince thought, was which side the father was on. The man also closely followed all this dialogue between his children and his son's fiancée. From his look, it was clearly visible that he was not happy with all this. His gaze was directed straight at the children and was piercing. After listening to the princes, Princess Alexandra was convinced that they would be calmer now. Upon arriving at Airugo, she didn't even think about paying attention to their rude actions. She simply wanted them to be calmer. Suddenly, the girl noticed someone's gaze on her and turned in surprise towards King Airugo. She saw his gaze on her and became uneasy and wondered how long he had been looking at her. Everything went against her plans, but she attracted the king's attention, which is quite good. And if you think about it, it's worth surprised attention. If she crosses the line a little, then this will not become a problem of national importance. And the problem will also be that the princess of an enemy state will reproach his daughters. But now she will live in Airugo, so contempt for the king will not benefit her. So the girl smiled and mentally asked him not to worry, there was nothing to fear. The man smiled back at her with approval, as if he understood her intentions. And what she wanted to tell him, her eldest daughter was surprised by his smile. She imagined that the princess would tell him that they had insulted her and that she was sad, and that her father would take pity. In tears, she would say that they call her a palate and despicable. This is not only a condemnation, but a mockery. She herself heard and saw it. Then the father would say that this would worsen the situation. He would question everyone present. He would find out the truth and bring the perpetrators to justice. In the head of the first princess, Patricia had a terribly distorted image of everything in her head. If the princess told everything, a war would begin, and she was already thinking of taking responsibility. When suddenly, the little Silvanka princess looked inquisitively at the Airugo princess and shuddered. Unexpectedly for her, her imagination went wild at having met such a girl. She also fell under her spell. And then, having regained her senses, she told Samira to apologize to the princess. The fourth princess asked what this meant. They joked too much about the princess. They were also susceptible to rumors and their own lack of attention. Patricia said threateningly to act faster. She realized she was wrong. Her explosive nature had to be taken into account. All this happened because of her ignorant sister, she believed. And then the girl, with her short hair between her teeth, tearing out words and wrinkling her face. She asked the princess to forgive her. Alexandra was surprised and tilted her head to the side, saying emotionlessly that it seemed to her that she wanted to say something else. The sisters looked at each other, and the older one wondered if her sister thought her face expressed total remorse. The younger one didn't understand why she was looking at her so much. And then the silver-haired princess said that if you think about it, it seems to her that she was talking like a low-born person. The girl was very, very surprised. Not only did the princess have a good memory, she also felt shame and disgust that she was being pointed at directly. Then Patricia asked Samira if this was a sincere apology and asked her to apologize worthily. The girl didn't want to and didn't understand why she had so many thoughts in her head. But her older sister kept looking at her threateningly and furiously, biting her lips with hatred and tensing her whole face. The girl looked at her fearfully and got goosebumps. The older one said that if she didn't admit the mistake, then she asked if she would like to explain herself. The pressure was increasing. And the next moment, unable to bear it, the girl, almost crying, introduced herself again as the fourth princess of Airugo Samira. She said heartbrokenly that she apologized to Princess Alexandra. Prince Theodore was surprised. It was funny. For the first time, he saw the stubborn and arrogant fourth princess apologize and kneel. By the way, he then remembered the princess and looked at his future wife, wondering if she was enjoying the faithful apologies. But his expectations were wrong and were not justified as soon as he saw the princess's face. He shuddered in surprise. Looking at her future husband, she smiled very sweetly, putting a super satisfied face with all possible faces. The boy was extremely bewildered by this and didn't understand at all how to react. It seemed that she was happy, but it was different from what he had imagined. His idea of the Silvans was that they cried over every detail, but in reality he saw a proud bride. The boy smiled and thought that she resembled the one who brought the princess of the whole country to her knees with a few words. And Alexandra thought that Theodore seemed to like it. It seemed that there were many disagreements between the adoptive relatives. But that wasn't all. She had to face the situation and, gasping, approached Samira. Unexpectedly for everyone, she said that she didn't expect everything to turn out this way. Then the little princess noticed that she had never insulted her and never forgave her to apologize. Extending her hand, Alexandra said that she simply asked her if she wanted to tell her something else. She also had an attitude, as if what had happened was nothing to her. The princess said that she felt uncomfortable seeing the princess kneeling and told her to get up faster. The girl looked at her with big round eyes and a pitiful expression on her face. And she understood that she was generous. Her patient and measured speech and that cold look, Samira immediately realized that she was like her father. The girl, ashamed of her humiliation and speculation, accepted the help of the silver-haired princess. King Nathan looked at the girl with approval and smiled, thinking that Princess Alexandra was smart. She knows her position and uses it skillfully. This is bold, but within the limits of decency and nothing excessive. And the next moment, King Airugo, waving his hand, said that they had had enough. His daughter shuddered, smiling. She turned her gaze aside and said that they were already tired of standing, and told them to sit down. They appeared unexpectedly during a tea party and made a mess. The father reminded them of this, and the children looked at each other and realized that if you look at it this way, then they acted too recklessly. When Elizabeth said that her father was right, and asked her sisters and brother why they were doing this on such a cheerful day, the sister reminded them that they had been rude to the princess and angered her sister. The girls looked away in embarrassment. The girl with the ponytail, Rosa, said that she was very sad because they would become one family and give themselves a first impression. She asked what they should do if the princess misunderstood everything and didn't like them. This interested Alexandra. Unlike the people of Airugo, she has a fragile body and white skin. She and her father have the same turquoise eyes. She said she was happy to have another sister. She is the queen's daughter, which means she is Harold's younger sister. So this was the second Princess Elizabeth, the girl realized. Meanwhile, Lisa approached and asked the princess if she could call her Sasha. The girl was surprised. The pink-haired princess, with eyes similar to her father's, smiled widely. And she seemed to smile mischievously. Our heroine looked at her emotionlessly in response, piercing her with her cold amethyst eyes. The girl remembered her younger sister with a smile while thinking about the proposal to the king's daughter. Thoughts of that girl, who sweetly called her sister in childhood, visited her. Until they parted. A girl with golden hair, shining in the light and bright green hair, ran towards her sister Sasha. At that time they were very friendly and lived happily without knowing loss and all the bad things in this world. A wide smile appeared on the first princess's face, and looking up with her cold eyes. She said that of course she could. Elizabeth, embarrassed, brought her hand to her chest and couldn't believe she could call her sister. She was happy. Continuing to look at the inspired girl, the princess said that she looked very much like her younger sister. Princess Lisa was simply incredibly happy and couldn't be happier to look like the most beautiful girl in Silvanus. She was a beautiful and sweet child. Even when she was little, people watched her. Even when I saw her through the emperor's eyes, while she was in captivity. Even when she was imprisoned because of her, she wasn't cute. The man frowned at his future wife and half-sister, who were speaking sweetly. Elizabeth successfully inserted herself between them and looked at her brother with a pitiful look. And mocking. For her it was simpler than that. She entered into a political marriage without love and upon arrival, met rude and bloody men. On the contrary, he behaves affectionately towards her, reminds her of home and is also beautiful. And sweet. What else could attract her attention? Lisa thought. But if this stupid girl loves her too much, it will be annoying. But nothing can be done, she must be kind and flatter her father. And the next moment, she called her sister Sasha and asked if something in the palace was not suitable for her. Tell her. She will help her in every way she can. Well, if so, Alexandra thought, then she can help her with her marital debt. And she decided to be attentive. And the next moment, Princess Alexandra, smiling cheerfully, thanked Elizabeth. The princess was surprised. She didn't understand if she had really abandoned formalities when she herself apologized surprisedly and asked her if she could speak to her informally. In her heart, the girl vehemently resisted this. She couldn't allow it. She wondered where such brave people met, and trembling and trying to smile. She said that this was a little embarrassing. The princess said sadly that she thought that since they were sisters now, it was really necessary to adhere to etiquette in communication between sisters. With sadness in her voice, Alexandra said that she was not very good at this and that it was her mistake. Lisa was surprised. Instantly, she began to wave her hand and stuttered that of course she was sincere. But she thought what kind of sincerity could there be? She could only be Harold's little sister. Then Alexandra, smiling, asked if that meant that she didn't care then. This really angered and irritated Lisa. She cursed mentally and only thought if she was communicating with the walls, since she didn't understand the hints at all, and asked if maybe she could too. But Alexandra replied that her younger sister always addressed her with respect. Even from a very young age, she spoke formally. All of Princess Elizabeth's hopes were cruelly crushed with just a few words. Her brother Michael laughed at it. When the sister turned to her brother Michael, the boy shuddered in surprise. Angry and irritated, she asked him what was so funny and asked him to tell her too. And while the brother made excuses and apologized uncertainly, and the sister understood friendly relations with him, Sasha looked at the king. The man was talking to the rest of his children, and right in front of him was a plate of friffrin. Elizabeth wondered what she was looking at and if she was really seducing her father. But suddenly, she realized what was happening. Instantly, she smiled mischievously and thought that these Silvans were funny, and that this was the first time she saw friffrin. She thought that the princess didn't know that if they brought friffrin jelly to her father, he always gave it to her. And then the girl gasped with bright eyes and said enthusiastically that she really loved this jelly. Her father, King Airugo, instantly shuddered and said that this was exactly the case, and that he already wanted to give it to her. The girl turned to His Majesty and told him that, as usual, he could give her his share. But suddenly she stopped when she saw what was being done with the friffrin. The king's eyes also opened when he saw the jelly in front of his face. All his children who were present at the tea party were terribly surprised when they saw what his brother's fiancée was doing. Alexandra skillfully put the sweet and sour jelly on her fork, brought it to the king's mouth and, having organized her thoughts, she continued what she had planned and told the king to tell A. The man shuddered with uncertainty and looked at the jelly approaching his mouth, and asked her if she wanted to feed him. The princess confidently replied that this was so and addressed the king as a father. The pink-haired girl loudly asked if she was completely crazy. How could she call her dad father and hit the table? Michael told her to watch her behavior. Then Theodore devastatingly said that the ceremony had not yet taken place, but that after the wedding she would become his family, and asked why she couldn't call him that right away. Instantly the prince smiled and said that it was strange to hear such a thing from her if she already addressed him as a family member. The pink ponytail princess couldn't find the words to answer her brother, because he was right. As the princess confidently said that if His Majesty doesn't like this, then she will correct herself. The man looked tenderly at the princess with his cold turquoise eyes, and the next moment he quickly reached for the fork held by Alexandra and ate the jelly. The servants didn't understand what they had just seen. The great king of metal and blood is cold and strict, and now he is doing such a thing. After chewing the dessert, King Airugo told his son's bride that she could address him like that. Silvanus Princess Alexandra was happy, her cheeks were even flushed. The servants thought the king would shout something, but His Majesty ate a dessert he had never touched before. The princess is really special. His close pink-haired daughter hit the table. Her hands were trembling, and her eyes looked wildly at the princess. She believed that this was impossible and didn't understand why she was doing this. She really believed that the princess knew her father's secret. The man chewed contentedly, enjoying the taste after not doing it for a long time. The guests, who had not previously been invited to the tea party in the person of the prince, and the princesses, looked at this with surprise and stupor. Meanwhile, the princess of the neighboring empire continued to pick up jelly with a fork and serving it to her father. Patricia compared this scene to how a mother fed the girl. The king's children were surprised that she had already eaten 3 pieces and asked how much more she would eat. Then the princess looked at the king with a sweet expression and asked him if it tasted good to him. The king seemed to puff out his cheeks, continued to chew the delicious jelly, looked directly into the princess's eyes, and did not answer for a long time. Suddenly, after a little more hesitation, the father said that it was delicious for him. His son Theodore barely heard this, was in shock. He brought 2 fingers to his temple and, raising an eyebrow, seemed to ask mentally if his father had gone mad. He wondered what had become of his majesty and authority, but the king just looked away. Indeed, it is quite difficult to get from Fran jelly. The princess thought practice had paid off. Previously, in Silvanus, she, with the help of the emperor's eyes, saw how the younger sister fed the emperor free Fran. She watched this through the emperor's eyes and, sitting locked up, tried to lift the clay with a father's fork. She thought she was also good, she wanted to hear her father's praise. And so were the times Alexandra thought smiling. But then she realized that he was not dreaming of his daughter, but of the emperor's eye. And he abandoned his dreams. Suddenly, a loud sound of something glass was heard in the room, and the princess turned her head in that direction. Elizabeth dropped her teacup, gasping and saying that it slipped out so unexpectedly that apparently the cup was unbalanced. Instantly, the girl with the pink ponytail loudly asked the maid what she was doing. And how dare she bring the cup without checking it? Her older sister, Patricia, looked at her and was surprised that the girl who always takes care of her appearance suddenly raised her voice. When the silver-haired princess suddenly looked at the jelly slipping from her fork and thought she was distracted. Alexandra thought she was the same, but she wouldn't have the courage to behave like that in front of her father. But there is a secret that neither the servants nor even Theodore know. Princess Elizabeth just wanted to eat. That's why she asked for jelly. The point is that His Majesty has a secret. His right wrist is injured, although the wound does not affect his life. But in times of war it can cause confusion. It could cause concern among the people and undermine the morale of the soldiers, so the king continued to hide it. But since with a slippery food like jelly, suspicions could arise, and he chose to avoid it. Only the doctor who treats the king and Princess Elizabeth know about this, so she usually tells her father that she wanted a little more frame. Hearing this, the king's servant immediately bowed and said that he would immediately order more to be brought. But the father said he would give her his portion. After this, rumors began to spread that recently, the king often shared with his daughter that they thought the princess had softened the serious king. Although His Majesty especially appreciates Prince Theodore, among all the princesses, he favors Elizabeth the most. The girl happily listened to their conversations about how cute she was, and that she would also be a reliable support for Prince Harold. And the Queen. She thought that it would strengthen the position of Brother Harold, and everyone would call her her father's favorite. She was smart, but now she didn't even know what to do. The princess thought that if she wanted to protect the emperor's secret, she shouldn't just let him feed him. At least Alexandra thought so, but all the distressed looks were directed straight at her. From Theodore's point of view, who doesn't know about his father's injury, This seems a bit unreasonable. There was nothing sadder than not being able to eat what you wanted when you were sick, and wondering if he would be angry because she treated him like a child. The Silvanusa princess thought worriedly about the fact that she had little contact with people, so she didn't know exactly how to do it. She was used to formal communication, but she didn't know how the interlocutor would react in such a situation. But the king smiled. The next moment, His Majesty said that he was not the one who initiated this marriage, but that indeed he was satisfied with everything. Nathan said that she should pay him for making him laugh and asked Sasha what she wanted. She was surprised. They allowed him to call her father, and he called her by a diminutive name, and finally it happened. "What's wrong?" Her father suddenly asked her, smiling, if that treatment didn't scandalize her too much. Princess Alexandra abruptly raised her head and denied it. That wasn't the point, she said, and she knew she shouldn't give it too much importance. But it seemed like he really became a father to her. And then the girl said she was very happy. And the next moment, the princess returned a sweet smile to her father. She was incredibly happy. The girl praised herself. She was smart to gather her courage again. Moreover, she said cheerfully, when he asked her if she wanted anything, she hit the mark, she had a wish. The servants were terribly surprised when they heard such a spot-on combination of words. Although in reality, the fact that she fed His Majesty was seen by her through the emperor's eyes. But she didn't expect him to do it. However, in their world, there is a saying that the end justifies the means. Nathan looked with interest at his son's fiancée and asked her what kind of wish that was. That she wanted, perhaps lands with precious stones. Then the princess looked at her future husband and realized that now she could finally reveal the true purpose of her visit. Alexandra seriously said that she wanted to clear Airugo of its reputation as a country of barbarians. Absolutely everyone was surprised, both the king's sons and the king himself. And even her future husband Theodore did not expect to hear this, but in the end, he smiled at the princess. Alexandra thought she had said it. It seemed she had demonstrated her skills, because it was a contract worth sealing even without reading its terms. After a certain meeting held with the king, princes, and princesses, she and the groom walked through the courtyard. Theodore thought everyone was shocked by her declaration. In fact, she didn't tell him about her plans on the way to the tea room. He looked satisfied at the fiancé, smiled, and thought that if you really want something, you must grab it. Meek stopped the princess near the stone wall and asked her to wait, asking if he could dedicate some of his time to her. But in response, the princess said that she was busy. The prince asked to give him just a minute. The girl became thoughtful. She smiled and said that only if it didn't last long, and she coughed and asked if he was asking her to give him time and to offer him something. And so, after a while, they found themselves at the table, and Theodore, crossing his arms over his chest, agreed with her she could be useful to him. The prince said that the way his brothers staged the scene was truly a fascinating spectacle. And the princess agreed with him. And she wanted to hear something from her future husband and accused her ear. The boy realized that his future wife wanted to hear something from him and told her that he had something else. Alexandra asked him if he hadn't seen how good she was, and if he hadn't heard what request she had for His Majesty. Rolling her eyes, Theodore said it was for his father's interest and asked what it had to do with it. The girl frowned. The princess gasped and, turning her head, asked proudly why he was calling her then. If she was so useless. The boy looked at her with wide eyes and, looking away sadly, said he knew she was crying. Alexandra, frowning, asked him what he was saying and what he was saying, holding a cake and a knife in her hands. When the widow first arrived, the prince explained the royal offspring was above her. The princess immediately understood what he meant. After spreading jam and cream on the bun and placing it on the floor, I wondered why she was crying. The man simply turned his head to the side, held her with his hand, and said that. In any case, she was the Princess of Silvanus and was not used to such things. Finishing the delicious bun, Alexandra asked in a calm and familiar tone if she was used to it yet, and said that the bun was delicious. When the prince asked what she was talking about, the princess looked up surprised. and looked up. The man looked at her with a threatening frown and asked her through clenched teeth that she said she was used to it. Alexandra was surprised and stammering asked him what he was talking about and why he suddenly became so serious. And the next moment, hesitantly, asked him if he really didn't know she was in captivity. The guy was filled with animal horror and surprise, which was what his face expressed. She realized that he didn't know. But how could he not know? She didn't understand how this happened, because the rest of the royal family knew. But he was somewhat indifferent to his own fiancée. If you think about it, when she arrived at the palace, she had a vision through the emperor's eyes. And if you think about it, he didn't like her, because she was simply dirty. The political marriage, Diana, the immutability of the heart, hitting the table, she thought she seemed to understand what was bothering her client. The prince of the kingdom of Airugo still couldn't recover after his fiancée told the truth about herself. And closing her eyes, Alexandra said that, in the first place, they would marry politically anyway, for which they needed to improve their relationship. Pointing a knife at him, she said she would tell him directly from His Highness Theodore, and asked him if such, you see, wanted war. Theodore looked at the princess surprised and coldly asked her what that meant. She got goosebumps. Alexandra frowned and looked at him seriously and thought it was better for the prince to answer her sincerely. While they talk like this, Silvanus is preparing for war. And among their things, there is a deadly poison prepared to kill Theodore. At the same time, the princess's companions toured the palaces. The redhead maid was surprised when a barbarian state that only knew how to fight had mastered such an art. At the same time, the redhead maid's friend suddenly told her that she was completely wrong. The girl woke up from her thoughts. The wheat-haired girl said embarrassed that it was about that man rumored to be a monster. The redhead said that, contrary to her expectations, he turned out to be very handsome. And it didn't suit her beggar. The blonde nodded, blushing, as the maid who received a burn on her face said that she would soon lose interest in the princess anyway, because she was a savage who spent 10 years in captivity. The blue-eyed blonde gasped, blushing, and said that nothing could be done. She was the princess's closest maid, and then concluded that she must take care of her husband for that reason. The maid with the scar said that it was very thoughtful. They laughed delighted, when suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a bright yellow-haired knight. He caught his breath towards the girls and called them. The maids together looked at the man standing in front of them, trying to catch their breath, and asked him what was wrong. Clearing his throat, he shouted loudly that the princess had gone to meet King Airugo. The girls asked surprised what this meant. The princess's maid with a scar on her cheek stammered. "Did this happen now, and why didn't you follow her immediately?" The boy said that when he found out, she had already returned from the meeting. "And now she is talking alone with that barbarian," reported the knight. The redhead maid was furious and thought that this stupid princess still didn't understand her place. "Let's go back to the conversation between the created couple," and then the prince said, "It's obvious there are people who want war." And the next moment, he raised his head and said seriously and majestically that he was not one of those people. The girl looked seriously at Prince Theodore with her cold Madista eyes and said that it was fine. Immediately, Prince Airugo asked why she was asking him about this. Then Alexandra explained to him that the easiest way to win the war was to kill him. The man's eyes instantly widened in surprise. He clenched his fist and said that there was more than one way to win a war. Alexandra said that this was true. If she became a spy, she could transmit important information to Silvanus. Or, if she calmed his vigilance, she could try to kill him. But she asked, why should she risk so much for Silvanus, for whom she feels no good feelings and, moreover, the emperor hates her? The boy directed his piercing gaze straight at her and said, "This means she didn't come here of her own free will." The girl agreed, and the fact that she was kept in captivity was easy to discover after a small investigation. She decided to take the initiative into her own hands and tell everything first. Theodore frowned and crossed his arms over his chest. He thought that this was not a topic that could be discussed easily. But the emperor didn't want to see her so much that he isolated her. And if this is true, then there is a high probability that the wedding was arranged only for her death. The princess's friend called him. Theodore looked up and saw Alexandra looking directly at him and said that she did not want to die, and that he did not want to start a war. And she asked him what he thought and asked if their interests did not coincide. His golden eyes looked at her in shock. Moreover, she will be able to take over the work that he could not do during his absence, because now there is a battle for the heir's place. He said. Theodore lowered his head and asked her if that was what she wanted, to create an alliance to help him. Princess Alexandra happily confirmed this. This was all she needed, and she would do everything possible to keep him safe. Now the prince realized that this whole long dialogue about the trade alliance, about victory, it was all to save his life. But it was a fact, he thought sadly. He looked at the fiancée and thought about how she was treated then. She didn't care who her spouse was, because marriage is an important point for achieving a peace treaty. That's how, even when she was being bullied, her overly calm expression on her face angered him. He wondered why he was so angry with the Silvans. And while the prince was talking about this, the princess looked at him and the last cookie she had under her forehead, and wondered if she could eat it. But she still ate this cookie and thought that she hadn't talked so much in a long time, that her throat hurt and her eternal smile took a lot of energy. She thought that the fact that she smiled so hard didn't seem strange to him. The way to survive was seen through the emperor's eyes. It's better to smile when you convince your interlocutor. Moreover, today was the first time she had such long conversations and wondered if she had done a good job. And unlike the first meeting, Theodore seems kinder. Theodore's first impression was a bit unusual. He has a slightly perverted air, but fortunately for him, they understand each other. At that moment she thought, maybe now was the time, maybe now it was worth saying this. When she made a decision and turned to her future husband as a partner, the prince's eyes widened. Alexandra realized that the time had come to act. She got up from her seat. She extended her hand and offered to help each other for the sake of common security. Alexandra smiled at her future husband. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes became brighter. The man looked at the princess surprised. He was very surprised by this word partner and asked her if she knew what it meant. To which the girl, radiant, asked him if he didn't know what a political marriage was. The man exhaled and, getting up from his seat, said that of course he knew. And he shook his fiancée's hand. Alexandra, smiling, said she thought their relationship would be good. Deprived of all love, as business partners, she asked what was wrong with the other. Theodore asked if she didn't want anything besides this. The girl looked at her partner surprised. She was a little confused about what exactly Prince Theodore meant, and her cheeks turned a little red. And the next moment she announced joyfully that yes, she had a great idea for a business. Theodore looked at his fiancée with disgust, and she, embarrassed, again began to wave her hand, and to say that she did not have the disease of the businessman and that she was looking at the truth. She sighed deeply and said that her plan was really good and thought that when the opportunity arose, it would probably be worth telling him when she would trust him more. Suddenly, following the palace corridors around the corner, she ran into the knight who had previously called her maid. The unpleasant man puffed out the nostrils of his large nose and loudly asked the princess where she was going. That she was returning so late that since arriving in Airugo, she should behave correctly. Frowning with rage and breathing loudly, he thought that because of this princess, he had received a reprimand from the Surzan women. He thought what would happen to his reputation. He must intimidate her so that she wouldn't go astray again. Surprised, the girl stepped back several steps, but her fiancé didn't let her fall. He came up from behind and hugged her by the shoulder. The knight became worried. His voice trembled, and he asked why His Highness Theodore was here. The man was angry. The man began to walk with long strides towards the knight, who backed away scared. The unpleasant man said that these were internal Silvanus matters, and that he should not pay attention to this. He mentally asked the princess what they should do. He contorted his whole face with worry and clenched his teeth. With his gaze, he ordered her to quickly calm this barbarian. Princess Alexandra extended her hands surprised, not understanding why she should do this. Prince Airugo was terribly angry. He looked at the knight and said, "It's okay, but this concerns his fiancée." A man with dirty yellow hair looked with horror at the barbarian, who was a head taller than them, and trembled with fear. A man with long black hair pierced the knight with bright golden eyes, and told him that a dog that smiles at its master is useless. The next moment, the prince of the kingdom of Airugo emotionlessly kicked the knight from the Silvanus Empire, so much so that he flew quite far through the detour. The knight who cursed the princess fell face down on the ground. The prince looked impassively at the one he had easily defeated, and Alexandra rated the blow at 20 points. The next moment, Theodore approached the lying knight and pressed his head to the ground with his foot. The man was indignant and said that he was a knight of the great Silvanus Empire and that he would file an official protest. The prince said, surprised, that he understood this. Then he sharply turned his head towards the princess and said, "He is your fiancé's dog, so it's better if his owner decides." The couple looked into each other's eyes, and Theodore wondered what the princess would do. Alexandra was surprised. The knight, who was pressed to the ground, shouted what the princess was doing, and told her to tell him to quickly remove his leg. He breathed loudly through his huge nostrils and wondered irritably why she was in no hurry to appease him, but only seemed confused and called the princess stupid. Alexandra looked at this scene surprised. She was surprised that at that moment he could think of it. But still, they always behaved like this, thought the Princess of Silvanus irritably. Along the way, they talked about how she didn't talk much and wasn't very smart, but she had a pretty face and a good figure. At that moment, behind the carriage curtains, the princess was preparing to change clothes. And she heard herself being called dirty, but if she washed, everything would change. This unpleasant one asked that even though she was destined to marry that savage monster, she wouldn't be grateful if knights as handsome as them gave her their love. When suddenly this man with large nostrils, while walking, looked towards the half-open curtain. He apologized to her, saying that he didn't know she was changing clothes. He told his friend that he should have opened it a little later. What a wonderful sight Alexandra had missed. She clenched her teeth and thought that now she was asking him for help. She thought that nothing could be done and approached the prince, taking his hand. And Theodore was surprised. But looking at his future wife, he saw that she was smiling at him very sweetly. The defeated and unpleasant knight saw hope in these actions of the princess, and cheerfully raised his head. The prince of the kingdom of Airugo looked at Alexandra with interest and remained silent, without saying anything. How did his future wife say, smiling sweetly, that husband and wife are one body? One thing. How then did her face suddenly change, and she frowned, saying that she must step on him again? Princess Alexandra continued to smile sweetly at her fiancé. The knight's eyes widened. Both men were extremely surprised by such kindness from their princess. But only Theodore was discouraged, and the knight was simply surprised. The next moment the prince smiled, showed his fangs, and looking tenderly at the girl, said what his fiancé wished. The man on the ground shook his head in different directions and said to wait. But the guy had already raised his leg and looked at him hostilely. There was a heartbreaking and very loud scream, which could be heard even outside the palace. One of the maids outside asked where that pig squeal came from. After that, the prince called the military police and ordered the man to be taken to prison. Sasha examined her hand. She thought Theodore's hand was very strong, since he is a warrior. He easily dealt with that knight. Then the prince noticed a look towards himself, and turning, met Alexandra's gaze, and sharply turned his head. The princess, smiling, put her hand on her chest and thought that he understood. Theodore, despite hitting others, felt delighted. But she respected his tastes. Thanks to him, she also enjoyed it. Overall, he is a good person, although he is a pervert. She continued to look at him maternally, when suddenly His Highness froze in horror. Frightening the policeman, he said something about a sinister look. And so she reached her chambers and looked around, although she would only use it until the wedding ceremony. It was perfectly decorated. Everything was as if she were truly welcome, even if others say she came to Airugo to die. But she was very happy to leave at her convenience. She thought it would be nice to have tea next time, while the princess was lost in thought. And someone kept calling her. But finally she came to her senses and turned to the voice that kept calling her and asking her what she needed. The girl with the boiling water scar asked angrily. What else was she asking? She said that no matter how much she called her, she didn't answer. Meanwhile, at the door, two maid friends guarded the door through which the palace servants had just left. And so, making sure that all the maids of Airugo had left the rooms. The three girls gathered. They looked at her threateningly and turned to the princess and asked if she wanted to explain something to them. Then Alexandra calmly asked the redhead maid if she understood the barking of dogs. She didn't understand what the princess was talking about and crossed her arms over her chest. And asked questioningly that of course not, and asked why she was asking. When suddenly, she asked her with understanding that, due to her inability to communicate with people, she mastered the language of dogs and said that they were really on the same level. She laughed. Lowering her head slightly, she continued to look at the maid and said that they couldn't even be dogs. The girls looked at their mistress with surprise and shock. The irritated redhead asked what that meant, but it was also true. They are not even on the same level as dogs. They have no sense of duty. They have no confidence. They only eat sweet things and vomit bitter things. Even dogs are kinder. And she said that at first, she thought they were dogs barking somewhere. But this happens so often that not even dogs are capable of it. Companion. Palace companions are made up of ladies who come from the highest aristocratic families. They differ from common maids and courtiers because they become interlocutors of imperial persons or assistants in business. And this is usually the case. But these ordinary ladies from discreet families enter the princess's palace, and they just laugh, gradually looting the budget. The redhead asked how she addressed them if she had forgotten His Majesty's words. If he had found out about their behavior, what would he have done? Alexandra thought that today was a very busy day and that she was already tired and wanted them to leave quickly. She nodded and said that she was right about everything. The redhead companion showed her teeth and frowned angrily, thinking about those distracted nods. If you think about it, she was always like this, no matter how much she was scolded and reproached. She was careless and couldn't understand anything, even when her hole-filled clothes were trampled. Even when debris was added to her food. She was a fool who blinked and didn't understand anything. A stupid girl. That's why they locked her up. It's a pity that because of this girl, she had to go to Airugo. She didn't want to be a nanny for a forgotten princess, if only her family had more money. She muttered to the princess not to forget her responsibilities. Princess Alexandra was surprised. She looked at her companion and asked about her duties. In response, the girl smiled and crossed her hands over her chest and asked her if she had forgotten. And reminding her, she asked if death was not her role. The two friends looked at each other and wondered what that meant and what the third was talking about. Fools who did not know the emperor's plan. The princess, who was only blinking, suddenly protested and mentally told herself to nod quickly. Because she knew it very well. But then the princess broke the whole comedy, raised her head proudly, and said that she was wrong because they were in Airugo, not in Silvanus. The redhead companion instantly went cold. All her plans and dreams were destroyed in a second, with just a couple of words. The girl with the scar and the blonde in the pink dress were terribly discouraged by such a declaration from the meek princess. The blonde said horrified that she was proud only of this. The lady with the scar said loudly that she was afraid it was true. But she, in fact, understood nothing. But then Alexandra interrupted them and said that they couldn't even be dogs if they had no idea how they should behave in the future. The ladies who were only shouting looked at each other. It was not time for her to simply interrupt them. They did not expect such a reaction. Thoughtfully, the princess asked her what she should do, since at home she only accepted well-behaved dogs. What is usually done with wild mongrels? And she explained that they become trophies or prey for some predator. The blonde asked if the princess was making fun of them. The lady with the scar said that they would report this to His Majesty. They said to think about what she would do then. The other nodded and asked her if she had seen the reaction of the royal offspring. They said she was wrong. Not even here did anyone love her. And then the princess said how stupid they were and wondered if she should tell them. Is it worth showing reality to these indescribable idiots? And she fixed her cold eyes directly on her companion. The redhead girl who caught this cold and sharp look from her mistress froze in fear. At the same time, the girl with the scar told Lady Rosemary to say something and asked her if she would let her get away with it. And although the lady was named Rosemary, she was thinking about what had happened before. In all those blinks in response to mockery and reproaches, they only covered their claws. It was the princess who wore the mask of a fool, impeccably deceiving everyone. The companion stepped forward. Alexandra said boredly that dogs understand human speech. They are smart. If they are told to sit, they sit. They were told to wait. They waited and wondered where such a dog could be found. Meanwhile, Rosemary had already approached her. Her whole body and face trembled with tension, irritation, and the anger burning inside her. In front, Alexandra sat with a calm, even emotionless face, simply waiting. But the moment that followed deeply impressed Rosemary's friends, who opened their mouths in astonishment. But it also surprised our princess, who did not expect such a turn of events. And she looked down. Her redhead companion, Rosemary, rested her head comfortably in her lap. She repeated to herself how her mistress had impeccably deceived everyone, and all this time. It was she who mocked the princess the most. If she is thrown into the hands of a princess in Airugo, where she has no connections, she will have no choice but to bark to survive. After her close friend made a parody of a barking dog, the other girls were dumbfounded. They looked and were surprised at Lady Rosemary, who, embarrassed and trembling, was now pretending to be a dog. Well, which made Princess Alexandra happy, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. It was something she couldn't predict. She changed positions so quickly that she thought of the companion's red face turning away from her. Because a person in danger can pretend to be a dog. She extended her hand to Rosemary's chin and lifted her head, saying that it was good to have a dog now. The girl continued to act quite amusingly by pretending to be a dog. And she thought that if she took on a task, she must do it carefully. This scared her closest friend, and holding her head, she asked Lady Rosemary what was wrong with her. Thinking she had gone crazy, she started a real farce in the room. Her friends were surprised, wondering what was going on here, when Rosemary took the ball from the princess and barked like a dog. "Great," said Alexandra. "It turns out she can be kind," the companion cursed mentally. Although she had become a darling, nothing could change if after such words she didn't adapt to her. Then everything would be in vain. And the next moment, catching the princess's surprised gaze, she barked again. Smiling, she was ready to do anything to survive. Live. Princess Alexandra told Rosemary that she wanted to raise her to be a house dog. The girl was surprised. The next moment, the girl sharply turned towards her friends, looking at them angrily. The girls shuddered. They looked at Lady Rosemary with fear and wondered how she could even bow her head to that fool. People who don't understand the whole situation look at her as if she were crazy. A house dog is good. She liked it more than being cute. She thought that she would bring the trophy that the owner wanted, and when she had caught all the animals, only one goal would remain for her, her last hunting trophy, the princess. Then Alexandra called Rosemary and told her that she wanted to check her hunting skills, and suggested that they try again. The companion, pretending to be a dog, cursed mentally and sketching a smile. She continued to bark and thought that she would never forget today's shame. At the same time, on the Airugo training ground, Prince Theodore, observing the area, exhaled deeply. In his head were thoughts about the people whispering behind his back about his fiancée. What he clearly heard, how humble she was, and what heir would be better for the country. But our prince knew it, and kept convincing himself that he was not ashamed of his origin, and sharply opened his eyes. The next moment, with a light but skillful and precise movement of his hand, he struck with his sword. Cutting a leaf falling from a tree, a wedding with the Sylvan imperial family. In whose veins gold flows, he thought. This is the king's obvious intention, to compensate for his political weakness. As an illegitimate son, the fight for the throne became more and more serious, and this battle could not be avoided. When suddenly the prince's right hand approached and addressed His Highness. The man turned his head towards him. James, holding the cloak in his hands, said that all the wars had gathered. And he called the prince to go to the meeting room. He agreed. Theodore put on the cloak the knight had brought, and they headed to the meeting together. And the statues behind them disintegrated. The men greeted their prince by bowing to him. The knights, in their casual attire, continued to greet their leader as he advanced. And finally, Prince Deodar walked to the end of the hall and sat on a soft sofa. He rested his head on his hand, frowned, and said that they would start the meeting. The knights unanimously agreed. A man with blue eyes and light brown hair, who was the first to greet the prince. He said that he would start with a report on yesterday's monster corpse. There were conditions for the transfer of stone processing. They claim that there is not enough wood at the Blue Turtle Guard post. Said another man. There are also statements about an increase in the number of monsters, requests for help from the Red Crow, and requests for troops to replenish personnel. Therefore, the blue-eyed knight asked why they were not carrying out a large-scale cleanup before the start of winter. And he hoped that he would not neglect the management of the plain because of the war with Silvanus. The men looked at the young knight, surprised, and thought about Silvanus. They looked at each other and asked what kind of person the princess was. James was calm, as if this didn't bother him. As one dissatisfied knight said, that no matter how much he asked James, he didn't answer anything. He said it was boring. The same cannot be said about James's subordinates, said another. This could cause problems. He asked what would happen if they acted hastily because they liked the princess. But the fact that they liked the Princess of Silvanus was no longer serious for him. James replied that this was His Highness's future wife, and told the man to choose his expressions. The knights were indignant and asked why they should now choose expressions when talking about the Sylvans. Being in a state of war, they should tolerate these scoundrels. Innai was asked if they were in their right mind, but the prince always had the last word. And he ordered them to be quiet. An oppressive silence reigned in the room. When Theodore turned to a blue-eyed boy named Jonathan, the boy raised his head and listened to His Highness. Then Prince Airugo asked if he found out why the princess was isolated, since she told him that if he looked a little, it would be easy to discover the facts. Then the boy's eyes widened, and he looked at his master surprised, taking a step back. And bowing his head, he explained that before the princess's arrival, he had come to him to report information about the Princess of Silvanus. But then the prince didn't even want to hear about it. He told him that it was good material for kindling, and taking the papers in his hands, he threw them into the fireplace behind and burned everything. His Highness thoughtfully brought his fist to his chin and looked at the ceiling. Remembering this moment, with his right hand James watched the master with interest. Then Jonathan, disheveled, loudly and disgustedly, said that this was not all he had threatened him with. More precisely, he said that if he wasted time, they would let him in to look for firewood. He diligently wrote this report, and as a result, afterwards he could not pronounce the letter P, since it is in the word princess, as well as the letter A, which is in the name Alexander. His Highness realized that this already looked like the truth, and what could he do? And instantly told the young man not to cry, otherwise the carpet would get wet. Jonathan could no longer tolerate this attitude towards him. He already had tears in his eyes. And the next moment he threw the papers on the table and burst into tears. The men calmed him down. At the same time, Prince Airugo looked away and said that from now on he would not delay the news about her. And he would inform him. The men who were calming the crying young man shuddered, and Jonathan himself stopped crying abruptly. And everyone was interested in the fact that His Highness had changed the order. Then Elogiazul understood, but he couldn't believe that when they met in life. His master liked the princess. Theodore said that although the war with the empire has not ended, she is the most important key, for which it would be good to know everything about it. His subordinate knights were impressed by this conclusion of their master, and immediately thought that he was smart, but Jonathan was furious because his work was being devalued again. His Highness continued. He said that he could not find Nigel in any way. The knight explained to him that the general had gone to inspect the western front line. Exchanges had been accepted so that he could return through the main gate. But it seems he was never used to palace life. The prince asked when he would return and said that not only Nigel, but also other wars were not used to that life. His Highness Theodore said that everyone was gradually adapting, when suddenly he fell silent. And he started thinking, looking at the floor. Moreover, Theodore suddenly said, the knights under his command shuddered and tensed up. They thought what he meant and why he paused. Jonathan thought that they were still in the process of negotiating with Silvanus, but since they were currently discussing a peace treaty, they had relaxed too much. The dissatisfied man was determined and thought that they would accept any order from His Highness. They would go through fire and water, they would overcome even thorns. At the same time, the prince was not thinking about the war at all, but about the fiancé. And then he seriously said that they should contact an expert cook in making cakes, even if from another palace. The men, brave knights, already ready for anything, bowed sharply, and bravely accepted His Highness's order, when suddenly they realized what was said. And they were dumbfounded. They asked surprised about the cakes, not understanding what or why, but the prince already had that cute little face happily eating them spinning in his head. The morning of the next day arrived. The sun was already high. The birds sang loudly outside the window. The girl opened her eyes and couldn't believe it was already daytime. She slept like a log. I thought about how long it had been since I slept. Having washed well, with clean clothes and in a stable bed, she didn't want to get up. The sheepskin blanket was very soft, and she rolled from side to side in an embrace with a pillow. Then she patted the mattress she was lying on and noticed that, curiously, it returned to its original, very elastic state. The girl's eyes kept shining as she saw everything new in front of her. And she cheerfully started playing with the blanket, hitting her knees like a child. But the next moment she stopped abruptly and, grabbing her blanket, looked at the person she saw in her peripheral vision. Princess Alexandra, with her hair a mess, disheveled after sleeping, looked at the prince in surprise. The man looked at her sternly, and with interest while drinking tea, and asked if she was having fun. The princess wished him good morning, and changed the words to day. She thought she should be careful during the daytime hours, but she thought the maids would come to see her. Then she asked him what he was doing here, to which Theodore asked her why she was asking if a husband needed a reason to go to his wife's bedroom. The princess, sitting comfortably on the bed, said they were not married yet. Then the prince asked if he could come after the wedding whenever he wanted. Alexandra, looking inquisitively at her fiancé, thoughtfully said no, and that she didn't expect him to have free time. At such a statement, Theodore almost spat out his tea and leaned forward in shock. He heard this for the first time. The girl said she only needed to wake her up and not wait around doing nothing. She asked if he had anything to do, to which the prince clenched his teeth and trembled in irritation. He thought that he was going to wake her up and wondered why he didn't do it. When he reached Alexandra, he waited outside for the first time. This was the first time he waited for someone to wake up. But her maid, Rosemary, said that the princess had not woken up yet. The boy was surprised at how much she could sleep. He thought that the Silvans were very small and that she must be tired after a long journey. And he decided to go to the training ground for now. It was already 9 in the morning, when suddenly the training ground turned into a hell for the knights. At 11:30, the prince managed to hear the report on the work, and so on. And so he returned to the door of Alexandra's bedroom when Rosemary said they were all awake, but that the princess had not gotten up yet. The boy was extremely surprised, or rather, he was even in a bit of a culture shock from how much she could sleep, when suddenly they turned towards him. The man looked at the blonde, one of the maids, and said that the princess had a bad habit of wasting time, and that it was a bit troublesome. And turning his attention to his scarred friend, he asked if he would like to have a cup of tea with them before she woke up. and he already brought him a tray with a cup of tea served. Theodore looked at the girls with disgust. While they sweetly tried to figure out his preferences, the prince recognized them. These are the same companions who mocked the princess when she first arrived in Airugo. The day arrived, but the princess did not get up. The court ladies appeared before him, dancing unnaturally and blocking his way. All the components came together, and a puzzle formed in the prince's head. He thought the girls were mocking his fiancée and locked her in the room. Therefore, His Highness the next moment ran among the ladies blocking his way, almost knocking them over. They asked him what he was doing. He entered by deliberately sneaking into the sleeping ladies' room, even though he was a prince. But Theodore stood firm and abruptly opened the bedroom door. Approaching his wife's bed, he watched as she smiled peacefully while sleeping. And he delighted in her bed. The expression on her face was beyond words. Even sleeping, she looked like the happiest girl in the world. Her husband suffered another culture shock from the sight he saw before him, because all sorts of things had already occurred to him. Recalling this story, how he ended up in the princess's room, the prince. Embarrassed, he led her aside, and his cheeks flushed almost imperceptibly. And although the prince awkwardly avoided his future wife's gaze, she could catch this strange behavior. She was very surprised that Theodore was embarrassed by something. His shoulders trembled with tension, and his eyebrows furrowed on the bridge of his nose. The man looking at the girl without being able to wake her up, Alexandra thought about it. Because this was quite a popular situation in movies. Now she seemed to understand everything, albeit in her own way, and so she called Theodore. The man turned his head towards her. With sparkling eyes, Alexandra asked him not to be able to wake her up because she looked like an angel. And that's why he was embarrassed. The man was very surprised by this statement. To some extent, he was even scared by the fact that she noticed his facial changes. But the princess continued. She said that he silently went towards the curtain of her bed and, hiding behind it, drank his tea. He looked at her secretly. Such unusual conclusions terrified His Highness the Prince, and to some extent even embarrassed him. The next moment, the princess looked at the prince with pity and told him that she respected that people had different tastes, and asked him if he could refrain from exercising them on her. The man was already trembling with anger because his own future wife was instilling such tastes in him. And he said out loud that he said he understood. The prince declared out loud that it seemed she didn't believe him, but in the princess's head there was. The concept was already perverting. The next moment, the irritated man abruptly placed the envelope with the documents on the table and, handing it to his fiancée, he took a sip of tea. Princess Alexandra asked what kind of papers these were, but she had already unpacked the envelope. She took out the documents and understood. Theodore said that it was a list of aristocrats who would participate in the event on the occasion of the delegation's arrival, and asked if it would be better to know their names before the afternoon audience with his father. Most likely, Alexandra thought, she should not have provided such important information to the princess of an enemy state. But he trusted her, so she needed to meet his expectations and said that he should not come in advance. But exactly at the right moment. The guy nodded and said he supported it, otherwise we would meet the royal offspring. And we would be like a monstrosity to them. When the princess said she was talking about something else, the prince looked up surprised and asked her what she was talking about. Raising her finger, she smilingly said that they needed time, that there were things that needed to be taken care of before the audience, and suggested that they eat first. The head maid asked the courtiers if they had introduced everyone according to their titles. There should be no mistakes. This is a very important event. Then it was announced that Their Highness Theodore and Princess Silvanus Alexandra had arrived along with a delegation. The groom said they would enter together, but that only she should represent the Silvanus delegation. To which the girl, smiling impassively looking forward, told her partner not to worry. Holding hands, Their Highness Theodore and Princess Alexandra walked gracefully into the hall, making the various audiences blush. Only Theodore's sisters, the princesses of Airugo, were displeased with this couple. frowning and even nodding upon seeing the newlyweds. Some girls blushed in surprise upon seeing that very Princess of Silvanus, and they realized that all the rumors were lies. Believe me, the wife of the beloved and handsome Prince Theodore was also an indescribable beauty. The princess made an elegant bow, introduced herself as the first princess of Silvanus Alexandra, and greeted King Airugo. The smiling man said that the princess had come a long way. On behalf of the kingdom, he added that Airugo greeted her. The girl smiled contentedly and was about to understand her head, when she heard a female voice speak and opened her eyes in surprise. The queen sat next to the king and said she had heard that her journey had been long. Smiling, she asked if it was too heavy for her. She was very worried because she decided to use old carriages and not a portal. The princess raised her head in surprise, and for the first time in all this time, she could see the queen. And she remembered that Theodore said that, when he was 10 years old, mercenaries came to kill him. But they failed, so he was sent to the front to fight the monsters of the plains. Then she asked if she was the queen, and a positive answer followed. While the father was busy with foreign policy, the queen strengthened her position in the palace. The queen was supported by conservative aristocrats, and all the new aristocracy was on her side. This was incredible. He was sent to the front at the age of 10, despite the little Theodore's talent for wielding a sword. He was just a child in a monster-infested field. He was sent to death. The queen is proud and strong. She will not fear any means or way to put her son Harold on the throne. Smiling in her face, she said that the journey was not easy and that she was worried because she used outdated carriages. But in reality, she said it. That the portal that had been closed during the 270-year war had reopened. And she wondered if she was the despicable one who was not allowed to use the portal. And so, on the outside she may seem affectionate, but if you look deeper you find all the pitfalls. That's how she was. When she went to meet the king, her children praised her, knowing how dirty she was upon arrival. Because the higher you fly, the more painful it is to fall. That's the style of this family. But this will not work with her. Smiling, she said that she undertook a journey to stop the rivers of blood flowing in the war. So no matter how difficult the road is, she doesn't care. The decoding was as follows: peace between the countries depends on her wedding. And she is going to find flaws. This angered the queen. And the princess continued. Because of the war, the common people of both states suffered, so she, as a princess, wanted to check everything with her own eyes and saw the life of the people. Compared to her, their physical pain is insignificant. The queen put on an irritated smile and wondered if the girl was laughing. The point is that the princess was not allowed to use the portal. The king smiled and said that the Silvanus rabbit raised his daughter well, since the princess herself decided not to use the portal. They said behind her back that the princess was kind-hearted, because if she had no reason, she would have gone through the portal. Then, literally behind her, a new strong male voice appeared. The girl shuddered and opened her eyes. The man said that he thought that since she was a princess, she would act arrogantly. But she turned out to be an easy person. He, Samuel, was deeply moved by her. The boy next to the man realized that it was sarcasm and told the count that this was too much. But Samuel said it was a great thing and waved his hand towards the princess. Look, he said, if the princess didn't want to show her best side and asked if she would put aside her pride and appear in the Airugo suit. After the count's instructions and words, the people around fixed their eyes on the dress. And they realized that it was true. They were so happy that they didn't notice any fabric or bows. Some said it was the Airugo suit. Others asked why. She had brought dresses with her. The princess continued to listen to their empty conversations and exhaled heavily. She thought this was expected. Count Samuel, the queen's father and Harold's closest ally. But in fact, the Silvans also talked to her about this. The girl with the scar asked what kind of clothes that was. She represented Silvanus, so she should wear the dress given to her by the emperor. But after a month of travel, the dress got dirty and she couldn't wear it. And the main culprit fled responsibility. People asked the count if he really realized that this was her style now. To which the man replied mockingly that probably, after losing the war, the Sylvans decided to look good. Oh, this arrogant Sylvan, the Count sewed, they sent him not only tribute, but also a beautiful princess who, as part of the imperial family, understands everything. His Highness Prince Theodore frowned menacingly. He thought about why he had spoken so recklessly about the tribute. Oh, what a deep thought. He mocked all the Sylvans. The princess was truly very insightful. The girl continued to listen to this childish babbling. But after suffering all sorts of ridicule throughout her life, she already understood that it was too much, and irritated, she lowered her head and looked forward. The voices said that they dared to attack their Airugo, and even took away some territories from them. That's why it was so important for them to send the princess. They thought they shouldn't send the first princess, who was in captivity, but the second one, whom they call the Empire's Stone, and she knows their weaknesses, so she behaves appropriately. The princess was already tired of listening to this gossip, pulled out of thin air. She understood that the entire Queen's people were hostile to Theodore. And so, with just a couple of words, they could cross the line, as if they were just waiting for this moment. The aristocrats laughed. As Alessandra said, strangely, the princess in front of them is putting an end to many years of hostile relations between states in order to establish peace. The laughter stopped. She arrives in a carriage and puts on her clothes, the girl continued, and they allow themselves statements that undermine the meaning of this world. They sound as if they want to start a war. Samuel said irritably that their speeches were very dangerous, that they had only recently signed a peace treaty. And he asked her how she could afford to say such words. Yes, of course, Alexandra replied with a smile. He had no such intention. The Count thought that a disaster had almost happened so many times, and smiling. He said he was glad they had resolved this misunderstanding. If it goes further, then she can be accused of disobeying the king. She has nerves of steel. He believed that she would tremble with fear, like a normal girl, when suddenly she opened her eyes. His eyes widened even more when he realized that the princess was still simply staring at him without blinking. The man thought what he was doing. Why was she looking at him like that? As if waiting for an answer, Alexandra continued to pierce the Count with a cold and emotionless gaze. And without emotion. When the princess turned to Count Samuel with a smile and reminded him that he had said that was the Airugo suit. He looked at her surprised and confirming, asked her if it was so, because wherever you look. It was him, and he said that it suited her very well. The next moment, Princess Silvanus sadly relaxed her shoulders and lowered her head, exhaling heavily and dramatically. Sighing, she said that it seemed her expectations for them, just like theirs for her, were too high and twisted. No, she overestimated him too much and refuted again. The man got angry because she made 2 clicks, because she dared to evaluate him. Count Samuel thought that this girl without pedigree was nothing and menacingly asked what kind of outfit that was. When suddenly, with a menacing and nervous frown, Patricia said that it was the Silvastian silk carriole. The Count shuddered with anxiety. Turning abruptly towards the princess, he asked her what this meant. Looking seriously at the princess, she told the Count to look closer. This pure red color shines like a warm ruby. Of course, this is the same silk. Alexandra turned her head smiling and said that Princess Patricia was right. In Silvanus, they are very proud of this silk, which they named after the country. It is very high-quality carriole silk. It is a pure shade of red, but it did not become part of the tribute. The people around admired it, and the Count was horrified to realize that this was the silk that Silvanus was proud of, and that the Airugo suit was made of it. Count Samuel began to realize that, horrified and alarmed, he realized that this was a complete failure. After all, it fits perfectly and symbolizes the unity of the 2 countries and the dress. The princess happily thought that the Count had fallen into his own trap. She only received a suit from the Sylvan emperor. And then the suit got dirty and frayed on the way. But these hyenas didn't know it, so in front of the audience they quickly accepted a favor from Theodore. They wouldn't have time to make a Sylvan dress because it takes a long time to cut and sew it. Fortunately, Airugo clothes pay attention to the flowing shape. The silhouette seemed too simple to her, but having agreed to decorate the dress with chains and accessories, she managed to finish it quickly. She wondered if she should thank him for reacting as she wanted. When the princess said that initially this silk was a gift for His Majesty Nathan, the king was surprised. She, smiling, turned to His Majesty and asked to be allowed to consider it a wedding gift. The king was delighted with such speeches, and such an unusual gift that symbolized peace. And looking at her stunned, he smiled cheerfully. Laughing, he said that this was his gift to the princess, a gift with a deep meaning that suited her perfectly. Frowning, he strode across the hall with a cold, sharp gaze, and smilingly said that only the princess among them thinks about peace and the future of the two countries. But the next moment, the king peacefully said that she was probably tired and told the princess to sit down. Suddenly, the marriage looked happily at his friend, and Prince Theodore held out his hand to his fiancée. Smiling, he looked at Princess Alexandra and told her that she had exceeded all his expectations. Princess Silvanus smiled complacently and cheerfully at her husband in response. Not far from them, there was a maid who had recently approached and, with a trembling body and voice, she addressed the princess and the prince. Alexandra looked at the maid addressing them in surprise and wondered what had happened and why she was trembling. Squeezing out the words, she instantly bowed abruptly and apologizing. She said that due to a mistake they had a shortage of chairs, so she could not accompany them to their place. The girl and the prince were surprised, and King Airugo suddenly turned his head to the side and turned to the queen with a frown. The queen gasped in surprise and said incomprehensibly that it seemed the head maid had made a mistake. Nathan asked her if she hadn't made sure of that. The woman told His Majesty that it was her fault. She was excited by the fact that the war was over and the old hostilities no longer existed. But both spouses knew that this was a lie. She instantly gasped in surprise and asked, pretending to be worried, what should they do? Why are they missing 2 chairs? As if pretending, she looked around the hall and reaching forward. She pointed her finger at the table in the back and said that there were empty seats there. The courtiers thought worriedly that things were going wrong. The queen wanted to put them in the most insignificant place of all, where the servants' places were. The king addressed the queen loudly, and she, in turn, asked His Majesty what was wrong with that. They could no longer force people to stand as if they were being punished. At the same time, as Prince Theodore looked irritably at his stepmother, the princess looked in the opposite direction and suddenly saw something. The selfish and arrogant queen said that it was only about chairs and asked her husband not to make a big deal out of it. She said that the princess was not so petty as to ruin the peaceful atmosphere over something like this. She asked if it was so and turned her head towards the girl, but contrary to her expectations. She opened her eyes in surprise. The princess looked cheerfully towards the place the queen had pointed to earlier. She was surprised that she had given her the farthest place, and she was happy about that too. The queen wondered if she knew in advance that she had attracted the head of the maids to her side and was preparing a retaliatory strike as compensation. And finally, her husband noticed this inspired behavior of the princess, looking at her surprised. The man looked worriedly at his wife, frowning and contorting his face. Sweat dripped from him, she worried him. His instinct screamed to him that, when she had that expression on her face, something dangerous was happening. The past flashed before his eyes, and it was with this expression on her face that she uttered the most unexpected phrases. He could not allow this to happen, and, taking his wife by the hand, said that the reception had not yet begun, and that the queen already seemed drunk. The hypocritical and arrogant queen, looking at her stepson, asked what that meant. She was drunk. Theodore explained that otherwise he would not have seated the princess in the farthest place. The princess herself can be called a symbol of peace. He hugged the bride. He could not believe that she would put such a person in the most insignificant place, or that something other than intoxication was eating away at her. In fact, he was asking her if she had lost her mind in her old age. The society of aristocrats was very amazed that this eternally silent young man, His Highness Theodore, declared himself before secular society. It was admirable that he did all this just for the sake of the princess. The man looked seriously ahead, and Alexandra looked at her fiancé, fascinated. The queen said that, of course, she did not mean that. As she had said before, from the outside it might seem that they were forcing the princess to stand, for which she simply offered her an empty chair. The next moment, the prince politely asked if someone could give him a seat, and he turned his head towards his siblings. Theodore said that they were very respected members of the royal family. Airugo, Patricia, and Michael were surprised. He looked at them with furious eyes and coldly said that he believed that, for the sake of peace, they could leave one chair. Mentally, he told them to just leave. Looking at their angry brother, the princesses thought their end had come and, moving away and trembling, Michael thought he would die. Therefore, he instantly raised his hand and said that, for the sake of peace, and for the sake of the beautiful princess, of course he would give up his place, the third prince, the same age as Theodore, who was very afraid of him. The golden-eyed prince nodded and thanked Michael from the bottom of his heart. Smiling, Prince Airugo was about to invite the princess to sit in the empty seat. But suddenly, he noticed that the girl was standing. But then Alexandra, looking at her husband, said that this was not enough and said that they should go together, that the husband and wife should be close. It's true, her partner strives for her, the princess thought then. Confidently, she decided that they had gone too far and could not allow Theodore to be imprisoned at a distance. And as if deciding to find a place for her husband, she walked towards the prince's tables. Princess Samira noticed that she was walking towards them. Worried and anxious, she wondered if she would come to her, because she was the one who mocked her the most. He lowered his head, trembling. Samira thought about what she should do, give up her seat right now, so as not to save her honor. But she was worried that the queen would notice. She didn't want to dishonor herself in front of everyone, and she frowned and clenched her teeth tightly. But despite her worries, the Princess of Silvanus quickly walked past her, maintaining her course. Samira looked surprised at the back of the deceased princess, who said that they would become a couple, so they should sit next to each other. Their marriage contract is a symbol of peace. Oh, by the way, Alexandra suddenly asked with a smile. She said she was very happy about their wedding. And the next moment, she addressed the princess informally. The second princess, Elizabeth, shuddered. The girl was trembling. The request to sit in someone's place also has political connotations. But there is no point in touching the doll. Her goal is to be the most influential member of the royal family, in the absence of the first Prince Harold. When Princess Alexandra gasped and asked the girl if she really didn't want to give up her place. Inside herself, she was screaming about who would want to give way to a fool like her. But in reality, she couldn't even say a word. In response, the princess, repeating her fiancé, looked at her coldly and angrily and mentally said that her mother started this, that she should let her out. The princess, almost crying, thought she was crazy, but the husband and wife were one Satan. Suddenly, King Airugo defended his daughter and said that Elizabeth hurt her leg, and that it was better for her to sit in a comfortable chair. Princess Silvanusa turned abruptly and looked at Nathan, who was looking at her seriously, his daughter thanking her father for his help. Alexandra did not expect her father to intervene, and meanwhile her second daughter cunningly said that, honestly, she really wanted to give up her place. Still, Princess Elizabeth is the king's favorite. In this situation, one should not expect him to take her side. She asked if her sister understood that she, unlike others, had a fragile physique. Alexandra, smiling irritably, looked at her younger sister and thought about how unpleasant her behavior was, because she was even bigger than her, and said she didn't know she felt unwell. The bride asked if she was okay. Elizabeth replied cheerfully that although she was not in the best shape, she had to greet her sister. The next moment, the queen exhaled a sigh of relief when the pressure on her beloved daughter ceased. But instead, the king suddenly said, the queen grew cold and shuddered as she said, the spouses should sit together, His Majesty explained. His wife looked in his direction, dumbfounded, and Nathan continued, as Theodore had said. There was a way to make room for them. The man ordered the servant to bring chairs. The maid nodded, but asked where to put them. Then His Highness King Nathan said, "There is no need to worry," and said to put the chairs right here. His Highness the Queen and her father, Count Samuel, shuddered and looked at their king with concern and anger. Then the Count, stuttering, shouted at His Majesty that this was impossible, because that was the place for the crown prince. The king smiled. The Queen, angrily, said that the Count was right, because she knows that in the royal family the law must reign. And order. In response to her words, the husband simply laughed, and looking coldly at his arrogant wife. He caustically said that those were just chairs, and that they would put them in the empty places. Shrugging, the man said that nothing could be done about it. Because he was wrong about the number of places, the Queen wrinkled her face with anger, pursing her lips and maintaining a semblance of a smile. And so the future spouses began to walk up the stairs. They were illuminated by the bright sunlight. At that moment, not only the people who supported the Queen, but also the neutral aristocrats were deeply amazed. People simply did not expect the situation to change so much. Now Prince Theodore, who had previously avoided political decisions, took the initiative. And the Queen was left aside. Moreover, at the center of all this action was none other than the princess arriving in their kingdom as a bride. Meanwhile, Alexandra, sitting on the imposing balcony, thought in surprise that everyone looked very small from above. The girl realized that from here she could see the entire hall, and covering her head with her hand, she began to turn her head from side to side. Immediately, her future husband called her and asked if she was looking for someone. The princess, surprised, asked Theodore why he needed this. Then the young man explained that, when the Queen gave him a distant seat, his gaze was directed towards the end of the hall. The next moment, His Highness Theodore leaned close to his fiancée's ear and asked who he was. What was that man? The princess looked into the fiancée's eyes in surprise and frowned, and said that this was a trade secret, and told him not to come so close, and abruptly it was scary. But the next moment, the man turned his head towards the hall and said sadly that it seemed to him that she did not want to tell him, and said that if it didn't cause trouble, then he didn't care. And the princess exhaled a sigh of relief. In response, she was glad that he did not start interrogating her. But she turned her gaze to a man with dull orange hair and green eyes, and she realized that he seemed to be the same man she had seen through the emperor's eyes. All this happened a month ago. On the way from Silvanus with Airugo, Alexandra saw the future while collecting water. In this vision, the man addressed her as Your Highness and told her that, although he was insignificant, he wanted to be hers. Looking at the girl in tears, he sincerely begged her to please accept him. Then she replied that it was okay, and he happily returned the smile. The embarrassed man asked if everything would be all right, because she knew that it was so. But the girl interrupted him by putting her finger to her lips and said, "No words are needed. She understands everything." She cheerfully said, grabbing the boy by the shoulders, that he would become the best in this country. Not the whole continent, the best blacksmith, and she would do it with him, and the vision ended there. To be honest, Alexandra began to think she was a little surprised to see such a picture. Being a bride in this country, because at first the picture looked like a scene from an immoral romance. However, it was unexpected that they would meet like this at a banquet. Meanwhile, Theodore continued to drink wine and occasionally looked at his fiancée, and then at the man she liked. And although he didn't show it, this irritated her future husband, and he frowned in thought. The blacksmith, that is, who will become the main labor force in her business plan. The princess wanted to talk to him right now. But today, she had already made a scene. It was better to sit quietly until the end of the holidays. The Queen at that moment was thinking if she even understood what kind of place this was, and how she dared. And finally, after a while, the hot food was brought, and everyone started eating the freshly prepared meat. Princess Alexandra kept looking at the man she saw in charge, and was surprised that his hand was fine. But in the future, she saw that he did not have his thumb on his right hand. But she still doesn't know what the relationship between them is, and why he was so confident in her words. And Alexandra also thought that she wanted to prevent him from getting hurt before it was too late. Because injuries for a blacksmith are fatal. She thought that if there was no way to save the hand of a man who would be betrayed by her, she would have to find out about him as soon as the banquet was over. The girl cut a piece of meat from the served steak, and as she brought it to her mouth, she was very, very surprised. Continuing to chew, her face retained admiration for every note of flavor, because it was very tasty. The texture of the meat is juicy and fibrous. It seemed to melt in the mouth. The potatoes, smeared with butter, are so aromatic and soft that they go well with the sauce. And the meat. When she finished her portion, a maid approached her and told her that she had eaten everything, that she could refresh herself with help. The princess finished the sentence for her and said, "Pull frimfrin." Alexandra was simply happy when she tasted this dessert. The sweet and sour taste of the jelly really explodes in her mouth like firecrackers. When she realized that she had eaten everything in an instant, it was even a pity. And she thought that at the meeting with the king, the bowl was completely full. Suddenly, Prince Theodore exhaled humbly and moved his portion of jelly closer to his future wife. Instantly, the girl looked at her future husband in surprise, and His Highness said that he didn't like it. The girl asked if she could eat it then. "As you wish," the man turned his head aside embarrassed and told his future wife. And the girl smiled. When she turned to Theodore and smilingly told him that, although he was a bit perverted, he was an excellent companion, the boy asked her surprised what she had just said. The girl replied that she called him a good companion. The boy wanted to ask her what she had said before, but fell silent. The girls looked at them with admiration and said that they looked very good together and wondered what they were chatting about so sweetly. One of the ladies wondered if she should try to start a conversation with the princess after the banquet. The black-haired girl told her friend that she was first and told her to get in line. Her friends just laughed, and Diana quickly left the girls without even saying goodbye. Running through the corridors, she thought how their relationship could change in an instant, and why only she should feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, the next moment, due to her tears, she did not see the person in front of her, and bumped into him. Having fallen, she was about to rudely ask who he was, when suddenly, lifting her head, she realized that it was her acquaintance. The man in armor asked Diana what had happened. The girl had already stood up, shamefully hiding her tears, and said it was nothing special. "But you are crying," the man said out loud, and asked her if this really had anything to do with His Highness Theodore. The girl shuddered. Diana remembered how the man she liked had a pleasant conversation with a princess, and tears appeared in her eyes again. She said that Mr. Theodore was very worried about her, and said that the case was that his future wife was interested in another man. How can a man with heterochromia and a large scar covering half his face frown? And ask what this means. After the official meeting of Airugo and Silvanus, Theodore's gloomy palace came to life for the first time in a long time. The ladies talked about the newly arrived princess, calling her a beauty. This was not only because the princess turned out to be elegant and beautiful, but also because of an incident in which the queen was humiliated. The maids thought enthusiastically and dreamily that their mistress was the best and that she and the prince were very well suited for each other. The next moment, the two maids looked at each other, smiling happily, and thought that they were eagerly awaiting their wedding. At the same time, the princess was sitting in Theodore's palace, in a room specially assigned to her, and writing something on a piece of paper. Airugo produces a large volume of high-quality steel. If you combine the blacksmith she found and the metallurgy of Airugo, business success is guaranteed. But at the same time, she will be able to fulfill the king's wish and rid the kingdom of the stigma of barbarians. The girl thought when suddenly she was called. The princess turned her head, and then the maid asked if she had run away. Her wedding dress would be made with Sylvan fabric and Airugo traditions, as at the banquet. She said. It seemed that her efforts had not been in vain, she thought, when another maid said that the designer had sent her sketches, and asked which one she liked best. Then Alexandra said without interest that she would wear what the scar's companion sewed. She looked at all this with disgust. She ostentatiously exhaled and turned her head, and said that the dress would still be in the Airugo style, and asked what they called it, a symbol of peace, and called it nonsense. The curly-haired maid provided by the prince angrily asked what she was saying. Alexandra didn't care. How then the faithful house dog, Rosemary, asked how she dared to speak so disrespectfully of Her Highness the Princess. She laughs at their achievements and is still their waitress. She was interested to know if there was room in her head for such bad thoughts. The girl with the scar asked if she had really become the princess's half-breed. The maid said threateningly, "If you want to argue, then do it outside." Peaceful life. The waitresses are fighting among themselves. That's why they don't have enough strength for her. The inhabitants of Airugo change their night, and she also eats deliciously. And sleeps well, thought Alexandra. A brown-haired maiden chased away the arguing ladies and said that a wedding only happens once. The princess's opinion is extremely important. She asked if she wanted anything. That's right. Suddenly, they supported Rihanna and firmly told her to say that she liked him. Even if it was something small, they would do anything. No, said the princess. She doesn't need anything and they are too jealous, but suddenly she started thinking. And remembering the little thing she liked, she said she had something. Her waitresses unanimously asked her out loud what it was. Ready to perform new tasks, the princess closed her eyes smiling and remembered the moment when she first enjoyed her big and soft bed. Then the short ponytail maid asked what she meant. The princess smiling said she needed something soft so that her mood would improve when lying down. At that moment, the man behind the door stopped his steps and shuddered and began to listen to Jonathan, who was with him, shuddered and blushed. Rihanna, thoughtful and cheerful, said that she had exceeded her expectations. The maid with curls said that the peace that no one would disturb was important. She was wise. Embarrassed, the third asked if it would be better if it were not only soft, but also wide. Alexandra looked inquisitively at the girls and said that it doesn't have to be wide. But not too narrow either, because regardless of size, there will always be room. Will there be room? This sentence simply drove the waitresses crazy. They were so excited that they thought they would definitely sleep, embracing each other. Standing outside the door, the man was extremely surprised and discouraged by such conversations from the ladies. His cheeks even turned a little pink. Jonathan, who also heard all this, felt very embarrassed and turned away, and cleared his throat. Theodore would have simply been in shock. "It's okay," said Rihanna enthusiastically. "Then they will go look for the perfect thing for her." The curly-haired maids said they would amaze her and told her to be ready. Leaving the room, the curly-haired girl cheerfully said that Mr. Theodore would also be surprised when he suddenly saw the knight in front of her. Alexandra calmly waved her hand to her future husband and told him to come in, while her waitresses froze in fear. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the girls continued to fight among themselves, pulling each other's hair. "Look at them," suddenly a male voice said. The angry young women sharply turned their heads in the direction of the sound. And frowning with irritation, they asked him what he was saying. The man looked at them threateningly with his dissatisfied face, frowning, and irritated with a huge scar. The ladies instantly gasped at the terrible sight, and fearfully stepped back several paces. The man, looking at them rudely, said to tell the princess, because judging by their clothes they were her waitresses, that General Nigel wants to visit her. The court ladies, messy after the fight, avoided him and began to fear him even more, remembering what General Nigel was like. He is one of Prince Theodore's closest people. He actually has a terrible scar, and they say he scared the soldiers with his monstrous physique. With his piercing gaze, he irritably looked at the maids and threateningly asked what they were looking at, ordering them to escort him. The girls, afraid of such a terrifying and huge man, said in unison, "Okay." And they wondered why a princess needed him. In turn, Nigel thought that all Sylvans were cowards, and of course his lover was the same. Because Diana did not waste words. Her brother, Charles, was also a devoted warrior, to the point that he was ready to sacrifice his life for them. Then he knelt down and, turning to Her Highness, said that he would be bait to catch the monsters. He was a loyal and handsome young man. So he personally told him that if anything happened to him, he would take care of his sister. He remembered how Diana told him that she only wanted happiness for Theodore, that he should find a good partner and live happily. He must have misunderstood everything. The princess, who is getting married already, has someone else. And if this is true, then he feels sorry for His Highness Theodora, and the man hit the wall sharply. If everyone liked the princess, then her admirers got excited, Nigel thought. Why is Diana worse? He promised the Princess of Silvanus that he would find proof of her character and reveal the truth to everyone. There is a famous experiment called Pavlov's dog, which consists of ringing a bell before every meal. The dog will soon start drooling upon seeing the bell. And although he was not a dog, the princess thought if Theodore came, there would soon be tea. And if they brought tea, they would serve desserts with it. The future husband entered the room looking embarrassed and bewildered, while looking at her with his arms crossed over his chest. Alexandra wondered what they would bring today and with what tea, but in fact, if you ask the servants, this question can be easily resolved. But as in Alexandra's mind this territory was Theodore's property, she felt it would be rude to ask someone to satisfy her desires. When Theodore ascends the throne, she will finally be able to free herself from the danger of being killed by the mercenary of Emperor Silvanus. And with the help of his capital, she will be able to safely buy whatever she wants to eat. The Prince of Airugo pursed his lips and thought that they had decided to become colleagues. So why? The man said he overheard her conversation with the servants. The princess replied by saying that she explained everything clearly to him. She likes it when it's soft. The future husband looked at his fiancée in shock. He even stuttered in his thoughts that she had specifically highlighted this. And while her companion thought about how he should perceive this, the princess watched him with interest. Princess Alexandra, smiling, turned to her companion by name and asked if he knew. The guy was just so stunned that he seemed to have lost touch with the real world. Simply frozen. But the next moment, the princess snapped him out of his thoughts when she called him by name again. Theodore shuddered in surprise. When His Highness, the prince suddenly stood up and hit the table with his hand. He said he wouldn't do this to her. His face turned red with shame and embarrassment from such dialogues and his own depravity, which made him turn around sharply. And the next moment, like a small child, he quickly ran away from his future wife. Only his long hair left a trail behind him. Running out of the room, Cassie bumps into the maid who brought them tea. And after fleeing, there was a pause. The maid asked if she was leaving already, while Sasha wondered what she wouldn't do. The waitress said she only brought tea and that, apparently, she was very late. But the princess said to leave everything here so as not to waste the merchandise. Today they have apricot jam and strawberry compote, as well as cake with cream. The girl was surprised. There were 2 rations, double luck. And while she was thinking where to start, she was already bringing the cake to her mouth, when suddenly the court ladies burst into the room and said that a problem had occurred. While Alexandra looked at them with disgust, Rosemary said that a barbarian had come to her, and he called himself General Nigel. He insistently asked them to bring him to her, and they had no other choice. The princess thought for a moment and asked who this Nigel was. She hadn't seen him at the banquet. Then Rosemary asked how it was possible that she didn't know General Nigel. He was close to Prince Theodore, just like Jonathan and James. The lady with the scar said that this ruthless man terribly scared the Silvans. It seems he decided to dedicate his life to Airugo. The princess said she thought they went out to get rid of excess energy. But in reality, they were still full of energy. They set up a house here and thought about it. And then she said to invite the general to bring his faithful house dog, and the always dissatisfied lady with the scar were terribly surprised. And finally, General Nigel entered the room of the princess and future wife of his master. There was a tense atmosphere in the room. With a threatening look and the same bad intentions, he approached and looking at Alexandra sitting on a chair. He said his name was Nigel, General of His Highness Theodore. The man looked at the girl in front of him with a dissatisfied expression, frowning. And just as he heard, as he thought, She was very small, and he understood that at that moment he would be dumbfounded. And then he would scream, although he dislikes this reaction. Today the scar will play to his advantage, because he came to warn the princess. He thought he would tell her. He would just try to leave His Highness Theodore and look at other men. When his thoughts were interrupted and the princess said, "Welcome." Sturdy, intimidating, and huge, he shuddered when the princess greeted him with a smile like Theodore's man. A white and terribly sweet face looked at him, with beautiful cold amethyst eyes. And a bright smile. The threatening man tensed up. He wondered why she was so sincerely happy. He used a threatening tone and approached fully armed. Moreover, she doesn't even grimace when looking at his scar. This was a first for him, and it was very surprising. But it didn't matter, he suddenly thought, and then, gritting his teeth, he proudly raised his head and said that he had heard that she was asking about another man. In response, the girl happily said that this was true and asked, couldn't he sit down? Her neck hurt. This big and formidable bear was very surprised, and Alexandra asked Rosemary and Beatrice not to stand up and to bring tea to General Nigel. The girls were delighted to leave quickly. The princess remained thoughtful. Theodore asked her at the banquet why she showed interest in that man, why she looked at him. But she couldn't tell him, and only replied that it was a trade secret. But to learn more about him, she needed to join forces with Theodore, because here she has no support. However, after the reception, Theodore became moody, so he had no choice but to turn to the servants. But even those questions yielded no results. Just in time, Theodore's servant appeared before her and realized that Theodore was also a little shy to help directly. That's why the princess thought he felt spiritually guilty for continuing to refuse to cooperate with her. Meanwhile, the great Nigel barely fit at the small table and surprised by this situation. He thought he hadn't planned it. This cute and big boy with a scar covering half his face was restless with anxiety and worry. He wondered what was happening and why. The general did not understand how it happened that he was eating delicate cakes with Princess Thumbelina. The princess asked him if she could help. The man replied questioningly, yes. Alexandra, wanting to make sure he understood what they were talking about, asked him if he could help find the man. The general hesitantly replied yes, and then changed his mind. And while the girl looked at him inquisitively, waiting for an answer, the general was completely shattered, not understanding anything. Then the princess, frowning, asked him what he was saying. What kind of answer is yes, not like that? The man, unsure of anything and embarrassed, covered his mouth with his palm. The great General Nigel, blushing, admitted to himself that he had been caught. Unknowingly, he had fallen for the princess's bait, and why should he help her look for a man? The impassive princess, Alexandra, asked him if he would help her or not. In response, the man, embarrassed, turned his head to the side and cleared his throat. He thought then, how is he different from the courtiers and warriors who made a fuss about the princess's arrival? She thinks that if she makes everyone open their mouths in front of her, she will be able to control Airugo as she wishes, but he decided that he would make her realize reality and, hitting the table, he pointed his finger at her and told the princess to put it in her little head. Today I came to you, said Nigel, frowning, and fell silent. Alexandra looked surprised at her fiancé's man and asked, tilting her head to the side, what he had come for. The thing is that he fell silent again. Suddenly, he had an annoying feeling. The intuition that had always saved him on the battlefield told him that there was no point in getting angry now. But why did he wonder why there was such a feeling that suddenly the puzzle in the general's head had been solved? That's right, he thought. Now he doesn't need to be angry, on the contrary. He needs to pretend that he will help her now, and then he will find out her irrefutable evidence red-handed. In this case, no word will save her. The princess looked at him surprised. She never tried to attract Nigel with eloquence. As then, the general changed his position and crossed his arms over his chest, smiling, and said that he had come to help her find out about that man. That seems to be the case. Suddenly, said the Princess of Silvanus, thoughtfully, and thanked him. The man said why, but he himself thought and was glad that she suspected nothing. because everyone was taking care of her. Coming closer, Alexandra said that she was just thinking about what she should do, since for now her freedom of action is limited. And she cannot dismiss the maids. And besides going out alone to meet him, the man cleared his throat and told her to continue. That it was okay. Looking at the papers, she tucked her hair behind her ear and said that her servant had told her everything about him. But that she still didn't know much. In the general's mind, the girl was innocent and unhappy and was pitifully interested in what she loved. And what interested her? Then the man, angrily and loudly, asked his master's fiancée why she was interested in him. To which the princess asked why he was asking her about this. The general covered his mouth with his hand. He remembered that he was now collaborating with her, and first she had to fall into the trap. And then he would catch her at the crime scene. But the girl, without hiding her intentions, cheerfully replied that she actually wanted to attract him. The man fell off his chair. The worried girl asked Nigel if something hurt him. The man, getting up, denied it and thought that Diana was right. He knew everything, but for some reason his mood changed so much. He was able to discover her secret. This should bring him satisfaction. And then the man roared and asked her how she could abandon her prince. Patting the general on the back, the girl cheerfully replied that it wasn't like that. That the man had a different talent and excellent physical fitness, unlike Theodore. Nigel asked. She meant that His Highness is in poor physical shape, not bad, just good at something else. She replied. So the general said to stop. He didn't intend to listen to such nonsense. The princess looked at the man surprised and thought that she didn't know why Nigel was inconsistent in his decisions. He belongs to that class of people who consider their commander the strongest man in the world. She didn't want to say it, but she just needed to embellish it a little. Scratching his nose, she said, a little embarrassed, that she also considered Theodore an excellent companion. That he was not inferior even physically. The general shuddered at the words of a physical companion. He continued to stare at his commander's fiancée with his mouth open and thought that His Highness was not yet married. But he was moving very fast. Previously, little girls like this one had to be fed 7 times a day. He wondered how he could touch her. When suddenly Alexandra informed the general that the man was a blacksmith, the man suddenly raised his head. And the smiling princess said that Theodore is a warrior, but that doesn't mean he is better than Theodore. A blacksmith? He asked, surprised. The lady replied correctly. There are many excellent blacksmiths in Airugo, and she only needs one. While the girl was thinking about it, she was not going to say that she needed a blacksmith and looked at the kneeling general. She thought he was sent by Theodore, so there should be no difficulty in digesting this information. But the man wondered why she was talking about that. And then, the princess said that for Airugo to be able to withstand the growing number of monsters, an outstanding blacksmith must forge an even more outstanding sword. Airugo has no equal in metallurgy and metal casting, is such a magnificent art testifies to the history of Airugo's battles. And the monsters of the Great Plain. The general said that he, the Princess of Silvanus, does not know these facts, but she happens to be aware. How could she not know? There is a big difference between them, and she heard that the Airugo sword can cut a monster's skin with one blow explode. Nigel smiled at the words about the skin and said that if you put an aura on the sword, you can cut bones. Only the Airugo sword can withstand such a load. It's simply incredible, said the princess, and sat down, proudly lifting it up. But the general said, but the Sylvans squeal that their ancient swords are barbaric, that their swords are like decorative toys. Alexandra said that the Sylvans know that the famous Airugo sword is incredibly good. They just don't want to admit it. They are all narcissists. I completely agree, said General Nigel. Don't give them bread, let them boast. The princess said they are world champions with pride. The man nodded. Suddenly, at the moment, he realized that what he was doing was justified by the fact that he was only pretending to be kind to her, in order to get close and then catch her at the crime scene. This is his strategy, his plan. The next moment, he looked away, and the princess's gaze focused on the weapon he carried on his back. He turned his back to the princess and, raising his fist halfway to his chest, confidently thought that he was tired of not having fun. But the princess cheerfully looked at the huge sword he carried on his back and asked him if he also had the famous Airugo sword. And of course, the man could not restrain himself and turned to the princess, blushing. Throwing himself, he said out loud, of course, and drew his sword, which was on his back. "Wow," said the princess, surprised. "Nigel's sword is the longest of all. It is the size of Alexandra. Therefore, even when drawing it from its sheath, a strong gust of wind is formed, which the man just now remembered." Worried, he wanted to say something, but could only think that it was over, but he just wanted to show her his favorite sword. But this is a princess, even if she points her finger at him and calls him a barbarian. He will not be able to resist anything. He himself did not realize how excited he was by the conversation about the sword. Whoever saw him would think he was a bandit torturing the little princess, or intimidating her with his weapon. Jonathan, growling, warned him not to draw it from its sheath, saying that no matter what his intentions were, his appearance could seem intimidating. She is about to scream in fear, yet his original plan was really to scare the princess. But now he honestly didn't want to. He just wanted to show his favorite weapon, when suddenly the man gasped in surprise. He noticed how the princess clenched one hand into a fist and covered her face with the other. General Nigel pursed his lips and looked sadly at the princess. The man put his weapon on his back and looked at the princess with his head bowed. That's all he thought. Now you can't even talk about the sword with the princess. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the man, the girl took a step. He was alarmed and annoyed. His eyebrows drew together to the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, the princess, gathering her hair, said with admiration that it was really so polished. And that one could look in it as in a mirror. And such a clear pattern was simply incredible. The girl was still amazed. She had never seen such large swords up close. The general was completely dismayed by the princess's behavior, and he asked her if she was okay. Alexandra asked, surprised, why he was asking her that. But Nigel could not give an exact answer. Every second, he covered his face, embarrassed with his hand. He remembered how, in the war with Silvanus, he constantly received taunts like, "Show your face." You are an animal or a man, they did not embarrass or shame him. No matter what they say, this scar is a symbol of his victory in a fierce battle. However, they really couldn't do anything about the disgust shown towards him. The children started crying upon seeing something Litsa. At first, even Diana shuddered when she saw him, and when before every appearance a swarm of taunts began. And crying, she realized everything. She couldn't be near the small and defenseless one, so she thought the little princess would also immediately swallow her tongue out of fear. But contrary to her expectations, both at first and now, she could find neither fear nor disgust in his eyes. Suddenly, Princess Silvanus, for no apparent reason, addressed the general by name. In his eyes there was only a question towards him, as towards an ordinary person. "And current?" The man shuddered. Princess Toga, seeing the reaction, asked him how he dealt with the rust on his sword. This little girl from Silvanus had her eyes on him. She thought it was curiosity, no. She had the face of a genuine researcher. Her eyes seemed to say, well, scar and scar. And what, the only thing that worries me is your sword. That's what was in them. And I'm fine, Nigel thought, nodding his head. Others think they know everything about her. But then, why ask how to deal with rust when you are the princess of Silvanus? Kneeling, the man said that he takes care of it twice a day, morning and evening. It requires a lot of effort. The girl noticed, but the general did it because it deserved his care. The princess cautiously asked if she could touch his sword. The man, embarrassed, looked away, said, "Be careful and don't hurt yourself." It is very sharp, so she can hurt herself just by touching it. Therefore, it is very large, so the body of the one who uses it is strengthened. And while using it, the princess learned many new things. But the general did not give up, and said that this was possible because the master used a slightly different hardening method. And things like that. Nigel talks a lot when he talks about his sword. He really loves it, the girl thought smilingly. She used to learn everything only through the emperor's eyes. It's funny, it was an interesting experience, but it seemed like she had forgotten something important. But what was it? Suddenly, our heroine realized and gasped loudly twice at once. Hearing this, the general instantly and reflexively pointed his sword towards the door. Covering the girl with his back, he thought what had happened, but there was nothing dangerous around. When suddenly the princess said tea, and after a pause said annoyed that it had gotten cold. The general was simply in shock. He was surprised that she had such an expression on her face because of the tea. The princess sighed in frustration and said that she was waiting for it to warm up to drink. The man of His Highness Theodore was simply surprised and said surprised that then it could be simple. But his friend remained silent. He continued to suggest how to ask the maids to bring a new one, but suddenly realized what kind he had. He felt embarrassed that it was all his fault, and Alexandra thought it was a pity to be able to try during Theodore's next visit. It seems she was too focused on his story and forgot about the important things. Said the girl, but since the dialogue was too interesting, that's all. The man looked sadly at his respected commander's fiancée and felt embarrassed by his behavior. Then he invited the little one to have tea together at his house. The princess was surprised. Timidly, she turned her head to the side and put her hand on her neck while a blush formed on her cheeks, and asked him if he wanted to come visit her. Well, if she doesn't want to, said the bear, then it's okay, but the princess said she wanted to, and told him to leave. As Alexandra began to think, she would go to visit because she was invited and could leave her house. When she was in captivity, she couldn't even dream of this. She thought about what to do when visiting. She heard that you shouldn't come empty-handed, but she had nothing. She turned to the table. Nigel justified that he did it to spy on the princess from a close position. The girl apologized to Theodore and wondered if this would be normal. Then, said Alexandra, she would take cookies. The general shuddered in surprise and froze. He thought about those best cookies. He wondered why he had just remembered His Highness's strange and recent decree. You don't like cookies? The princess suddenly asked, and said that they are quite tasty here. And lately, they have become even tastier. The man said that's not the point. Alexandra knew that she had planted another seed of doubt in Nigel. Time passed. And finally the day came, the wedding of Alexandra and Theodore. Well, move faster. What are these flowers doing here? Rihanna ordered everyone. In this place, the princess will get out of the carriage, so nothing should block her way to the ceremony. The conversations didn't end when the maid turned to her friends and asked them what they were doing here when everyone was so busy. But suddenly, her gaze was dumbfounded when she saw tears welling up in her friend's eyes. What's wrong? What's wrong? Rihanna asked. While the girls cried and said that it was incredible that their hands were capable of creating such a thing. In her life as a makeup artist, she would never create such beauty again. Was it really a great honor for her to help the princess get dressed? Rihanna opened her eyes surprised, and her cheeks also blushed. In front of her, she saw Princess Alexandra, who looked beautiful. She said they were tirelessly exaggerating. That this time, they even broke down in tears, although they saw her during the fitting and now again. The princess looked simply beautiful. Several flowers were inserted into her hair. Her hair was braided, the rest was twisted, and the dress fit her perfectly. The decoration on her neck emphasized the color of her amethyst eyes. The waitresses unanimously said that this is because everything beautiful is new and touching every time. The short ponytail girl said that His Highness Theodore should see her in such a wonderful form as soon as possible. Rihanna said it was time to go. The carriage was ready. The lady with the scar said, that's why they say you know each other by their clothes, but this outfit will not harm the greatness of her Silvanus empire. She asked. Rosemary saw and thought with admiration that this precious diamond flower was a pink Naka buttercup. And she wondered how many diamonds were on her platinum chain. It was a whole palace on her neck. She approached the princess and enthusiastically asked her to let her be her bridesmaid. Her maid, or rather her faithful maid. Suddenly, the palace maids protected the princess from Rosemary and told the lady not to worry. that there was no need to entrust such a burdensome role to a high-ranking lady. Moreover, today they woke up at dawn and must be very tired. Tiredness is detrimental to beauty, and they reported that a pearl carriage had been prepared for them. Each of the three women was attracted to something different, and if they say so, then it's okay, especially since they didn't like hard work. So it's even better. The princess watched with satisfaction her maids from her native empire, rejoicing at this outcome. Alexandra said that her ability to flatter the maids with compliments was excellent. The curly-haired maid nodded and said no. Theodore's servants are smart and immediately noticed that their maids were careless and arrogant. But ordinary maids found it difficult to oppose aristocratic ladies. But Mr. Nigel's visit could be the trigger. Therefore, after this visit, they began to do the work of maids. Although she was grateful to them, the decision to stand up against the aristocrats was not easy for them. Camilla told the princess not to look at her like that, because she would become the lady of the palace. But suddenly Alexandra said. Then the curly-haired maid asked the princess if she knew that before the inhabitants of Airugo were constantly in anxiety. Because the longer the war lasted, the more absent was Mr. Theodore, the protector of Airugo. And in the end, they were not ready to face the lands of the monsters. Others pretended to be calm, but inside they trembled with anxiety, as they did not know when the monsters might invade. And so, for them, in a similar situation, the princess became a symbol of hope and peace. Such was the desire of the people of Airugo. The princess understood them perfectly, because by using their zeal, Silvanus can turn Airugo into a laughingstock. And her father again acted clumsily and immaturely. But approaching the carriage, the princess noticed a rather familiar figure next to her. And she raised her head. Directly in front of Ness, blocking the entrance to the carriage, was the knight who represented her upon arrival. "You look completely different until you wash," said the knight rudely. Looking around, even the first princess became a beauty. When he said that, she repeated the style of the second princess and asked if it was so. He immediately understood, raising his nose up. When suddenly he remembered that this was a princess standing in front of him, whose wedding was with the prince of this kingdom, and bowing, he asked to be allowed to accompany her. He smiled and asked her to please give him her hand, but the next moment the princess quickly walked past him. The man turned around surprised, not understanding what was happening, and Alexandra thought that the ceremony was not worth it. The tactless knight's face immediately turned red with shame, and he stuttered out loud. And he asked the princess what kind of rudeness that was. Suddenly, he heard that the rest of the knights behind him began to laugh at him. And they turned their heads. Blushing with shame, the tactless knight indignantly thought how dare he dishonor him in front of others. That these savages were turning their noses up at him, and they should be grateful that such a handsome high-ranking knight was in front of him to them. And finally, the carriage with the princess left, and Alexandra could let out a sigh of relief. And she thought that, although the younger knight had already received what he deserved, he still couldn't calm down. Alexandra thought that once the wedding ceremony was over, most of the delegation would leave. But several guard knights would remain, and he was one of them. This is how one day the news would reach the emperor's ears. The girl was worried that one day the emperor would find out that they were not mocking her according to his order. But now we are already at the wedding palace. The girls, looking sideways in surprise, could not help but notice that there were reporters standing everywhere. A friend said that the ceremony was far from over, but the atmosphere was already very lively. Suddenly, it was announced in the palace that General James, General Nigel had arrived, and strategist Jonathan, 3 wings of His Highness Theodore, and steel sword. Nigel thought while walking that he felt uncomfortable without his sword, and constantly wrinkled his face. The genius strategist Jonathan, as if understanding his friend, told Nigel that he would not have to fight today. And at that moment, defending the sword, James thought that he wanted to quickly see His Highness in his wedding suit. The women, hidden behind their fans from the men, thought enthusiastically about how incredibly popular they were. When suddenly she asked where Lady Diana was, she always went with them, It was the Airugo quartet, which everyone envied. But right after the question, a blue-haired girl approached her and asked if they were looking for her. The girls happily met their friend Lady Diana, and she said she was delighted to meet them. Lady Rose and Lady Grey. The girls were surprised and delighted that their idol greeted them first. Grey told Lady Diana that she was still charming today. Rose asked if it wouldn't turn out that she would be more beautiful than the princess. Princess. God, said Diana with an embarrassed smile, you shouldn't say that at Mr. Theodore's wedding. Because when you meet the princess you will understand that she is much more beautiful. They apologized and Grey asked her if she would go with Mr. Theodore. Rose said that the groom's room was on the opposite side. The girl gasped in surprise and explained to the young ladies what the problem was and where she was going. The ladies were very surprised by this and he frowned and asked, almost in unison, "What did you just say?" The charming ladies were dumbfounded and asked her to go to the bride's room to see the princess. Diana smiled. Confused, she said that the princess had arrived in the unknown lands of Airugo. So she would feel lonely and uncomfortable here, and they met her on the first day, and of all the girls. She only knew her. But if it were Lady Diana, the young ladies suddenly thought and Grey asked if she was talking about this circumstance. It seems, said Rose. They wondered what to do. It seemed to them that the first princess was called Lady Diana, which means she knows the relationship between her and His Highness Theodore. After the war, Theodore and his inner circle returned to the capital, and many ladies began to surround His Highness. But in the end, they all had to give up. The girls smilingly asked His Highness how his training went today. It was Diana. Next to her was the perfect girl. One must not forget what the Palamon family is like. The rumors about the glory of her brother, Charles, are still on everyone's lips. The only lady whom Theodore allowed to be close, but by royal order this relationship did not bear fruit. Such was the assessment of the secular society of Airugo. Rose thought that from the point of view of the Silvanus princess, this was a political marriage. So she began to think that nothing could be done about it. Grey wondered how she dared to wear a wedding dress and call Lady Diana. How is it possible that the ladies, realizing that everything was too unanimous, confidently told Diana that they would support her and told her not to be discouraged? The blue-haired girl asked why they expressed their support so emphatically and thanked her. She said she was glad they supported her. The ladies thought their mistress was very affectionate and wondered what they should do if the princess insulted such a kind man. When Diana saw the princess's maids, she told them it was time for her to leave. That she was delighted to talk. Rose said sympathetically that if anything happened, be sure to tell her. And Grey told her friend that she needed to tell everyone this hot news. And now, a girl with dark blue hair was already standing in front of the door to the waiting room for the newlyweds. Looking sadly at the door, Diana thought that since childhood she had imagined sitting behind this door. But she still overcame herself and knocked on the door. "Come in." The princess's voice was heard. She was sitting in a beautiful white dress, holding a bouquet in her hands, and suddenly looked at her. The girl shuddered in alarm. She never expected to see the beauty she saw, and it even disgusted her. As a friend, she bowed and stutteringly introduced herself to Her Highness Lady Diana. She said they had met briefly. The princess said she remembered and then brought her tea. "Fine," Alexandra said unexpectedly, and looking at the girl with interest, asked what brought her here. But Diana continued to look down worriedly, not showing her emotions to the princesses. She bit her lip angrily and frowned. She thought that to hide her emotions, she unintentionally lowered her head, because the princess had become even more beautiful since their last meeting. You can keep your emotions under control, she thought, because even when the coldness and Theodore's indifference pierced her soul like thorns, she always kept a smile on her face. Her soul doesn't change, she told him, and realizing that her beloved wouldn't change, she smiled. Diana raised her head and, smiling, said that she had, of course, come to congratulate them both on their wedding. Tears of resentment began to appear in the corners of her eyes, as she literally forced out the words that they were perfect for each other. After which, realizing that she could not cope with her emotions. She bowed again to the princess with trembling hands. Soon her whole body began to shake. She pursed her lips resentfully and held back the tears welling up in her eyes. But the next moment, her fears disappeared. She only flinched when the princess unexpectedly said dryly, "Thank you." A deathly silence reigned in the room, and Diana, looking stunned at Theodore's bride. She wondered if Alexandra didn't care about this whole reaction. During the banquet, she didn't seem like a person lacking wit and thought she was only pretending to be calm. And she said irritably that she and Theodore grew up together. They had an extremely special relationship from the beginning because Her Highness's mother was very close to her mother. And the relationship between their families was also excellent. The same was true between her brother and His Highness Theodore, said Diana. It was a relationship that would not become strange even after the wedding. She realized this during their first meeting. This was her destiny, and when she visited the royal palace, Mother Theodora showered her with love. The girl literally said she loved her like a daughter-in-law, and moreover, Her Highness always took care of her. In tears, she said she must have gone through similar things. But initially, His Highness Theodora did not allow any lady to approach her due to her coldness. But they are old acquaintances, so everything is different for them. They literally say that she is special, and that as long as she is here, she will never win Theodore's heart. The princess remained silent in thought, which, to be honest with herself, she sat and did not interrupt her speech. But it is really very boring. Alexandra, sitting with a serious face, did not understand if listening to someone boast about their boyfriend was always so boring. She doesn't care at all whether he has a special relationship with his business partner, or if he is his lover. The only thing that matters is whether this relationship will become her trump card in future negotiations. For example, she would ask him if Theodore wanted to spend a hot night with his beloved. If she expands her business capital, then she will grant him a divorce, and he will happily accept the conditions. In fact, divorce was a card she could play after Theodore became crown prince, and ruin the emperor's plans. But that conversation was still a long way off. Did she think? How did the girl realize that she was not being listened to? And she thought that she seemed superfluous to her due to her unexpected intrusion, and even began to be proud of herself. Then she raised her head and realized that the princess was thinking about something completely different. If you react randomly to an anxious, boastful story about a boy, it will be difficult to survive in society. Alexandra learned this through the emperor's eyes. When Diana said that she actually could not imagine her marriage to His Highness Theodore, the princess's eyes widened. She suddenly started talking differently. The girl realized. The usual feeling of hostility appeared, but extending her hands, the lady said there was no subtext in this. Airugo and Silvanus had been in hostile relations for a long time, so she did. I don't think such a wedding was possible. She quickly left there, but it began to alarm her with every new word. Alexandra finally realized that the whole meaning of Diana's words was, "I love Theodore." But for the sake of peace, he will marry her, and she herself admitted it. That's what is understood. Before leaving, the emperor's gaze awakened memories in Alexander. Her father told her that when everything was ready, he would send her a signal, and ordered his daughter to drink this potion when she received the signal. And if she didn't wash it, she would give it to Theodore. He shouted threateningly at her with piercing bright green eyes, and said that this is a royal duty that only she, that she has no skills, can fulfill. Alexandra must become the spark of war. And remembering this, the princess smiled and thanked Diana, said she would live in a successful marriage as she wished. The girl shuddered. Alexandra said that she also supports the general view that this wedding is not an unusual union between a man and a woman, but a union to establish peace. There was silence between the two ladies. The princess was serious, and the lady was in shock. Then Diana became very bitter and, trembling with irritation, thought that this girl could really drive a person crazy. The lady approached the older girls and told them she had mind-blowing news. The ladies said that Gray entered their lounge without permission, not being a member. This is inappropriate. The girl interrupted the lady and told her that they didn't understand that it was really incredible news about Lady Diana. These conversations and gossip attracted the attention of Prince Theodore's right-hand man, James. And he stopped to listen. Nigel asked James, surprised, what he was looking at there. They should hurry. Watching the gossips leave, the boy said nothing. Furrowing his brows to the bridge of his nose, the redhead thought he hadn't heard the end. But they were clearly talking about Diana. Then the boy realized what might have happened, and moving away from his comrade. He said, looking at the floor, that he would step away for a while. This surprised the man. He asked James what he meant and where he was going. But the next moment, instead of his comrade, there was no one left except the flying leaf. Nigel was stunned. This big bear thought in horror that trouble had occurred because his comrade James, His Highness Theodore, was waiting. He wanted to see His Highness in a suit, and he himself said he would go somewhere before meeting His Highness. And then, what did Nigel think the sun would rise in the west? The man said this wrong, and thought that although in his case such behavior is normal. But again, he gets all the big fish. People think he has a bad temper. But in fact, this guy, His Highness James's sword, is responsible for all the madness in his squad. At the same time, Diana wondered what the princess meant when she said this was not just a marriage, but a union of a higher order. She asked him not to make her laugh, because she was Theodore's destiny. A fateful first meeting. She was there during the most difficult periods of his life. The death of his brother further strengthened their relationship. And moreover, she maintains a close relationship with the union of the three. However, from Diana's point of view, the princess proudly asked if she thought the wedding would be different thanks to the bride. If she married her, the wedding would have a special meaning. A marriage that ends hundreds of years of struggle. A great wedding union for the sake of peace. A special marriage. A wedding that attracts the attention of the whole world only because it is the union of Alexandra and Theodore. And not Theodore and her, that's what angered Diana the most. But she had already arrived at the wedding, which means there was no turning back. And at that moment, smiling directly into the princess's face, she decided that never, under no circumstances, would she allow her to win his love. At the same time, Alexandra thought her expression was still strange, wondering if she had reacted too weakly. And when Lady Diana contained all the flames out of anger, our heroine thought tiredly that social life is hard. When someone knocked on the door, the irritated lady thought the maids had already returned. And wished she hadn't shown the princess her place yet, Sasha ordered the guest to enter. James entered the waiting room of the newlyweds. Lady Diana's gaze was surprised. She didn't understand what he was doing here. The boy knelt down, lowered his head, and said he was happy to welcome Her Highness the Princess. That the ceremony would begin soon, and asked if she had any problems with the preparations. The girl was very impressed by the fact that he follows the official etiquette of a warrior established for the royal family. As His Majesty also said. Looking at James emotionlessly, Alexandra said that such an address still sounds strange. That there are no special problems, so he can get up. The smiling princess told James that, by the way, they hadn't chatted with him in a long time. The boy replied that they rarely saw each other, so he couldn't introduce himself properly. But in an instant, he directed his gray eyes to the side and getting up and looking at the girl. He asked what Diana was doing there. His old friend was simply stunned and paralyzed with fear, wondering how much he knew. She knew that dealing with James was not as easy as with the fool Nigel, and sweating nervously. She realized that one wrong word would be her end. How the princess explained quite calmly and even enthusiastically that she had come to congratulate her on her wedding. The boy smiled in disbelief at his old friend and asked if she had come to congratulate her. He said. Diana smiled nervously and nodded, stuttering and saying that everything was exactly like that. She wished him a successful marriage. As then the princess, sad and thoughtful, reminded her that besides congratulations, she also told her many things. The girl asked nervously if she was talking so much, when suddenly the warrior blocked the girl's way with his hand and said that he was also interested. The princess asked him if he would be bored. But the redhead knight, smiling and looking at the princess with kind eyes, assured her that it would be exciting. The princess looked at him melancholically and distantly and thought, a simplistic statement that can only be made by someone who doesn't know what the conversation was about. Usually, listeners do not ask about the lovers the narrator is proud of because they are not interesting. Such stories are only interesting to the narrator himself. Moreover, if your indifference arises during the story and the narrator notices, he will get very angry. It's a boring topic, but there's nothing she can do about what interests him. The princess turned her head to Diana and, smiling and nodding, seemed to ask, do two listeners know better than one? The girl was stunned to realize what was required of her. Alexandra, smiling sweetly and winking, pointed her hand at James, who looked at her coldly and seemed to say, everything is for you, continue sharing your pride. There was a deathly silence in the room, and then, looking anxiously away, Diana said, it seems the princess misunderstood everything. Nothing special, wedding, peace, congratulations. She murmured in a low voice. James, not understanding a word in this unrelated sentence, asked her what she was saying. And then the princess sighed dejectedly and said that she had become very shy when another interlocutor appeared. And she imitated Diana. The princess reproduced the words she had said before. None of that. She is just proud of the relationship she and Theodore have had since childhood. The girl grew cold. Thoughtfully, Alexandra asked what else she had said, and remembering, expressed that she mentioned that Mother Theodora valued her very much. The princess thought it was awkward to say Diana's words on her own, and decided to say them in a few words, and smiling said, in general, Theodore and Diana have an extremely strong relationship. This truth greatly angered James. His face became darker than a storm cloud. And he said, so she said it and asked, and then congratulated her on the wedding. Alexandra confirmed, and explained that she said that their marriage is nothing more than an alliance for the sake of peace, for which it must be a success. This enraged the man. Diana, alarmed, told James to wait, citing the fact that he had misunderstood everything. But the man had already looked at her angrily and told her, in a strong relationship, you speak the truth. The princess seemed surprised by the change in behavior of both and wondered what had happened. Seeing Diana trembling with fear at the sight of James, she thought, if she was so scared, then why did she state the purpose of her visit? Usually, loud conversations with a bride about her fiancé can be a good reason for a slap. But he and Theodore have a special case. They decided they would live as business partners, united by a political marriage. Alexandra thought that Theodore considered her special, and Diana knew and was proud of such a relationship. But looking at them, the princess scratched her neck and thought that probably wasn't the case. The girl with the beautiful and cold amethyst eye color continued to look at the people in front of her. And thinking. When she decided to dilute the situation and reduce the intensity of the passions, she told James it was okay. The man shuddered. The man stared and looked surprised at his lover and was about to contradict her, and explain to her that it wasn't like that. But the princess, looking at him already smiling, said that, in fact, she would side with Diana. Sasha thought that if she sided with Diana now, she could play this card in front of Theodore in the future. And she told James not to worry, that nothing special happened this time. But then, looking at the warrior, she realized with what anger he was looking at her, and how upset he was by this whole situation. Alexandra herself shuddered in fear and opened her eyes wide. She didn't understand why he was now angry with her. James told Her Highness the Princess that a wedding only happens once in a lifetime, and with genuine concern asked if she was really okay. Princess Alexandra nodded satisfactorily in response to her husband's question. When the blue-eyed girl, stuttering anxiously and loudly, told James that everything was wrong, the boy seriously asked Diana to be quiet. Alexandra didn't understand why he was angry. Because there was a political marriage between her and Theodore, although even knowing the intricacies, there would still be people who would object and call the warrior. The princess said that when they met, she asked him to tell her only the truth so as not to lie to her either. And she told him to trust her and that she was really fine. The boy was simply restless about such speeches and clenching his fists tightly. He said after a short pause that if that was her will. James bowed and said that if there were no problems with the preparations, then he would go. The princess said fine. She turned sharply and with a quick step. Looking threateningly and coldly at Diana, she passed by her. The girl shuddered and was simply stunned. As then, after walking just a few meters, James stopped by kicking the floor, which caused the blue leaf to hiccup, and the boy wanted to add something, and the princess called his attention. He stood halfway, turned right in front of the door leading outside, and, with kind eyes and a smile on his face, congratulated Alexandra on her wedding. The princess, embarrassed, thanked her husband's man, and smiling, said that he was the second to congratulate her. No, said James, opening the door of the room. He turned his head back to Alexandra and, smiling, explained that he was the first to congratulate her. Leaving the room, the man left the girls alone again. Then Diana worriedly thought that it was over. She had never seen James so angry and was going to run after him. When the princess called her and asked where she was going, and if she had thought about saying goodbye if she had finished praising her fiancé, the girl shuddered. Lady Diana turned her head back to the princess, trying to smile. But she was trembling and angry. She thought where to hide from her. She thought the princess was pretending to be innocent, but in reality, she was a master of torture and, mentally cursing, she said she needed to go to the bathroom. The girl was surprised. But the next moment, no one was in the room, and she asked if she was so impatient and, thinking, she realized why she had that face. She certainly thought so, since nothing could be done. She wished she would get rid of the inconvenience. At that moment, Diana was running wildly through the corridors. Oh God, it's Diana. The young ladies believed they saw a girl calling James loudly and asking him to wait a second. Running to the warrior, she grabbed him by the red cloak and looking at him with crazy eyes. She begged James to listen to her. The man abruptly ordered her to speak. The worried girl said that everyone was looking and suggested they talk somewhere else. The people around were already starting to worry. And while passers-by kept throwing surprised and interested glances at them, the man sighed deeply and gave up. They moved to the library, and Diana said that he had misunderstood her, that she wanted to offer her help to the princess for the sake of her well-being in marriage with Theodore. After all, it is better to inform him in advance what Theodore does not like. She told the princess about her childhood to explain how she knows his tastes. She said, making excuses, that she did not expect the princess to take it the wrong way and wanted to say more, but James, looking sadly to the side, interrupted her. Looking at the floor and crossing his arms over his chest, he asked distantly what this had to do with him. The girl shuddered in confusion. With pride and hostility, looking at the girl, he told her that there was more truth in actions than in words. So she didn't need her explanations. He explained that he knew how she looked at His Highness Theodore. The girl squeezed the skirt of her dress and said that it was too much. Worried, she thought that if he knew, he would definitely take her side, because he should take care of her and support her, and raising her head, she sadly asked him why he was doing this. She thought that he was simply obliged to support her and take her side, because she was alive only thanks to her brother. The man looked at her with disgust. James was about to answer the girl, when suddenly Nigel burst into the library calling him. The girl called Nigel in tears, questioningly and cheerfully, and James frowned in disgust at his comrade when he asked where he had gone, and immediately noticed that Diana was crying. He quickly ran to the girl and began to calm her down, and then rudely asked his friend why he was treating her like that. And he rolled his eyes and said that he was just expressing his opinion. Continuing to comfort his girlfriend, General Nigel looked severely at the member of the three and said that he did not know the reason. And the next moment, he shouted in a deep voice that absolutely everything was his fault. He called Diana, obedient girl, and asked why she was hurting his baby. General James exhaled irritably, unable to stand such nonsense anymore, and said that sometimes he envied her simplicity. Before leaving, he looked at the crying girl and told Diana to remember his words, that he didn't care how she behaved towards the princess. However, only one word spoken in a cold voice made the girl shudder in fear. And she clung to Nigel, looking at him with a furious gaze. The general said that if she upsets Her Highness, he will know all the consequences very well. Defensive sword, James, his name has another meaning. He will kill anyone who stands in the way of His Highness. And with these words the man left, slamming the door. His companion looked at him surprised, not understanding what had just happened, and the girl said trembling and crying that James is too rude. Cuddling up to Nigel, she told him that she perceives him as a brother, but it seems he does not consider her a sister. The general said surprised that it was not about her. It's his difficult character. And that's how Sue values him. Diana said crying that this had not happened before. She did not understand what had changed. She could not imagine that the princess told James about her, as she later told him to forget it. General Nigel was intrigued by the princess's role. He was interested that she was involved in this, and now that he thought about it, James had also mentioned her. The man, hugging his younger sister, raised his head and thought if it's about her. Then he would listen to her story. Rihanna said that, when walking on the red carpet, she should casually avoid newspaper vendors, bowing at a 45-degree angle. Rosemary, irritated, said she knew. And while Rihanna irritably wondered why the maid who knew everything had left the bride alone in the waiting room, the maids continued to argue. The ceremony had already begun. The court ladies who were supposed to accompany the princess looked at each other in fear when the door opened. The photographers continued to take pictures, and seeing that the princess was walking, they thought they needed to photograph as quickly as possible. The court ladies Beatrice and Rosemary, bowing, were afraid of doing something wrong and anxiously told each other that they should go calmly. In naturalness, Alexandra thought that the clicks of the cameras were like the fluttering of a bird if she followed their sounds. In the end, this man would be waiting for her. For a moment, the wind covered part of the prince's face. The princess looked forward surprised and thought if it was her imagination or not. She wondered if it was all because of the camera flashes, but only for a moment. But it seemed to her that shame appeared in his eternally cold eyes. The priest stated that this marriage is not only the union between a man and a woman, but it marks the end of a long struggle between Silvanus and Airugo. With the help of their marriage, peace and harmony are established in the two countries. May divine good be with them, stated the Holy Father. At that moment, people were amazed by her beauty and said that no matter how beautiful she was, because of her origin she looked small and unattractive. The girl said she was ashamed to compare her with Lady Diana, and asked if they didn't make them look great together. While there were discussions throughout the hall about the relationship between Theodore and Lady Diana, and what would happen to her next, the Holy Father, embarrassed and cheerfully, said that now they should exchange promised kisses. Upon hearing these words from His Holiness, Theodore's eyes widened and he shuddered. Alexandra noticed this, and looking at her husband, she thought he was also worried, but the vow kiss is a standard part of the marriage vow. Theodore looked restlessly to the side and was apparently lost in thought because his eyebrows met at the bridge of his nose. Sasha thought. She remembered being told that he would be excited on the wedding day because he had been quite shy before. Exhaling mentally, she realized that the longer time passed, the more embarrassment grew. She should calm him down and, touching her husband's hand, called him by name. Cuddling against his body, she said that everything was fine, that it was just a condition when certain parts of the body came into contact. She said you shouldn't be so embarrassed, it's nothing special. And with bright eyes, mentally told him to be bolder, thoughtfully, tilting his head to the side. Theodore asked her if she had told him that it was nothing special. It means he has a lot of experience kissing. How was he embarrassed by what John said and wondered why he asked that question? Raising her eyebrows, Alexandra said no and asked him why he thought so. She said she really didn't care. Because it's just a contact of body parts like this, she said, moving along the man's wrist and slipping under his sleeve, an ordinary touch. The man's face instantly blushed and turned red with just a touch of her hand. He looked at his wife, surprised with stunned yellow eyes. Pressing against the man's body again and standing on tiptoes, she approached his face with a smile and told him that the kiss was no different. You say he is no different. Then asked the prince to Airugo, and the next moment he hugged his princess by the waist. He squeezed her against him, and their lips touched in a beautiful kiss. Her kiss was long and tender. The princess placed her hand on her husband's chest, and the prince gently squeezed his wife closer by the waist and held her head. The entire hall erupted in shouts of happiness. Everyone was simply happy, congratulating you on your wedding. And the journalist, crying, said that Lord Theodore's lips seemed to say that for the rest of my life, I will only take care of you and love you. And while the people went crazy with happiness, the newlyweds had already finished. Alexandra said that he was so impetuous that she didn't expect it. And Theodore was surprised that that was all. The same journalist who was giving speeches about lips told the bride and groom to look each other in the eyes. Someone from the audience shouted how romantic it was. Unexpectedly, the reaction of the people was too passionate. But on the other hand, the queen and Count Samuel looked at the princess with hatred, as if they were about to tear her to pieces. The next moment, the queen, looking at her threateningly, suddenly smiled unpleasantly. The princess, looking around and not understanding anything, looked inquisitively at the queen. After the vow kiss, they left the wedding venue, but the wedding celebration did not end there. Theodore helped the princess get into the carriage. The wedding parade, an event through which people learn about the wedding. After traveling the whole way, the celebration will be completed. The king also headed to Theodore's palace by the main road. As then the princess, driving through the elevated area, saw how many people had gathered to watch. But a new couple had formed. People, waving scarves and arms, cheerfully shouted hurrahs to His Highness Theodore and His Highness Alexandra. The girl looked surprised from the carriage. The people with whom they shared such joy for them even, somehow, embarrassed the princess. But the people did not stop shouting. They heard that she had arrived in an old carriage to see how people suffered from the war. They told her not to work any more and many more compliments. For some reason, her heart beat a lot. Before that, she had never officially met people, with her mouth wide open, crescent-shaped eyes and expressions of happiness on her face. Seeing so many smiling people, Princess Silvanusa unintentionally also smiled and greeted the people. Seeing such a beautiful smile on the lady's face, a blush appeared on the cheeks of all the residents. And after a second pause, they began to praise their royal family even louder and stronger. Then the princess turned to Theodore and, smiling, told him not to stand still, but also to greet. Then she noticed that her husband was frowning and seemed disgusted by this whole procession. And she was surprised. The princess thought that he had been strange from the beginning, and now he had completely withdrawn into himself. And he began to look even fiercer than usual. Theodore, his wife, called again. This time the man frowned in disgust and asked what she needed. Without taking her eyes off her husband, she told him to smile emotionlessly. And finally, Theodore looked at her with a wrinkled nose. Alexandra said that in front of him, the people who value and love him, it would be better for him to smile at them. Now he looks too severe. The boy said he always looks like that. The princess explained that she was his business partner. Their destinies in politics were connected. At the celebration, the queen's eyes became bloodshot. She so wanted to criticize them. She asked, but it is better to show that they have a very good relationship as a couple, Theodore thought. The next moment, he looked at his wife again and asked if that was the only reason she looked at him surprised. And not understanding what Theodore would like to know from her, she asked, tilting her head, if there was another reason. Then the man, after waiting for the rubber, thought that the wedding did not cause him any emotion. She felt fine, but he on the contrary. Well, Theodore suddenly said that, asked Alexandra. The boy said he would smile. The girl looked happily at her husband and asked if it was true, but the next moment, a beautiful and wide smile appeared on the face of her husband and part-time business partner. The princess looked at him, surprised as soon as she realized that Theodore was smiling at her like that. And he didn't look away. The girl was so fascinated by looking at her husband's face that, surprised, the smile disappeared from her face. Looking tenderly at his wife and smiling sweetly, he asked her what was wrong and reminded her that the princess should also smile. Alexandra gasped in surprise. A barely noticeable blush formed on her face, and she finally remembered that she should smile too. The next moment she turned her head to the people and, smiling, continued to greet. The prince did the same, and Alexandra thought that she herself hadn't noticed how fixedly she was looking at him. "Be happy." The people shouted happily to them, smiling and wishing them to spend their whole lives together. And the circle along the royal road harbors the hope that the couple will live together until death do them part. And that's why she was going to divorce after Theodore ascended the throne, and although this parade has no meaning, it is still a peace treaty. And the princess wants to protect it. These were her thoughts when the coachman asked, surprised, why this had led her aside. But then the carriage wheel completely broke, and the carriage began to fall to one side. And with it, the princess, who expected nothing, was the first to fly. It was a real disaster, due to the recoil caused by the breaking of the carriage latch. The horses became agitated and sped up. It was clear that the carriage would definitely crash to the ground. "It's okay," thought Alexandra, who was flying upside down. She was used to pain because patience had become a habit for her. The people around watched with horror what was happening, unable to even help in this misfortune in any way. The princess wrinkled her face, already preparing to fall to the ground, when suddenly she heard conversations and, realizing that she hadn't fallen, she abruptly opened her eyes. Alexandra was very surprised not to feel pain. Her skin was warm and elastic, a feeling that was familiar and unknown to her. That's right, the princess realized. This had already happened to her when she first arrived in Airugo, and then she realized that she was sitting in Theodore's arms. The next moment, the man drew his sword from its scabbard, and with a slight but precise movement of his hand, he disconnected the carriage from the horses. With his wife in one hand, he swung over the falling carriage and jumped off safely. Immediately after, the carriage fell on its side and continued moving. And the guy just followed it with his gaze. The people were stunned, and the princess thought she knew that Theodore was strong. But she did not expect that he would be able to stop the fast carriage with only his feet. When he carefully asked her if she was okay, and the princess said. Immediately after this, the knights ran towards them and asked if everything was fine with their highnesses. They ordered the guards to strengthen the defense around the perimeter. And the coachman got out from behind the carriage and said that everything was fine with him too. Then Alexandra thought that thanks to him, she was not injured and there were no losses. But things were going badly. The horses ran away and the carriage is now broken, which means the wedding parade is interrupted. And her role as a business partner is to have a successful marriage and increase Theodore's political status. Therefore, the princess turned to her husband and hitting his hand with her fist. She asked him to tell the butlers to quickly bring a new carriage. Theodore frowned and reminded his wife that she had just died and asked if a new carriage was so important now. The princess said that the parade is a celebration where prayers are said for a happy life for the newlyweds. While people were commenting on what happened, she didn't know how in a normal wedding, but her marriage is a sign of the peaceful union between Airugo and Silvanus, and no matter how superstitious it may seem. But for people who have just signed a peace treaty, this incident may seem sinister, making them worry about the fragility of the agreement, or rather the Queen's faction will make the public believe it, because the Queen's people are ready to ridicule and attack it. Having expressed all her arguments, Alexandra again advised them to ask for a new carriage before it was too late. But the man flatly refused and said that he would not ask, because he knew her methods very well. The princess was surprised. The Queen will be able to delay the delivery of the carriage anyway, saying that the old one is not going and that another one is needed, for example. And so she will delay and delay. And in the end, she will send the carriage only in an extreme situation, such as the intervention of Her Majesty. But this carriage will not be solemn, but rather old and in poor condition. Well, feel the shame of the crowd looking at you, and over time the ardor of the crowd will cool down. And their opinion will be on your side, reasoned the queen. At the same time, ordinary people were discussing how this happened and thought that the procession would be stopped. But everything went wrong from the beginning of the event about the end of the war. However, Alexandra suddenly said, after listening to the conversations, no matter how long it took, she would rather wait than not finish the wedding parade. She wanted to satisfy the hopes and expectations of the people, because for them the princess is hope and a symbol of peace. Many were waiting for this moment. And then the princess turned to Theodore again and asked if it could be done. In response, Prince Airugo smiled slightly. And then, with a smile on his face, he said a resounding no. This greatly surprised the princess. She even shuddered and froze while processing what was said. But she quickly came to her senses. She stuttered and said that this was too much, and asked her husband to think more seriously. Suddenly, he noticed that he was holding her like a little girl. The hand he held under her knees went to his mouth, and, looking into the distance, he began to whistle. At the same time, the citizens asked what the unexpectedly overturned carriage meant. The drunkard said that everything was over, and realized this even at the moment when the Silvans themselves began to look for trouble. He clicked and asked if they needed him to investigate the monsters. In his time, they attacked monsters before dawn and defended the borders after sunset. When they heard the sound of hooves and turned around, a black horse quickly jumped over all the people. The drunkard shouted to his friend and told him it was a monster. The people were surprised, and the princess was no exception. She was amazed, but unlike them, she knew it wasn't a monster. Only for a moment could one mistake him for one, as he is stronger and more powerful than the others. But he is a huge black stallion with amber eyes, dressed in armor that imitates horns. To Tanita, Alexandra asked her husband if that was his warhorse. The smiling boy said yes, that they had been through many battles together. The princess admired, for the people of Airugo, the next most important thing after the sword is the warhorse. Especially if it is the warhorse with which Theodore went through the war. No one better could be found for the role of ceremonial carriage, when suddenly Alexandra, embarrassed, told her husband that she didn't know how to ride a horse. The man, slightly surprised, smiled the next moment and hugged his wife to his chest. He and she got on the black warhorse, holding the princess in their arms, and sat her sideways in front of him. He looked into Alexandra's eyes with a smile, and said with a kind look that he knew. The princess, a little embarrassed, closed her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose in surprise, and asked him if he liked to tease her. People volunteered to help His Highness to clear the way, and there were also assistants. And the little girl, sitting on her dad's shoulders, joyfully looked forward. She opened her eyes enthusiastically and pointed her finger at the newlyweds' dad, and said she would look at the prince on a winged black horse. The next day, newspapers appeared with headlines, "The Snow-White Princess in the Arms of the God of War," and Protector Airugo. The wedding parade ended with the strongest exclamations of happiness. The townspeople were delighted to see Lord Theodore and the famous warhorse. A love story about the rescue of a princess by His Highness. An interview with a townswoman. Lord Theodore did not let go of the princess for a second. It is so solid and moving, because her fiancé cannot be the same. And besides, the author of Love Like Fireworks has already been nominated for Journalist of the Year award. The creator of this photo said that he would keep it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Reading all this news that the newspapers published yesterday, the Queen of Airugo was trembling with anger and irritation. She asked how a person who wrote such things could be called a journalist. She called them fools and tore up newspapers, asking what they called this bastard's wedding. The wedding procession reached its destination, but she deliberately came up with various excuses to buy time. And not to send the carriage, but it was all in vain. On the contrary, she only received a look of dissatisfaction from the king and, turning to the queen, Nathan said that there had been many problems in the palace lately. He smiled in her face and pierced her turquoise eyes. He said that while he was busy with external affairs, he did not pay attention to the palace affairs. and he asked if she needed help, which meant he would take her place. Remembering this, the queen angrily threw the cup and teapot off the table, breathing heavily. And the maids shuddered at the sound of the broken dishes. The next moment, the maids rushed to the queen and worriedly asked her not to get angry. And her father said that the problem was not only the growing popularity of the prince, and the king's disgusted look, but almost no one changed position when it was decided to enter into a political marriage with the Princess of Silvano. But it cannot be said that after the banquet he did not strengthen his position by demonstrating his political skill. He asked her what she thought, but his daughter abruptly interrupted him, and angrily shouting said that those who had followed them before dared to compare them to Theodore. Gritting her teeth, she thought that Theodore had changed, and it was all because of the arrival of this girl. All because of Princess Alexandra. When suddenly Elizabeth ran into the room, worriedly calling for her mother, and holding a newspaper in her hands. She was telling them to look at this article. When Count Samuel told Lisa that they had already seen the news and that the queen was a little restless now. He told his granddaughter to come back later, but the girl tearfully begged them to see the article. It was a message they had just published. There was breaking news in the newspaper. His Highness Theodore and Her Highness, the princess, had such a hot wedding night that they broke the bed. The pieces of the bed were preserved by the journalist, and the question was raised of how great the masculine energy of the protector of Airugo is. After reading this news, the queen and her father, Count Samuel, were simply stunned into a stupor. Completely confused and embarrassed, the queen felt disgusted. But to know if such an incident really happened, one needs to go back in time and return to the night after the end of the wedding parade. At the moment when husband and wife lay down together on their wedding night, Rachel asked His Highness how he kept his skin so smooth. Anne taught, "It's as if she makes no effort and only radiates light," but the girl was so tired that she fell asleep right in the bathroom. The girl asked him not to fall asleep. Camilla said embarrassedly that her strength would still be useful at night. Rachel agreed with a smile and said she must be worried. At that moment, the princess was tired thinking about why she should worry. Because they were only business partners and wanted to quickly get to a soft bed and fall asleep. When suddenly she confusingly asked why they were touching her there, Rihanna asked His Highness to allow them to help her relieve the tension. The maids grabbed the princess and continued to massage the girl's legs with their hands, generally holding her in every possible way, but Sasha resisted because it tickled her. But after all the procedures, Alexandra looked at herself in the mirror. The fatigue disappeared as if by magic, and her skin was like a child's. Looking at her face, she said that she shone like a polished diamond. Rihanna laughed and said it was too early to be surprised. Handing the princess a nightgown on a hanger, they said they had a secret weapon. The princess turned around surprised. Her eyes widened when she saw the translucent and obscene black outfit, and asked in surprise if it was possible to wear such a thing. Of course, Camilla told her, everyone around you is so jealous that any outfit suits you well. And Rihanna secretly said that this was Lord Theodore's choice. The ladies explained that, when His Highness was shown catalogs of women's underwear, his gaze fixed on them for 0.3 of a second. They say he looked at them at the speed of light. Rihanna said it was called fairy, so both white and black suit her. Because of this, the palace maids were divided into 2 discussion groups. Camilla said that if she chooses, she will definitely get Theodore. The princess had heard about the diligent wedding preparations, but did not expect them to ask Theodore what to choose, even though it wasn't a choice at all. She thought they were just professional perverts, so the princess abruptly threw the underwear aside and told them to bring her something comfortable. At that moment, Theodore went out into the courtyard and walked thoughtfully along the stone bridges of the palace. He finally stopped and looked down. The prince thought it was his first wedding night and became alarmed. Looking at his reflection, His Highness thought that he did not expect this marriage to lead his interior to such a disaster. The maids unnecessarily informed him of everything, even his outfit, he thought, blushing. That's why only empty thoughts came to his mind. The prince did not think that he could do this with someone he did not love or someone whom Alexandra did not like from their first meeting until today. She seemed strange to him. And the moment she entered his living room, he, of course, believed that his soul had given this girl everything it could. But if he stays with her, it will become increasingly difficult for him to maintain trust. Because they are completely different from Alexandra. He remembered the image of a baby with golden hair. What? The girl suddenly asked. She arrived on time and invited him into the room. The man looking at the water instantly blushed. Still, it was Princess Alexandra. She continued to call Theodore, but the boy still couldn't turn to her out of shame. Because of the maid's useless chatter, his imagination went wild, and he could already imagine how she would turn around. And she would see his wife in that same outfit. But then the princess called Theodore again and asked if it had been a long day, and suggested that he go to bed quickly. The princess looked absolutely normal, dressed in her comfortable white nightgown, and smiling at her husband. Confused by his thoughts and the images in his head, the man finally turned around and looked at his wife with surprise. He exhaled in relief, blushing, placing his hand on his chest, and happily thought that this was not the same nightgown. Sasha asked if something was wrong. She apologized to the pervert and asked if he was expecting someone else. The man quickly said no and looked at the princess. He thought that a pleasant aroma emanated from her, probably after the bath her cheeks and that white dress were red. And at that moment, Princess Alexandra was thinking about the soft bed, the boy covering his mouth with his hand. And turning his reddened face to the side, she thought that this was even more dangerous. And so the couple approached the room reserved for them, for the newlyweds, and stopped in stupor. Even the exterior decoration of the hallway was decorated in every possible way. The princess told Theodore that her maids were extremely capable. But their zeal is a little strange. The boy said he was embarrassed, but he admits it. But then they opened the door to their room and were stunned by what they saw, and wondered what it was. The whole room was decorated in red, white, and pink colors. There were flowers everywhere. The table was set for spending time together, and in general, she was simply radiant. Theodore, frowning and pursing his lips, thought that there was a feeling of madness here. Especially since this bed, Alexandra asked her husband if he also heard sounds of romance. There was a petal-lined heart in the center of the bed, but it was too small for the size of the room. But the next moment, the princess, without waiting for her husband, quickly ran forward. As if playing, Theodore watched her in shock, and even a hair on his head stood on end. And so Alexandra, already taking off her shoes as she walked, skillfully jumped onto the soft bed. Hugging the pillow, she pressed her whole body against the lightest bed and thought about how good it was, how soft the blanket was there. She was grateful that in the world, one can feel something like this. This is 100% silk, and she will never forget her suffering. She will definitely find servants when she opens her own business. However, the princess suddenly realized that the bed was too small, and that she and Theodore would be cramped. The boy had just approached the bed. He was still in shock from her outburst, and he couldn't move away yet. And Sasha considered that the best defense was an attack, and he would not give up the bed. She would be his, and, looking threateningly at her husband, she told him to sleep on the floor. Puffing out her cheeks with indignation, the princess said that she had made it clear, even before the wedding, that she loved everything soft. It would be cruel of him to take this away from her and force her to sleep on the floor, since he had no objections when she talked about it. Theodore, holding his head, asked her to calm down. He asked her about her words, that she loves everything soft. Did you then mean that you want to sleep on soft things? Alexandra said yes. Then the prince pointed at himself with his finger and asked if she was then suggesting that he sleep on the floor. That's right, said the princess. Silence fell. Fuck, the embarrassed husband thought. She didn't think for a second, and he was the only one imagining so much. It seemed that he was the only one thinking about what their wedding night would be like. When Alexandra suddenly realized that because of the soft bed, she had lost her mind for a second. And she had just told the owner of the palace to sleep on the floor, confused about who was in charge here. Then His Highness the Prince asked in surprise if the bed was that good. The princess, who had been thinking for a moment, was suddenly surprised not to understand the question, but immediately said yes. Smiling, she said it was okay, because one day she decided that when she went out, she definitely would. Then the princess dreamed that she washed herself and covered herself with a dry blanket on a soft bed, and fell asleep. Hearing these words from his wife, the boy was so surprised that he opened his mouth slightly at the unexpected words. Then he remembered how difficult it was for the princess in her homeland, and he felt sorry for her. And he was very restless in his soul. But after thinking for a moment, he, embarrassed, sat on the other edge of the bed. Suddenly, sitting with his back to his wife, he said, looking at the floor, that husbands normally do not sleep on the floor. Moreover, on their wedding night, the princess shuddered in surprise, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The man sat sadly on the edge of the bed, as if a faithful dog was waiting for permission from its master. But each was thinking different things. The princess regretted that he would be uncomfortable on the floor, and the prince blamed himself for what he was wearing. But he was very offended. But suddenly, Alexandra got out of bed and knelt down and thought, nothing can be done. And she called Theodore. The boy turned around. Then the princess held out her hand to him and told him that they could only sleep holding hands. And smiling, her face expressed confidence and asked him if he believed her, still holding out her hand. For a moment, the man's face turned red and he was surprised, but suddenly asked anxiously what she meant, raising his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. Alexandra, smiling, said that they could only touch with their hands and that other actions were forbidden. The boy began to massage the bridge of his nose and asked her to wait, asking where she heard such a comment. The princess remained silent, looking and examining Theodore from behind in bewilderment. When she asked Theodore if he wanted to do this with her, the boy's eyes widened instantly, and his cheeks turned red. He turned sharply to his wife, stuttered, and told her that not at all. Alexandra, smiling, said that she didn't like the idea either, and since they don't love each other, then there is no need to worry. Theodore even felt somehow offended, but she drew a clear line. Of course, the most important thing in an arranged marriage is the birth of a child in whom the blood of two families will mix. But it is better to think about children later. She coldly said that, as his business partner, she was confident she could make him king even without having a child. And all because she has the emperor's eye, so he must preserve her innocence. Looking at her husband with a languid gaze, she addressed him by name, and smiling after a short pause asked him if he had a lover. The boy looked at her surprised. That little one's golden hair flashed through his head. The next moment, he frowned and wrinkled his nose, looked forward with his cold eyes, and asked her how she knew. Smiling, Alexandra explained that one look would be enough for this, and asked him not to worry. She understood everything. The princess simply couldn't help but know when they boasted like that in front of her. Then the boy, hearing the answer, turned his head, looked sadly at the floor, and thought about something, trying to make him understand his feelings. He suddenly realized that from the wedding until now, Princess Alexandra had behaved as if nothing had happened, and it irritated him to drag along at the same pace as her. That's right, he suddenly said, still hesitating, this child is his beloved. So, said the princess with interest, an additional point appeared for their negotiations. What? Theodore suddenly asked, surprised, and Alexandra said, satisfied, that although monogamy is practiced in Airugo, it does not apply to the king. She does not covet the title of queen, so if he behaves well, he can give it to her. Today's negotiation topic is the possibility of getting the queen's place upon concluding the treaty. She asked, he also wants her not to be a concubine, but a queen. The offer is not limited. Let the most favorable conditions be provided, having let go of the non-benefits. She said. This angered the boy. Smiling nervously and frowning, he looked at his wife and told her what was expected of her. He said to forget her words and lie down on the bed, moving away from the girl. The only thing he could do was raise his hands and sadly crawl under the blanket. He quietly wondered what he had done wrong. And now they were lying together in bed. It seemed like progress, but something was still wrong. By the way, she suddenly told Theodore that they had to do it so that others would think they really spent their wedding night. Maybe they would bleed. Theodore explained that in Airugo, no emphasis is placed on the bride's virginity. Moreover, there is no need for blood the first time. Then Alexandra thought that, when she came here, she felt that in some ways the people of Airugo were more sensible than the Silvans. However, the better the relationship between the spouses, the greater the public approval. She thought, and again Theodore's praise. The princess asked him if he had ever broken a bed while making love to his girlfriend. The poor prince shuddered at such a question, and after clearing his throat, he got up and, frowning and looking inquisitively at his wife, wondered what she was talking about. Sasha asked him why he looked like that. She just asked, and then understood and apologized. Which means he couldn't break it, she said sadly. Theodore blushed and, shocked by such a statement, thought that she thought he was doing something similar with someone. He frowned and embarrassedly said out loud that he was not with anyone. You. The princess held out this letter to him and annoyed, said she expected something more. Looking at her husband's torso, she said sadly in her voice that looking at his muscles, she thought that was possible. And patting her husband on the shoulder, she told him that it was actually quite normal that he couldn't break it. Because he could hurt himself. Everything is fine. She reassured him. She asked too much. The boy looked furiously at the girl and expressed his thoughts. Emphasizing every word, she said that he could have hurt himself. The princess was surprised and thought that she had hurt his male pride, so she said sadly that she did not want to offend him. Oops, it suddenly came out of her mouth when she saw the truly irritated and angry look on Theodore's face. And I thought I was wrong. I thought he could do such a thing. That's why I asked. Because he stopped the carriage going at full speed with one hand, but, on the contrary, it hurt his pride. After all, it is easy to hurt a man's ego in this matter. The princess was thinking what to do, how to restore the relationship after a fight. When she remembered the help of the emperor's eye, the princess realized that she needed to praise him and, smiling, said that Theodore breaks the bed easily. The point here is his ignorance. He can divide it into 4 parts, and each of them breaks with a bang. And she called the prince the god of the bed. Moreover, he is still young and will be able to improve his skills. Waving her arms in different directions, the princess said that she would earn a lot of money. And she would give him a lot of energy. Theodore, looking at her irritably, asked her who she took him for. At that moment, some conversations finally stopped. The princess stopped waving her arms. Alexandra said that she thought he was shy. Theodore said quite threateningly, and so they lay down under the blanket again. When His Highness the Prince said that he had never broken a bed, the princess looked at him in surprise. But perhaps Theodore muttered with some sad intonation in his voice, leaning on the edge of the bed and looking out the window. To this, the princess did not answer anything, but smiled with pity, raising the tip of her eyebrows. She patted her husband on the shoulder and told him that, of course, if Theodore gets down to business, he will surely break it. The guy said seriously that he simply didn't try, growling and splitting in half, as if jokingly cheering on the prince. He asked her if she was listening to him, and the princess continued to say that Theodore was the best. This fight was like a man teasing a wild beast, and then Theodore got up again and looked at her with irritation. His whole body trembled, and the veins on his face swelled. How could he, unable to endure all this harassment, furiously say that he said that? In truth, he could break the bed. The princess just looked at him surprised, opening her mouth and eyes and raising her hands in surrender. The next moment, the prince angrily hit the headboard and hung over the princess lying on the bed. He continued to look at his frantic wife with a furious look in his cold amber eyes. And she continued to look at him emotionlessly with her cold, charming amethyst eyes. She called the prince by his name, but he did not answer. Then the princess wondered why he suddenly got angry and raised her hand and said to wait. He was too close. The prince pursed his lips in anger and simply stood paralyzed, regaining his senses. And meanwhile, the princess touched his chest and shuddered looking at the torso right before her eyes. But this pleasure did not last long. Cracks appeared in the headboard from the blow. "Oh," Theodore suddenly said with concern, taking his hand off the headboard, and Alexandra just looked surprised at his hand from which crumbs were falling. Upon hearing this, the maids would have screamed loudly and worriedly, but they chose this bed so carefully. But they would have been more worried about their highnesses, of course. What was happening, the girl only managed to scream. Carefully, the boy shouted at her. And the next moment, she opened her eyes. And the first question that sounded in her head was what just happened, and now she was lying on her husband. And she realized that they were on the curve of the mattress. The bed simply broke in half, and Alexandra asked out loud, since the bed was broken, where should they sleep now? Theodore said guiltily that he did not intend to break it. But the girl did not give up, and, indignant, asked her partner who had done this, for which it definitely had to break in the process. Incredibly, he said with admiration. He only let go of his power for a second. But the next moment, Theodore said threateningly, no, he just didn't try. If he tried, he would break it. Hitting her husband's legs, the princess said that he is a master of speech. Without even trying. What? Asked His Highness the Prince indignantly. And if he did? But try it. You can provocatively, she said. Theodore shouted that he really would. Sasha shouted at him to try. Finally, this argument ceased, and the newlyweds calmed down and got out of the trap. With a sad sigh, the princess said that she wanted to sleep in a comfortable crib. Theodore, scratching his head, suddenly looked down and discovered the mattress they had taken out earlier. Did he pick it up? He placed it in a more convenient place in front of her and told his wife to sleep here. Looking down, he said that the frame had broken, but the mattress itself was not damaged. And he wondered out loud where the maids had found such a mattress. If these beautiful ladies were here, they would sadly say with tears in their eyes that they asked you to trust them, but they didn't want such an outcome. While the princess watched her husband spread the bed, she asked where he would spend the night. While folding the blanket, Theodore, with his back to his wife, said tiredly that she could sleep on the floor. The princess looked at him surprised, and how depressed he acted made her feel sad. Theodore, in fact, seemed very depressed by this situation, but continued to concentrate on making the bed. Seeing this, Princess Alexandra was not only saddened, but also ashamed of such behavior. She looked at her husband with pity and pursed her lips. There was a dead silence in the room. Alexandra completely dropped her hands in sadness, but then, with a feeling of guilt, she called her husband by name. And turning around, Theodore saw in front of him how the princess put one hand on her chest. She extended the other to him and told him that she had said before that they could sleep with only their hands touching. Theodore accepted his wife's invitation and placing his hand over hers. He said that he still wanted to ask her where she learned that expression. Sitting comfortably on the mattress, Alexandra asked if others had not said a similar phrase on their wedding night. The prince asked, surprised, what kind of comment, and the princess realized that it was unnecessary. In response, sitting closer to the lady, he just smiled in response to her stupidity. She really is an unusual girl, Theodore thought. And so they fell asleep, holding hands tightly. Lying on the prince's arm and falling asleep, the princess thought that it was the first time she had slept with someone. And gradually she fell into drowsiness, a wonderful feeling. As if the warm rays of the sun caressed her, the princess walked through an amazing forest and said that there was a large quantity of fresh buns on the tree. She saw so many baked goods for the first time. Sasha, try us too, and not just the cookies, that's right, don't just take one. The buns told her. Suddenly, with all her joy and anticipation, she heard someone's bitter cry. Kalabak said that he wanted to make a delicious bun, but that it was not soft enough. So he couldn't join the delicacies. This surprised the princess, and she looked at him with interest. She thought that this white bread definitely came from a fairy tale. Then she thought about it, and realized that she had only tasted black bread, and wondered what this snow-white bread would taste like. Her mouth began to water, and Alexandra, realizing that she could no longer restrain herself, grabbed the talking bread. What are you doing? she asked. The princess replied that they told her that if you knead the bread, it will become softer. The girl said she had a feeling that it was becoming more and more elastic. And she kept kneading the bread, asked to leave it alone. Drooling, fascinated by the food, Alexandra said that it was very big and warm. It felt good, and its texture was very attractive. She continued to knead the elastic bread, and without stopping saying quietly what a warm aroma. And tempting it had, suddenly her mouth filled with saliva. But the embarrassed bread, taking advantage of the moment, quickly escaped. Reaching out, the girl shouted at him not to leave. She hadn't even tasted a piece. Suddenly, she caught the jumping bread in the air and bit it hard. The bread screamed loudly in pain. But then morning came. The princess opened her eyes and discovered that she was lying with her head on the floor. Her body on the mattress and the pillow somewhere nearby. Stretching, she realized it was a dream, but of course, it was a pity. But the dream was full of joy. The soft bed was really the best. When she turned her head towards her husband, who was sitting with his back to her, she waved her hand and wished him good morning. But suddenly, she realized that something was wrong with the boy. She looked at him with a languid and inquisitive gaze and asked him what was wrong. The prince, whose face was completely red like a tomato, looked at her with pitiful eyes. Biting his lip, arching his eyebrows and covering his chest with his hands. The girl, worried and excited, but still not really understanding what had happened. She remembered the buns from her dream. She approached Theodore, but the boy abruptly moved further away from her and turned completely red threateningly. The princess asked in surprise why he was looking at her like that. Blushing with shame, she turned her head and reminded him that she had said they would sleep holding only hands. The princess, not understanding what was happening, asked him if he had let go of her hand while sleeping. For which he was offended and thought that, contrary to expectations, a great effort had to be made for this man. The prince, indignant, asked her if she was pretending or not. He doesn't understand. He looked threateningly at his wife, still blushing. And then he shouted that she said they would sleep and only hold hands. He asked if she had forgotten how she had touched his chest all night. She went numb. When Alexandra arched her eyebrows, she brought her hand to her chest and exhaled smiling. And she told him that it was impossible. Then she noticed spots and a bite on her husband's chest and asked what kind of cups they were. But suddenly she fell silent. The smile had not yet left her face, but everything in her eyes swam and clouded as she began to realize what she had done. The next moment, she shook abruptly and froze in an unnatural pose. It was a character trait she couldn't even imagine. Theodore, still hugging his chest and not looking her in the eyes, said that it is not in vain that they say you cannot trust people who claim that they will only hold hands. Waving her hands anxiously and worriedly, Alexandra said that this was a misunderstanding. And she explained to him that it was all a dream and not a malicious intention. "You are lying," said the prince. And to the subsequent excuses, he simply did not answer anything, and after that he apologized for a long time. On the palace grounds, the maids were discussing that Lord Theodore had missed the morning meeting because he had stayed in the bedroom. Moreover, the princess dismissed everyone and went to wash her friend. She couldn't even imagine how passionate her night was. After getting out of the shower, the princess asked her maids in surprise, looking at the table with a variety of dishes. "What is this?" Laughing, Rihanna said it was nothing special, and moving the princess to the table told her to eat more. Rachel said that she needed to eat a lot to keep up with Lord Theodore's physical power. They discussed among themselves how His Highness could do this to a small princess. And weak. He was so rude that he broke the bed. Sasha did not understand whether they were scolding him or praising him. Although both were on everyone's lips, their relationship should look great, so she didn't think it was worth correcting this misunderstanding. However, Alexandra thought. She was a little worried about Diana because she had unintentionally taken her virginity. And thinking about this, the princess already put a tasty bite from the table into her mouth. And her mood immediately improved. They will figure it out themselves, she thought as far as she knew. At first, no one else interfered in the relationship of the lovers. when suddenly Alexandra was distracted from her thoughts by the maids calling her. The princess looked around. In front of her, she saw the girls looking at her with great interest, and Camilla asked her how she was. His Highness instantly shuddered and turned his head away from them, worried and confused, looking for words. She remembered everything again and actually thought it was bread. But if she thought about it again, then the princess said quietly, thoughtfully. The princesses looked at her embarrassed, covering their mouths in shame, but still continued to wait with interest for what their mistress would say next. Then Camilla asked in surprise if she meant Mr. Theodore, but the princess said thoughtfully about bread. Soft elastic. And thinking, Princess Alexandra paused, provoking intrigue, and said that he was also hot. The maids turned completely red, surprised and ready to scream. And jump for joy, which in principle is what they did. Alexandra thought that he was hot, like freshly baked bread. The maids continued to rejoice and applaud when suddenly, a court lady ran into the room. She loudly called the princess. The maids instantly calmed down and looked at the girl with the scar. Alexandra was surprised. Beatrice, entering the room, said loudly that she couldn't even imagine what had happened. That you were inactive until noon. Shouting indignantly and stamping her heels, she said that she had no time to prolong her meal. She wanted to say something else about the Knights of Silvanus, but then they coldly told her that it was enough. Beatrice shuddered and fell silent. The maid asked how she dared to burst in without knocking and interrupt the princess's meal. Camilla closed the door. Rihanna said, with a threatening look, that a court lady should first think about her mistress. But she doesn't even think about respecting her. Alarmed, Beatrice indignantly said that she had come with the princess from her homeland. She asked how they dared to do this to her. Camilla said that she was no longer a guest from a distant country, but the wife of her owner. And her mistress too. And they do not tolerate court ladies who do not know the rules of etiquette well. And do not understand the situation, she said with a threatening and irritated look. Rachel supported them and said irritably that she should remember how to help the lady. Then Rihanna tactlessly asked the court lady why she was still here, and sent her to quickly learn etiquette. Beatrice felt pressure from all sides. She couldn't say an intelligible word out of fear. When the princess told them to stop, they had already done enough. The lady with the scar was trembling. How is it possible that Rihanna, who threatened Beatrice more threateningly, and more persistently than anyone, quickly changed her mood, and, smiling, said cheerfully, turning to His Highness, that they understood. The princess turned to Beatrice and reminded her that, although she had not shown any concern for her, she had shown sincerity by coming here and asking what had happened to the knights. But the girl still couldn't answer her out of fear. With a trembling hand, she clutched the fabric of her skirt, indignant that they were humiliating her like this. And she wondered since, when she managed to drive them away. And finding strength within herself, wrinkling her nose and arching her eyebrows, she said that the savages and cruel inhabitants of Airugo had staged a scene, and their knights had been seriously injured. Savage, cruel, even though she was afraid, she did not lose her pride, thought Alexandra, and asked if she should teach them a lesson. But she is not their nanny. Teach me a lesson, inquired Beatrice indignantly, and shouted that she must do the right thing. They are Silvans. This problem must be solved outside of whom she is married to. But if we shorten Beatrice's story, it turns out that on her wedding night, when she and Theodore broke the bed, according to tradition, the Knights of Airugo and Silvanus were supposed to defend the palace. But the Knights of Airugo unexpectedly attacked the Silvans, believing in the alliance. The careless knights could not repel adequate resistance, so they were subjected to a one-sided attack. Due to the war, the knights of the two countries were deeply divided. They spread the news of their wonderful marital relationship whenever possible. But it would be bad if the clash between subordinates became known. At the same time, in Theodore's office, after reading the report, he said that, of course, he foresaw that such a question would arise someday. But he did not expect that he, who always avoids conflict, would start one. He looked up. And the prince asked James how this happened. The guy pursed his lips and looked down sadly, saying nothing in response to his commander. Defensive sword James. He is not interested in what is happening around him. He is open-minded and quick to make decisions, but generally doesn't care about anything. The only one he cares about is his leader, Theodore. When making a decision, he reasoned whether it would be beneficial for His Highness or not. That's how it was. So James apologized and said that at such a difficult time, he had endangered his political authority. Theodore thought about it. Before his sword was not interested in the opinions of others. And he said that he knows he doesn't care about those things, he is more interested in why he did it. His companion Nigel looked at him worriedly, and the redhead raised his head. And once again ordering his thoughts, he lowered his head and said thoughtfully that he thought it was the right decision. On the day of the incident, in front of the newlyweds' room, the knights were indignantly saying that they couldn't even sleep. His companion said that he understood that this was a tradition, but that they didn't even belong to Princess Sekido's. In the building, a man playing cards said that his camisole was tight on his chest, that he wanted to take it off. His opponent told him to hurry up because it was his turn to snack on. There was no way to drink without a snack, the knight said. There was swearing and the like in the room. In the waiting room, there was nowhere for a grain to fall. They suggested raising the bet. Another asked, but it was possible. But the barbarians pay anyway. The knight, drinking wine, thought about how he had asked the princess to allow him to accompany her, and how proudly she passed by. And although this angered him greatly, he listened to his companions talk about how the princess turned out to be even more beautiful than they thought. The man with the urinal haircut said he was amazed. On the way, he shouldn't have mocked her, but tried to seduce her. His companion asked him if he had changed his mind immediately after the princess started receiving support. Another suggested not talking about what could have been. The knight drinking wine continued to listen to their dialogue, and then smiling, said what a pity that so much beauty fell into the hands of a barbarian. The guys paid attention to the captain, who said he had no pride. He was part of the imperial family. The pot supported him. The smiling drunk captain said that he must be having fun now, and asked why they shouldn't close their eyes while having fun. What if they were in his place? Suddenly, a voice approaching the door was heard. James froze in shock as soon as he heard what the conversation was about. And the drunk captain kept talking about how unhappy the princess was because she had to spend the night with a barbarian. Smiling, he said that if such an elegant knight as him gave her his caresses, then she would be happy all night long. James was extremely angry at how they were insulting his leader and his wife. And he thought he was crazy. He came to check what was going on because there was no security outside. But insulting the imperial family is a criminal punishment, and he decided that he would not make excuses even if he was sent to prison. And he thought that ordinary knights were at least normal. But that was not the case. These lustful pigs happily supported their commander, and amidst laughter they asked him if his difficult character and his lack of enlightenment would become a problem. They told him that words were not needed in this matter anyway, and that his resistance, on the contrary, would be aimed at stimulating desire. The man smiled with satisfaction. And the soldiers continued to support him, saying that they would have spent the whole night. And he was unusually skillful and would regret refusing the commander. The drunkard said that, if you think about it, even in the best thing she has given him, no one can even think about how slutty their noble princess is. James continued to listen to everything in shock. However, his approaching comrades had no intention of tolerating such an attitude towards His Highness. And General Nigel quickly ran to the waiting room and brutally slapped his commander in the face. His comrades only had time to flinch and come to their senses, while Nigel continued to stare furiously at the soldiers. The knights looked surprised and dumbfounded at the arriving monster and asked who they were. If they were really the wars of Airugo. Nigel approached angrily. Meanwhile, his common companion called out to his commander, who flew straight towards them from the blow. His body was trembling. He himself only emitted sounds of pain, and a fallen tooth lay next to him. Angrily, General Nigel looked at the base, frowned and wrinkled his nose. He tensed his whole face to such an extent that the veins swelled, and said that his ears were wilting. He asked if they dared to call themselves knights and suddenly turned on him, causing the base to tremble with fear. He screamed and a chill ran down his skin. Nigel was already annoyed by everything and, disgusted, asked him what he was looking at. He told him not to look and hit him in the face. The Knights of Silvanus thought they were really finished, and the next moment, the bear scattered them all. His comrades were surprised that the knights flew like rags through the side streets. Jonathan, looking surprised at his friend, said that Nigel had done something wrong again. And he asked him how to deal with this now. James remained silent. The knight who passed behind them was alarmed, but noticed that it was the tactician Jonathan. And smiling, he said that they would express an official protest for this attack. He shouted loudly at Mr. Jonathan that he knew how far things could go. And he ordered him to stop immediately, or they themselves would use force. But the boy was not satisfied with that annoying buzzing under his ear, and the next moment hit the knight on the head with the corner of the book. Frowning, the blue-eyed strategist threateningly told him to shut up. And he asked him, picking up the damn book, if they knew each other. The knight looked at the warrior in shock and thought that he had hit him with a book cut. His companion wondered if this was an assassination attempt. General Nigel indignantly told his comrade that he was also causing trouble. Sighing sadly, Jonathan said that he had forgotten, because that brainless idiot pulled the trigger with his delirious words. James could only stare at his three companions, but deep down in his soul, he was even glad about what was happening. Although since Jonathan supported Nigel instead of calming him down, he had to deal with the consequences. That's why His Highness Theodore asked him, why didn't he try to separate them? He asked the people who had said such things about his wife if he had decided to leave alone those who dared to say such nonsense about his wife. James raised his head and looked at his master with a calm expression. But the next moment, the knight smiled and told His Highness not to worry. Because he was his sword. This means that he faced the consequences after his comrades dealt with the knights. And they had already calmed down. Then he approached his commander, who talked about everything about the princess, and, deciding to start with him, he stood between his legs and raised his leg. The blow, the next moment the egg broke, Beatrice writhed in agony. And she got goosebumps. Alexandra asked why she was so stunned. Stuttering, she asked, the knight suffered and she deigned to treat her, and besides, why the eggs? Continuing to hit the egg with a spoon, the princess asked if she liked them. Beatrice, worried, said that it was not so. Alexandra said that she had already said that the people of Airugo were easily angered. Beatrice thought anxiously. She says she knows. And she realized that she didn't know exactly which part of him was injured, and that he wouldn't say such an indecent word. After all, the knights. She was repeating the whole story in her head, the Knights of Silvanus. All of them, the princess hit the egg again, and the girl wrinkled her face, thinking that they had all become eunuchs. Having regained consciousness, the knight asked her where she was. The doctor replied that he was in the intensive care unit. The commander of the Silvanus Knights asked how he had gotten here, and that he lacked sensation in the lower part. Anxiously, the doctor said, if you want to know, he was bleeding in a place that was not the most indecent. And now, he will no longer be able to have children. Specifically, he will not be able to have sexual intercourse. The swollen man babbled worriedly and asked the doctor to wait, and asked what he had just said. This fate befell all the other knights, and they all asked him to examine them. And it turned out that he was no longer a man and had become a eunuch. They believed that this was impossible. The men kept shouting that it was impossible, that this was nonsense. The doctor said that there was no need to tremble, that the bleeding could start again. But then the waitress entered the ward and said that His Highness had arrived for the princess. Hearing this, the commander of the knights, who was crying before, suddenly cheered up and stopped shedding tears. The princess entered the room with the patients and explained smilingly that she had been told that her dear knights were seriously injured. The Silvansev commander started roaring again, but with joy and smiling, he told the princess that he knew she would come. It was as if he started ordering the girl to fix this misunderstanding, calling the knights of Airugo monsters. The princess was stunned with surprise and thought that she didn't know they were all in such good shape. Alexandra thought that they shouldn't have greeted her because they were very sick. But if you look at their reaction, you can understand that it is quite honest. They were truly moved. The princess told her subordinates that she couldn't help but come because her devoted knights were injured. This moved them even more, and the knights burst into tears. It seemed very ironic to Alexandra. Seriously, they treated her so badly, and they still believed that she came to comfort them. But the princess really didn't understand what they had in mind. As if their brain really couldn't draw conclusions, the commander roared about the barbarians. He said they were rude and uneducated warriors. And in fact, said the princess, she heard that they were attacked unilaterally. But it seems this is not the case. Because every day they said that if they went to the battlefield, they would defeat all the warriors of Airugo. And they would return to Silvanus with victory. She looked at him coldly and said that in the first encounter, only they were defeated. This absurdity still couldn't fit in her head. "You are magnificent, knights," asked Her Highness Alexandra. "Aren't you?" The commander's face flushed with shame. But then asked the princess, looking thoughtfully to the side, "The wars of Airugo attacked her knights." "That's how barbarians are," shouted the commander of the Silvanus Knights detachment loudly and irritably. "Maybe," suggested Alexandra coldly and feigning surprise, "if they hadn't thrown funny things." In the direction of Princess Silvanus and the wife of Prince Airugo, they wouldn't have been defeated. "Right?" she asked. The man's heart began to beat fast, and he froze upon discovering that insulting a member of the royal family was a criminal offense. Even though they had the ruler of a larger country behind them, who had ordered them to rebel. They seemed to enjoy mocking her. They were all accomplices, but the traitor had already been found, and they must have unconsciously felt their team falling apart. The captain, sweating nervously, thought that he had spilled the beans, who saw everything with his own eyes. And reported. If there was a witness among them, then he was a traitor. He said that the princess was right, the honorary knight. He could not say such words. A knight's honor is everything to a warrior if the public finds out about his crime. Even after returning to Silvanus, they will point the finger at him. It seems Sasha said that the warriors of Airugo had no reason to attack their knights. The commander said in a trembling voice that they had absolutely no reason to do so. In fact, the blonde stammered. They hurt themselves when they tried to catch a magical creature to celebrate their wedding. That creature hit them in the best places. Rihanna realized, and it seemed to her that the Knight of Silvanus wanted to tell the whole truth. But he began to deny the existence of the incident after His Highness's words. And she wondered how it was possible. The princess looked irritably at the knight and thought what scoundrels they were. As soon as they started questioning them, they immediately tucked their tails between their legs. Alexandra thought that they would tell everything and pretended to be innocent, because she saw and heard all conversations through the emperor's eyes. But he quickly admitted his boredom. Taking sheets of paper and spreading out a pen, the girl said that she had spoken with the doctor. And he told her that they should stay in the hospital for 2 months. She said that they would receive discharge because they suffered while bravely fighting the monster. She thought that this way she would destroy the emperor's puppets. The knight was surprised and then lowered his head sadly and said that they really wanted to accompany the lady. But the circumstances had been such, and he asked for forgiveness. This is how Princess Alexandra collected signatures for her permission and avoided the discontent of the Airugo warriors. And she kept all the papers she received contentedly in her hands. At the same time, the princess exhausted the grounds for protest of the Silvans, and finally the politically dangerous factor for Theodore was eliminated. Smiling, the princess turned to the patient and told him to rest well, and that Beatrice should bring gifts for the sick. The commander, smiling cheerfully, told Alexandra that she was a true princess for bringing them gifts. Beatrice handed the tray into the knight's hands, who said he had feelings, when suddenly his eyes popped out of their sockets upon seeing the egg. The princess turned cheerfully towards the knights and smiling, reminded them that she had hurt her hand. And she hit the eggshell with a spoon. Looking at him confidently and smiling, she said that eggs are very nutritious and beneficial for the body. And when they recover, they are even more beneficial, and wished him a pleasant appetite. The man stared stunned at the brought egg, into which the princess inserted a spoon. A chill ran down his body, and he trembled with fear. Then he remembered what the doctor told him, that he was bleeding in the most indecent place. And bitter tears streamed from his eyes. The man screamed loudly in despair, and then clenched his fists tightly with anger. The princess calmly left him, trembling with rage and hatred. She asked him if he was mocking him now, because he had become a eunuch. When suddenly he shouted loudly at her if she thought she could get away with it. She was the cause of his shame. He asked her how she could be so calm, and ran out of bed directly towards the princess. The girl turned surprised to see the man running towards her. The waitresses were very scared for their lady, and only managed to move and call His Highness. But suddenly, just outside the door, behind the princess, the knight saw a dark silhouette. And curled with bright yellow eyes piercing him, the blue-eyed commander's eyes opened in surprise. It became terribly frightening, and the approach of something inevitable could be felt. And the next moment, he lowered his intact and working left hand and knelt down. The princess, who protected herself from him, with her hand was surprised. The knight immediately began to eat the egg the girl gave him, and said it was delicious. That she was so affectionate that he could stand up abruptly. Rihanna abruptly separated from her lover, and asked Sylvans what it was. The princess understood that he clearly wanted to attack her, but suddenly changed direction. If you don't know the truth, you might think that the knight was touched by the princess's gift. As he eats the egg, although he seems to feel great pain. Alexandra knew that he was not like that and wondered what had happened. When the knight himself explained, laughing, that there was a monster behind the door. The princess immediately realized what was happening and turned sharply towards the door. Frowning, she walked confidently towards the exit of the building, past her maids, and Rihanna called out to His Highness. But the princess abruptly opened the door, expecting to see the one the knight's commander was talking about. But contrary to her expectations, there was no one outside the door when she stepped out onto the street. She ran her hand over the parapet and asked interrogatively that there was no one here. And right behind the bushes sat His Highness Theodore. Trying not to breathe, hiding from his wife, a leaf from a bush appeared on his head. Meanwhile, the trio of warriors closest to Theodore stood by the tree. Nigel asked what was going on, and Jonathan, who was in his bosom, asked to be left alone. And Jonathan said that His Highness came out very unexpectedly. It seemed that his senses were quite sharpened. The boys immediately scattered to the sides like cockroaches when the princess abruptly left. Then nearby, a girl saw her husband and, surprised, called him by name. The guy who had been standing near the sidewalk until that moment and looking into the distance suddenly turned around. The princess ran to Theodore and asked him when he arrived. The man, putting his hands in his pockets and looking away, said that he had just arrived. But it was a lie. Alexandra asked if he had come for the knights. The man looked away embarrassed and asked if nothing had happened. The princess smiled cordially. Her cheeks flushed, and she said that she had already decided everything. Taking her husband's hand, she smilingly called him to accompany her, and she would explain everything to him. The maids of Her Highness, the princess, and the trio of His Highness, the prince, were very surprised by their relationship. Looking at the married couple from the tree, the boys said they looked great. Jonathan said that his partner looked very harmonious. James looked at them through binoculars. Jonathan continued and said that he was worried that it would be difficult for the princess, because her methods are quite radical. When Nigel indignantly asked that this night, if His Highness hadn't come, what would he have done with the thumbnail? He still needs to be pressured. How could he behave like that with the mistress? Jonathan said that he did not expect that from him. It seemed to him that the princess did not like him. Nigel said yes, it's just that those bastards are very rude. As James said here, he thought it was necessary to take into account the fact that they were treating her like a puppet. Nigel asked what this meant. Jonathan explained that His Highness said that the emperor treated her as if she were invisible. The former could not believe it. Abroad they say she is sick. But in the country, the opinion prevails that the princess has other problems. But meeting her live, Jonathan realized that all were empty rumors. Thoughtfully, he said that this was only his guess, but he thought that it was due to the strength of the direct line of the people of Silvanus. The golden blood. Children in the direct line of inheritance are born with special abilities. The strength awakens at the age of 5, and after this period, like a plate. It will no longer develop. The aura, which requires training and mana, is also an inherent ability only to emperors. And the hallmark of this ability is silver hair. The first emperor of Silvanus had this ability. Nigel asked what it was, but Jonathan didn't know, but it was certainly very valuable. The princess was isolated after 5 years. When her abilities did not manifest and the girl was considered useless, Nigel began to be indignant that this was the reason. The smiling strategist said that there are many parents who try to fill their feelings of inferiority through their children. That's why it's incredible. Usually people who have overcome difficulties, even if the situation improves, they cannot adapt and live on self-pity. But this sweet princess is different, as if she was waiting for the moment to bloom like a flower in a short time. Now she confidently looks at this world. The man looked embarrassed at his girlfriend as she led him. The princess, smiling, said that she gave up and said that they were injured by a monster in the middle of the battle. She was just waiting for this, so she quickly slid the documents. Tatum. And that's it. She asked him how he was and if he was doing well. Now this incident will not go to the international level. She asked him if he appreciated her skills. The man smiled satisfactorily and took a sip of his tea while the princess waited with great anticipation for an answer. How then, not seeing any violent reaction, she asked him why he was not surprised at all. The man flinched and said no. His Highness told his wife that she had done a great job. The princess smiled happily. When the boy, glancing through sheets of paper with signatures his wife gave him, suddenly found one. And he said about it, the girl flinched. The boy read the receipt, which stated that his family undertakes to pay Princess Alexandra for this. And an awkward silence ensued. Theodore thought that this was blatant extortion. The girl asked not to misunderstand her. It was just money for her personal business. The man looked inquisitively at his wife and asked why she needed such a business. Because he had a lot of money. Looking threateningly at her husband and frowning, she said pompously that she knew. And added sarcastically that she was jealous. Then Theodore remembered that she was his wife. Frowning and clutching the papers, he said that he knew. Then, why did Theo ask, does she have other political reasons to make sure to open her own business? She needs other reasons besides money to start a business. Moreover, the budget provided to her shows that she must spend the prince's money. And not hers, she said. When Alessandra thoughtfully asked her partner, now he can seriously help her with her business. Theodore thought and looked away. But he never had time to give an answer, when suddenly a voice from outside addressed the princess. And to His Highness Theodore. And then Lady Diana appeared in front of them, looking a little worried at the couple at the table. Then the girl, bringing her hand to her chest and smiling, said that Diana Palaman greets His Highness the Prince. And the princess. The princess looked surprised at the girl, holding the newspaper in her hands. She thinks she knew why she came here. At this moment, her wedding with Theodore is the most discussed topic. A snow-white princess, in the arms of the ruler and protector of the people. Airugo, a love story in which His Highness the Princess, although the topic of the broken bed is also relevant. The next day, an incident with a bed occurred that filled the front pages of the newspapers. This is the love of the century, and everyone was interested to know if it was really a marriage of convenience. Since Diana does not know that it was she who initially encouraged Theodore to break the bed. And she also could not hear the preliminary discussions, she is in shock. It would be better for her to leave and leave them alone. They have already discussed primary issues. So they will talk about business when they are alone, and she gets up from her chair. When Diana turned to the princess and asked if she could lend her His Highness Theodore for a while. She had something to say. Alexandra wondered if she interrupted on purpose, although she had the same idea. And although it hurt her a little, she said it was okay, but suddenly Theodore did not let her finish. And he grabbed his wife's hand and told Diana that he and his wife were talking now. While the princess looked surprised at her husband, her friend was very astonished by her lover's behavior towards her. The girl, out of irritation and anger, pursed her lips and tensed her whole body, so she said. And she apologized for her ignorance. Lowering her head, she said more calmly that she apologized, turning to the princess. Theodore looked at his childhood friend from under his forehead, and Alexandra understood that the situation had become tense. Was it her husband who rejected her? Not her. But she apologized to him. And the princess said that the girl did not need to apologize to her. The girl smiled confusedly in response. When suddenly, burning her old acquaintance, she turned to Diana with a cold look. The girl smiled cheerfully and asked her what she wanted to tell her. But with a grim look and a frown, she said calmly, since the princess is now his wife, she should address her as Her Highness. The blue-haired girl flinched. Diana trembled with anger, her eyes widened, her hand also trembled with irritation. And she said that it didn't come out right, that it was out of habit. She addressed Sasha as Her Highness the Princess. She said, yes, great, and asked to be called that in the future, and thought about what kind of atmosphere that was. Not understanding what kind of confrontation this was, she didn't like being the third wheel in the relationship between two lovers. And she needed to leave them alone. The girl patted her husband's hand, wanting him to let go. And she said that she and Theodore had almost finished their conversation, so they could. The boy turned sharply towards her with disgust. He squeezed Alexandra's hand even tighter, making it clear that he would not let her go. And she agreed that then they would talk right there, while Diana smiled. She happily asked if it was possible and cordially thanked His Highness the Princess. Theodore exhaled heavily. The princess didn't know what happened between them, but decided to find out. She needed to satisfy her personal interest, as the pastry chefs in this palace are the best in the world. Smiling, Alexandra told Diana to join the meal too, saying that there are excellent pastry chefs here. So the food is delicious. The blue-haired girl arched her eyebrows, smiled, and asked with disbelief about the pastry chefs. Diana thought that it seemed she didn't know what high class was, since she lived in captivity. Theodore is not a fan of such desserts. Of course, there is a professional pastry chef working in the palace, but if you compare the desserts here with those in other salons, I was very surprised when I tasted the dessert. After all, before, the pastry chef of Theodore's palace was not distinguished by his skill. But this is a completely different level, and this is clearly a new chef. But she knew that Theodore didn't like sweets, but he hired a new pastry chef. Diana wondered why he did this on purpose. It's not his style. Princess Alexandra continued to advise the girl to try other desserts. But then she noticed her facial expression. She realized that Diana's face was not radiating happiness, and thought that maybe she didn't like cakes at that moment. The girl trembled with anger and resentment. Then she looked at her face and felt that sense of déjà vu. She thought about what it reminded her of. And she remembered the situation at the wedding. Like then, Alexandra said that she acted without paying attention and apologizing to Diana. She said that she didn't need to force herself to eat. The blue-eyed girl looked at His Highness surprised and thought that she was apologizing, although there was no reason for it. When Diana thought about it and realized that she was smart, it seemed that she kindly invited her to the table. But it was a trap. The girl thought that the princess wanted to make her a rude lady who refused her, that she was trying to prove that she was superior to her. Diana asked Her Highness the Princess not to apologize because she was speechless for a second from how worried she was about her. Playing with feelings, the cunning fox said she was sorry and asked if she. Diana had annoyed her. The girl thought to herself if she could answer anything, if she really believed that it would be possible to denigrate her in Theodore's eyes. Alexandra looked at the girl surprised, as if she still thought she would trample on her, no matter what excuse she came up with. The princess looked dumbfounded, first at her husband, then at Diana and said, "No, why would I spoil my mood?" That was not the point. How then did she approach Diana and quietly tell her that she felt bad inside? The girl asked what the princess meant. Sasha quietly said that it was due to poor intestinal function. But Theodore heard everything. Diana, disgusted and afraid of the girl, asked her if she meant the intestines. The princess nodded affirmatively, and the former did not understand what she was talking about. Alexandra said that this food was not suitable for her symptoms, which is why she did not eat. But she forced her. The blue-eyed girl looked at the princess in shock, not understanding what she was talking about. And she asked her if it was difficult for her. Moving the cakes and other desserts away from Diana, the princess said that flour was contraindicated. That persimmons were the worst enemy, and that there was caffeine in general. She reflected that she eliminated these foods from her diet because they were related to her problem. And she was ashamed of feeding her first and then taking everything away. Worried, she asked if Diana was okay last time. She was talking about the day they met in the bride's room. Her Highness, the princess, said that then she ran so fast to the ladies' room that Diana was bewildered. Really, thought the blue-eyed princess worriedly. The princess believes she is constipated and flinched in shock and froze. Alexandra apologized with a feeling of guilt for not being able to provide her with proper hospitality because all the food was bad for digestion. The blue-haired girl still didn't understand what she was talking about and stuttered with emotion. And she said that it was not so. Moreover, Diana suddenly realized that she was doing all this in front of Theodore. And she turned in his direction. Theodore, in turn, kept looking at his former girlfriend and exhaled deeply. Instantly, Diana's face flushed with shame in front of the man who had always sympathized with her. She, Diana Palaman, idol and example for the ladies of the kingdom of Airugo, always kept her image of an ideal woman. The next moment, the girl suddenly took the desserts from the table and said that she could eat all the desserts. "No, you can't," said the princess with the same abruptness, lifting the desserts high away from the girl. She severely apologized for ruining her mood by taking away food. But this was for her own good, and if she wanted to overcome her illness, she needed to refrain from this type of food. The princess explained to the girl that out of a feeling of shame, she would eat everything. And then it would only get worse, and she was the most valuable thing she had. The stunned girl continued to tremble with anger and irritation, and told the princess that she had no signs of this illness. Diana wanted to say that she eats desserts quite often, but since she stuttered, Alexandra only heard the word often. And again, sitting closer, she asked her if she really had irritable bowel syndrome. Theodore, who heard everything, choked in surprise. Slapping the table, Diana said that this was not what she was talking about and asked abruptly, "How can she be the prince's wife if she has no intelligence?" She said not to make such categorical decisions, since she initially misunderstood the situation. She suddenly realized that Theodore had definitely heard the whole conversation, and she had never raised her voice or gotten furious in front of him. But even this was enough for literally nothing of her image to remain. The princess wanted to call Diana, but she was crying and ran out of the hall sobbing. Following the girl with her eyes, Alexandra leaned back in her seat and said that the wind had taken her away. Theodore said indignantly that she didn't even say goodbye. The princess said that she could be understood. Last time she behaved like this and maybe she needed to go somewhere. The Prince of Airugo asked about last time. "Yes," said Alexandra, and exhaling deeply, she expressed that he should not worry about her illness. But this could hurt her. So she asked Theodora to pretend that he knew nothing, next time to serve her proper food. The prince kept holding back laughter, so he himself began to tremble. And smiling, he said that there was nothing to be ashamed of. Just as Alexandra turned her head towards the prince and asked him if he would follow Diana. Theodore asked why. The princess said that it seemed she wanted to tell him something and thought that she was his girlfriend. But the boy remained silent. When he asked her why she was worried, his wife flinched and asked him apologetically. Maybe because she had unintentionally offended him. She thought, shouldn't a man in such a situation run after his beloved to calm her down? Theo thought about it and then realized that they were probably fighting. But then he would have to worry. Smiling, Theodore said that his wife was very worried and asked her if he should send Diana something for irritable bowel syndrome. The princess opened her eyes, surprised, and arched her eyebrows, asked him if he had heard everything. Slapping his head, he apologized to Diana and asked her why she was smiling. Theodore said no, nothing. At that moment, Nigel was standing on the terrace and thinking about Thumbelina's past life. He didn't know. Those knights really lacked all common sense. He thought how they could treat their mistress like that, but still understood that he could not understand them when he suddenly saw movement in his peripheral vision. And he turned around. He saw Diana in front of him and called her, seeing that the girl was crying bitterly. The next moment, the crying girl ran into Nigel's chest. The boy asked Diana what had happened. Indignant at the insult, the girl said that the princess, however, was too cruel. She deliberately humiliated and insulted him in front of Theodore. She treated her like trash, thought Diana with pursed lips, and decided that she would have no mercy. And she repeated this phase several more times in her thoughts. The worried boy turned to Diana, his good friend, and placed a supportive hand on her shoulder. The next moment, the blue-eyed girl, who was no longer crying, raised her eyes. And she smiled at her brother. Nigel scratched the back of his neck, smiled, and asked if His Highness Theodore hadn't said anything. He asked not to misunderstand him. It is possible that Her Highness the Princess conveyed her message incorrectly due to the difference in their cultures. Most likely, she had no malicious intentions. Diana sincerely did not understand what was happening between the three friends. It was Nigel who was more hostile towards the Silvans, and he didn't understand why his reaction had completely changed. The girl was worried and looked at her friend in shock, stuttered, and called him by his name. Nigel asked not to misunderstand his friend. He definitely didn't like the princess, he was just loyal to his prince. Smiling, he said, His Highness takes good care of his people, so if anything bad happened to her, he would protect her. But he didn't reprimand His Highness, which means he had no malicious intentions. He said she should understand her. She is Charles's sister, and His Highness values her greatly. Diana gritted her teeth and the next moment, smiling, turned to her brother Nigel. She thought he was useless and told him he was the most devoted warrior to His Highness Theodore. She considered herself not only Charles's sister, but a special woman to the prince, and said that he had a bad temper. The general nodded, thinking he would stab him with a knife and start a fight. He didn't understand why he had suddenly become so kind to her. He continued thinking about how useless he was, and smilingly asked Nigel if he knew that he only wished for the well-being of His Highness. Of course, the boy said. Then Diana asked, perhaps we should stop the investigation into the princess. The general shuddered. He said they say the princess is dating another man. He decided to spread a rumor about the princess's immorality. She is a good person, but he didn't want there to be any misunderstanding. Diana decided she would stir things up and prove her immorality. Nigel looked at her with surprise and concern. He was silent for a moment. He clenched his fist tightly and said it seemed like she had misunderstood him. Lowering his head, the general said that His Highness interfered in their conversation, which means it was just a misunderstanding, and Her Highness is a good person, and definitely could not do that. He threateningly told Diana that there was no need to overthink. He would find out everything in detail. If the princess betrayed His Highness, then she couldn't avoid Nigel's sword. The girl said that she, who only wished well for His Highness Theodore, would trust him. The first wedding night is important, but the second should not be forgotten either. Through secret sources, they learned that His Highness Theodore was now taking aromatic baths. Rihanna said. Camilla said how excited His Highness would be that night and asked the princess. She was also looking forward to this moment. Rihanna told His Highness, the princess, that they had prepared a complete care, and said to enjoy it. The maids were positive, but then silence fell in the room. When Princess Alexandra raised her hand, she smiled and said that she had passed. What did the maids ask? Aloud and in unison, sadly drawing out the vowel, but Sasha had already taken a normal bath in the first half of the day. and now also an aromatic one, and with a wave of her hand, said that she would just wash herself. The girls said annoyed that His Highness Theodore was taking aromatic baths. And they asked her if she shouldn't prepare too. The princess understood what they expected, but their relationship was ostentatious, and this procedure had nothing to do with her. All the maids tried to persuade their mistress. Alexandra thought that maybe they should go swimming if that's what they wanted, but said she was fine, and that she definitely wouldn't need the aromatic oils. Her ladies-in-waiting were completely defeated, alarmed, and discouraged by the princess's behavior. His Highness said she wanted to think while washing, so she asked not to be disturbed. The ladies shuddered and froze. Camilla started saying something in a trembling voice, when suddenly a noticeable red blush formed on the faces of all the girls. And they admired her. Rihanna said that they still have to study and study serve with all their heart. But they are exaggerating. Confusedly, they talked about how at the beginning of a relationship, lovers get excited by the pheromones emitted by their bodies. Blushing, Rihanna said they should prepare for a massage. It seems they misunderstood her, Alexandra thought as she walked behind the curtain. Interpreting words this way is a kind of talent. There she was, drying her face with a soft towel and looking thoughtfully to the side. She thought she needed to watch them from time to time, in case they were as useful as the knights in that fight, and if anything would be reflected on the surface of the water. Throughout this time, the emperor's eyes only gave her useless information. Like a movie about an unexpected change in weather, the construction of an anthill, and much more. Looking at my reflection on the surface, I wondered if there would be any useful visions today. She moved away from the sink full of water and thought that the Amorans seemed like a funny idea. For example, here is the image of Theodore, well-washed, coming out of the bath. He looked like a man who would rather just wash himself. And that's it. She didn't expect this. Besides, this way he communicates with Diana. Maybe he was that relaxed. All because he is a womanizer, the princess thought.